and we understand and see that our air defense working not bad, and we have a big progress with it. And in Kiev, many people come back in Kiev, and now we working. I think, Ферлейн, я не можу сказати, що ми звикли до цих обставин, але ми точно можемо в них працювати і можемо в них боротися.
Підтримую. Okay, guys. So Kostya is saying that quoting him, I can't say that we got used to these circumstances, but anyways, we can keep on working and living and doing whatever we can. So yeah, and I concur. I absolutely concur. Like this is the sensation of everyone I know. Like it feels like you didn't get used to this yet, because no one can get used to this, but still you keep on functioning because you know what's gonna happen if you stop.
100%. Furley, we got a bunch of questions I'd like to ask Kostya. So what I'd like to do, they seem very specific. So I'll read the question in English, and if you could translate it just to be specific, because it sounds technical. Do you mind? Are you okay, Kostya, with that?
Okay.
Okay, so I'll read the question. First question. You may be aware the European Union is implementing a single digital gateway, SDG, once only technical system, OOTS, for a Europe-wide administration application system. Would the Ukrainian digital administration be able to connect to this system once the political path is clear, and even prior to EU?
Oh, it's interesting. It's interesting for us, yes. And I need to talk about our digitalization ecosystem. It's important because in Ukraine I am only one deputy for digitalization in only one ministry, but we have a ministry of digital transformation who coordinate our activities, coordinate our plan of digitalization. You know, Mikhailo Fedorov is our vice prime minister for digitalization, and he coordinate digitalization in every ministry. It's a very efficient approach because before Zelensky, before Fedorov, different Ukrainian state bodies make something different in digitalization, application, web portals, services for citizens, etc. And this is not good system, and not and without only one point of using for our citizens, for our clients. And now we have a DIA application, and DIA application mobile, and DIA portal. It's a one point of enter for citizens and online, and different ministries make different services for this portal. For example, social services, it's my zone responsibility.
Okay, so we've got 2 more as well. We're just gonna we did our homework before you got here. Kostya, so we wanted to make sure that we had good questions for you. So Doman has a few questions. He's just going to feed them over to Ferlane because they seem to be possibly a little specific. Okay. Axel,
still there.
Yeah, let's see what's going on with Ferlane. As for the rest, I can ask the question. And if you're comfortable with it, just go ahead. Alexander Backus from MriyaReport, he says there's a lot of volunteer organizations and not enough places where people can plug
I don't hear you.
Yehuda. Yeah, Yehuda, we lost your audio. All right, it seems he may have received a call. I think that the question Yehuda was just addressing from Alex Backus, I have a copy of this here. He said that there's a ton of volunteer organizations and there seem to be not enough places where they can plug in and out of their support. And he was asking whether there is appetite to build into DIA a centralized place, a hub, if you like, where individual service members of the armed forces could file a request or have that request be filled also by organizations of support. So if the organizations wish to, for example, provide non-lethal aid, night vision goggles, the likes, would that be possible? Because obviously there's a digital identity of the individual armed services member, there's an identity of his unit, and maybe this could help logistically reduce the cost of filling those requests of units.
I'm sorry, I don't hear fully question because now I am without electricity. It's our infrastructure problems, and now my building without electricity. And Ferwain, please support me with translation of this question.
Sure, and I also understand how actually awful it's having without electricity. I hope you do have water at least, because on my bank of Kyiv, on the left bank, right, we don't have water technically as well. Запитання Алекса насправді було наступне. Тобто стосується в основному цифрової трансформації, тому що з точки зору волонтерів і впливів на волонтерів або підтримки. Тому що зараз є дуже просто багатько тонна всіляких волонтерських організацій і недостатньо, скажімо, місць, куди люди, які хочуть задонатити, могли б час від часу заходити, обирати за кого донатити, за яку, наприклад, там якийсь запит, яку підтримку і так далі. Чи цікаво це, наприклад, для Мінсоцполітики або для Мінцифри вбудувати в дію або зробити якусь додаткову аплікушку, щоб було якесь централізоване місце, куди могли б, наприклад, військові ЗСУ або НГУ, або будь-якої силової або спеціальної структури України надсилати запити конкретні, які їм треба, які потім заповнювалися в якоїсь організації. Тобто це була б якась централізована структура, наприклад, командувачам можна було б вбудувати спеціальний додаток до дії в цю команду, і вони, наприклад, надсилали ці запити на рівні їхніх підрозділів.
Я зрозумів суть, і основне, мабуть, що хочу сказати, що сила волонтерів якраз і є в тому, що вони децентралізовані. Вони діють по-різному, вони підтримують різні підрозділи, різних людей, вони по-різному шукають фінансування в Україні, в різних країнах. І саме це дозволяє диверсифікувати підтримку. Якщо ми об'єднаємо в одному місці десь і зробимо це обов'язковим чи зобов'яжемо когось, то це навпаки може створити перепони для волонтерів, створити для них обмеження. Але якщо говорити про такі державні ресурси, де точно можна адресно допомагати, то це United 24, президентська платформа. Я рекомендую кожному, і якщо можна її також тут посилання на United 24 в чаті підняти, то це саме той шлях, яким можна допомагати і військовим, і армія дронів, і багато інших напрямів, купівля швидких автомобілів швидкої допомоги, тощо, це все на United 24. А ми створили, по суті, такий сервіс P2P допомоги саме приватним людям, бо Мінсоцполітики опікується, перш за все, людьми з вразливих категорій, і тому ми зробили для них таке рішення. А така масштабна гуманітарна допомога країні, то я рекомендую звертати увагу на United 24.
Дякую дуже. Чесно кажучи, одразу зрозуміла, що ви на United 24 перенаправите, тому що це зараз у всіх на слуху, і вони дійсно діють. So, translating Kostyantin. So, he believes that the main power, the main strength of the volunteer is actually the decentralization, the so-called mission command. That's their sphere of interest, because volunteers keep on acting and responding differently in different ways. They keep on supporting different units. So different people obviously have different types of responses, and they search for donors or search for fundraisers differently. So there is this aspect of the diversity and variance, so to say. And these types of variants help to diversify the support that's being provided. So he believes that having this centralized spot, which might be mandatory by the state, will be a great obstacle for the volunteers, and it's gonna make some restrictions and limitations. And obviously nowadays, that's the last that we need, the restrictions. And in terms of the state resources that's being already utilized and already implemented, Konstantin is suggesting visiting United 24. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. We highly recommend it. It can also be posted into the Nest. If you haven't seen it, this is also one of the ways that's being established by Ukrainian government, by the president, the initiative that's been supported worldwide and have a lot of patrons, so to say. It has the ability to support the Ukrainian armed forces. It has the Army of Drones initiative and all different directions, so to say. They also help on providing ambulances and etc. So they have the e-Dopomoga. It's basically this B2P service. It helps to private individuals, which the Ministry of Social Policy had the intention to support the most vulnerable categories of Ukrainian population, so to say. And that's why they have created this kind of solution. And in terms of the large-scale humanitarian support provided by the state, that's United 24, and I think it's going to be in the Nest real soon.
Perfect. And also, Ferlane, please do come up to the speakers, the co-host. Kostya, I have to help your colleagues in from the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. They're in Washington, arranging a testimony at the Helsinki Commission. So I'm going to pop off if you don't mind, Kostya, but I think you're in safe hands, no?
I need to clarify this question.
Ferlane, you'll explain for me. I got to run, and please let them know we're helping the Veterans Affairs team in Washington. So I'm going to I'm going to jump off for a bit, and I'll be back.
Окей, Костянтин Єгуда просить перепрошую, що відлучається зараз, тому що він допомагає українській спілці ветеранів. Вони зараз в Вашингтоні і будуть піднімати питання власне всього, що відбувається в Україні, за рахунок також Гельсінської спілки. От тому він перепрошує і тікає. Але
Okay,
не ображайтеся.
Yehuda.
My
Thank
apologies.
you. I have 5 or 10 minutes too, and need to go. And some question if you have.
Thank you so much. Take care. I'll be back.
Thank you, Yehuda. Kostya, thank you so much for being with us. How is the system that you use, e-Dopomoga, protected from hacking, protected from fraud? Also, do any people kind of want to stay away from it? People who could benefit stay away because they fear digital things. They worry that they might be, hacked, perhaps. And how do you try to reach people when they might not have a phone available or the internet available?
Thank you for good question, but I think that I don't have possibility to talk about cyber security. Our cyber security is strong. You see that we work during the war, and the first cyber attacks from Russia we take in January in this year, and We have a lot of problems with our infrastructure. When we talk about infrastructure, now we not talk only about servers, we not talk about IT, we not talk about internet providers, we talk about electricity too. But cybersecurity of Ukrainian is strong. When we talk about anti-fraud, I need to clarify. I need to remember that we have three sections of Yedopomoga. First of all, it's state support, state payments for internally displaced. Second part, it's about volunteering support. In volunteering support, report for benefactor is a fiscal check. When you pay for Ukrainians, after Ukrainians have a medicine of products, you have a bill. And in this check, you see a list of products when buy it. We controlled applications because we have mobile phone of these people, and we have internal anti-fraud. And now we understand that all Ukrainians need support, but this platform use first of all people from a vulnerable category. But when we talk about third component of Yedopomoga, support, cash support from humanitarian organization, it's a big system with verification with all our social registers. And when we talk about pensioner, I use information from pensional fund register, and I guarantee that it's really pensioner and really tax number, really mobile phone, really real bank requires of these people. From about people with disabilities, about big families, about people with low income, it's social categories for us, and we have bases, state registers with these people, and we have verification, and we have the duplication system, and this system use humanitarian agency to understand that that one household or one family have only one payment. In this period, we don't have family with different cash support from different organizations. We have 10 million applications, and only 3 million applications we give to the donors for payment. 7 million people in need without cash support now, and it's something like second portion, second for new donors. We give for new donors new basis of people for payments, and the duplication system controls it.
Thank you, Kostya. Well, in the future, let's say in 2 years' time, would you be able to offer your solution, your system, to maybe another country facing a crisis? Do you think that would be something that would be easy to do?
Yes, we understand that we need to make something like rebranding of Yedopomoga, for example, IDO or IDU or another name, and use it in different countries. But it works good when country has infrastructure, when country has working retail networks, gas station, pharmacy, internet, banking system. It's very good, because in other countries with humanitarian disasters like Afghanistan, United Nations say that only direct humanitarian support with food, with clothes works in these circumstances. But when infrastructure works, our system is a good solution in the time of humanitarian problems in different countries. Yes.
Thank you, Kostya. One more question for you. So the various government bodies of Ukraine, and this will be very general, so don't worry about the specifics. Right? I'm not asking anything that would be problematic for you to say, but various government bodies have managed to send out a lot of very useful apps, right? For like Pomoha, like for air raid alerts, the new app that you point at the sky when there's a drone flying over, or a helicopter, or a cruise missile. And they were deployed very quickly, very short development period. Obviously, this is something that is a necessity because of the war, but it's very quick for a government project, right? It's very impressively fast for a government project. Do you have like specific development teams that are optimized to make rapid progress? Basically, we have a lot of people here who listen who are from the tech sector, and they're saying this should be documented, so after the war, organizations, also private organizations, can really learn from this and improve their own processes as well.
We have a strong strategy of digitalization. It's a question for our Ministry of Digital Transformation, and I think that after the war, we make huge steps to digitalization, because we make steps now during the war. But when we talk about Ministry of Social Policy, priorities and philosophy, we talk about social services, not social benefits, because we don't, we're not Ministry of Benefits, we're not Ministry of Payments. We need to make a decision for people to live hard circumstances and to come back to normal life with job, with normal economic activity, etc. I think that we need to be a Ministry of Social Solutions for people, not a Ministry of Social Payments.
Kostya, did you have any difficulties with getting people around Ukraine to adopt your technological solutions? Quite a lot of people that a typical Ministry of Social Policy works with are elderly. Did you ever have any problems? Do you have any great success stories? And I think maybe this can be our last question, because I'm conscious of your time.
I think that our IT community is very good incorporated, is very good implemented, have a good relations with global IT. My English is not good, but my CTO has a fluent English, and many guys from IT developers, front-end, back-end developers have a fluent English, have a possibility to work with international teams, with modern instrument, agile, Kanban, etc. And I think that we have not only make outsource for software developments, but we have possibility to propose our products too.
Thank you very much, Kostya, and thank you so much for taking the time to be with us.
Let me add one thing at the end, Kostya. The first example in Europe of digitization is Estonia. Estonia currently invests about 1.1% of its gross domestic product every year into further digitization, improving its systems and the likes. But it reaps, and I just rechecked it, net benefits every year of a little over 2% in savings, whilst at the same time, the acceptance of government by the Estonian citizens has increased. Estonia currently has about anywhere between 88 and 90%, depending on which year you take, of acceptance rate of government by its citizens. That is quite astonishing, because it is based on transparency and ease of access, one point of entry, as you said. if this is followed, and Ukraine, as a large example with more than 40 million people, can leapfrog the rest of Europe, the savings themselves will make social policy so much easier and acceptance by all citizens from east to west, north to south. How much will Ukraine invest from its own GDP in future? Let's assume the war is won and you do reconstruction. Will it be this 1%, or what is the level which is envisaged? Because it's a great matter of social policy.
Estonia, it's a good target because I remember that one of first international visit of our Prime Minister for Digitalization, Fedorov, come to Estonia. And when we talk about percent of GDP, it's a hard question for me because war changes all, and when we talk about economic, it's economic of war, and when we talk about economic before the war, after the war, maybe it's economic of safety, because Russia, because we need to build strong solutions for our border. And I think that when we talk about IT, our new directions is military tech, it's software for drones, it's hardware for military tech, etc. And I think that now Ukrainian, it's a big ground for testing of new systems, for using new technologies in social sphere too. And after war, we need to make a review of our progress during this time. And I think that something great we need to export from these new Ukrainian products.
Absolutely, we fully agree. I think many people from Western countries are looking at Ukraine as developing the next generation of both defense technology, as well as making it clear that a digital society is as strong because it's a resilient society. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for your support. Keep in touch, friends.
Kostya, thank you. Дякую.
Дякую, Костянтине, що завітали. Бережіть себе, будь ласка.
All right, Domen, the future of Ukraine is digital and free.
Yes, all 10 fingers off it.
Yeah, otherwise it would be Latvia.
Norfolk. Sorry, I thought my mic was on mute.
Hope.
It's great that despite the pressures of society, and the civil society needs both privacy as well as good data integration, and actually more efficient systems. And that's that in itself is something which Ukraine is achieving. I mean, we can commend them for it. We had the discussion, Ferdinand, about Ukroposhta, for example, that Ukroposhta as well as Salisnitsia, they are both fully operating. They are still delivering, even in times of war, because the logistics capacity, the data integration, but this is working. And what Kostya just explained is yet another sign of it. And it's very forward-looking.
Oh, good Lord, haven't you seen Ukrainian memes about Укрзалізниця, Укрпошта, Нова Пошta? It's like they're having it. It's a joke. It's very touching. It's very sad, but at the same time, it's the reality. There's like a meme of Nova Poshta, which is a new modern private postal services, Ukrposhta, which is a state-owned services, and Ukrzaliznytsia. So there's a meme like the just liberated city, and they are having this race who's going to be there first. Because that's usually they having this unofficial competition, which technically is true.
Alexander Commission. He is first. Evidently, we've seen him.
So yes and no, right? To Balaklia, yeah. To Lehman, he got beaten by by both postal services because they'd have to build the bridge first, and that takes a little bit longer.
Yeah, that bridge thing was a real damper.
So each under different circumstances, different ones will prevail. But at the end of the day, they're all working for fundamentally the same goal: to connect up Ukraine back up newly liberated territories back with the rest.
Well, we definitely know who will be the first one coming into Kherson City's train station. Alrighty, so let's go to hands. I think we have a number of people who all wanted to ask some questions, which we unfortunately couldn't attend. We have the DMs full, but nevertheless, let's go to Stephen.
Oh yeah. My question was, isn't, I guess, in war, like, isn't there always kind of or sorry, let me rephrase that. Is there a kind of scenario in Ukraine where, like, change is more easily embraced, like, as a part of necessity, or more easily implemented now that, I guess, there a lot of barriers get swept away during wartime? Like, if that makes sense.
Well, that's a question for Verlaine. Verlaine, how do you experience matters since this part of the invasion?
I am just curious whether it's a philosophical question, or would you like to hear the on-the-ground experience?
I'd rather hear the on the ground.
It's it's a deep sigh. What would you like to hear? The comparison of or how it actually is, like what was it and how it's now, or it's just a very broad question to begin with, so I don't even know where to start. Give me something to begin with, and I will continue. Yeah.
I guess, is there anything that's, I guess, that's now happening in Ukraine, like, while you are under attack, that you wish had happened before, but they never got around to it, or it wasn't seen as urgent, or that sort of thing? Like, I'm having a hard time coming up with, I guess, a specific example.
I think I get what you mean. Well, I regret that the society overall didn't appreciate the input of our soldiers and servicemen, and I wish they had this full-on support full-on support. I'm not saying that there wasn't support, but if we had supported our troops as we are supporting them right now for this 8 years, obviously we would have been living in a very dire situation, but overall we would have had appreciated them more, and maybe they would have helped that level of support all around. Same goes to the states. I wish the states started supporting the army right away when the invasion started on this scale. I'm not saying that they hadn't provided support, because obviously we had governmental programs, and we had the development programs, and we had international missions like the orbital unifier and etc. etc. This one, then what else? I wish we had this. Well, obviously, since the revolution of dignity, we had the sense of unity, but it felt like we were taking it for granted to some extent, and then we eventually lost this feeling, and then the full-scale invasion started. We once again re-embraced it, sort of, or we just found it once again. On level of the state, what's happening now, I wish was happening. I wish they. What is that? Once again, that's a very tricky question to begin with, because that's only my experience, and I can't say for everyone, and it's very different. Because once again, I've been pretty much working 24/7 before the war to support the defensive capabilities of the nation. I was solely focused on working for that, so I barely know what was happening in the ordinary average family, so to say.
Hope that covers it, Stephen. So as best as you can get, but I think since it's Berlin, of course it's the best you can get. But on a general point, emergency situations like this, times of crisis, so to speak, especially the gravest of all, when a nation is threatened with the worst that can befall it, that tends to be a crystallizatory moment, really.
I know what I can say from a personal perspective, but I had this feeling, and I'm just observing from the others. It's the sense of appreciation of time that you spend with people, appreciation of what you've been doing, and you kind of started to prioritize more things. You don't try to do everything all at once, and you have this sense of fatalistic sense that you have to accomplish everything that you've planned for the day, because you are the one who knows how it should be done, and in case something happens with you, you have to have a contingency plan, b, you have to have people who can continue on if you are not around for different reasons. So I'm seeing, like, I had this feeling even before the full-scale invasion, because that's how I usually am. Now it's even more urgent, but I'm observing it in others. So they have this feeling of finally realizing what matters. Their priorities have completely shifted. They started to see what's important and that what's not, and a lot of people have become so non-materialistic that you kind of see the big changes within people itself. Like I don't know how to explain it in general terms. It's just it's just what I see. Because technically, like, everything can be bought apart from your life and apart from your health, and if something is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. But if a life is destroyed and if someone is dead, you obviously can't revive the person. So that's why we stopped overall feeling bad for like breaking something, losing something. I don't know, my phone was crashed a couple of times. Usually I would have been upset because that's my primary source of communication, but I was like, well, that's just phone. It will break eventually. Or like people just see that I don't know, the lock in the door was broken, and usually would have been very upset, but it's just a lock. People are losing their homes. It's this the sense of, you know, you value everything that you have more, and you don't get attached to something unnecessary by default.
Yeah.
Foxtrot. Oh, okay.
Oh, and just real quick about post offices, I mean, they can be really important. Like the first technically battle of the Second World War was fought at a post office in Danzig. So they can be important too.
It's much more than just that. It's much more than. It's not about the offices themselves, really, is it? It's about the service. It's about getting stuff through. Remember, a lot of people's pensions are delivered by post still. That's a big component. That was a big component, say, during the liberation of Balakleya, right? People getting their elderly getting their pensions for the first time in months. But anyway, it's side point. It's crucially important. If the post is back, the baseline, the minimum of logistics is back, the minimum of civilian logistics is back, and that's a really good indication. Foxtrot.
Hi, thank you for having me. I got a question which is not related to the post. I would like to, if somebody like to give some assessment about the situation that the Defense Ministry of UK went to USA in urgent trip, I feel. And there are some activity at the Alaska at this point between Russia and United States and Iran giving some missiles. What is the whole situation going on at this point? I cannot have a clear picture of it, therefore I'm asking. Thank you.
One can imagine that very soon the US Secretary of Defense and the UK Minister of Defense are going to be having a joint press conference. And when they have a joint press conference, usually big things are afoot.
And we may get lucky that somebody is standing on the side of the panel. And if that someone appears, then it's really serious. Mr. Kirby.
Hopefully it's that. As to Iran, I have not seen any confirmations of the initial reports from a couple of days ago about the Iranian ballistic missiles being sent to Ukraine. Sorry, being sent to Russia to be sent to Ukraine in a most violent and genocidal of manners. And hopefully the appropriate thing will be done, not just when it regards air defenses, but a balancing out of the threat, or a disproportionate response, as Axel might term it, and giving Ukraine what it needs to far more effectively fight back against the Russian threat.
And whilst we're at it, I'm sorry, but whilst we're at it, we also recognize Sean from UK for UA, who's with us, who brought us Sergey a little earlier. And let's have a quick chat. Sean, are you there? Can you hear us?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Mic check.
Loud and clear from the car.
Thank you.
Whereabouts are you?
Middle of Warsaw. No. Yeah, somewhere in Poland. But yeah, on the road as usual, and it's pretty wet out here tonight. But I just want to say thank you for this space. Thank you for keeping us up to date 24 hours a day since the day before the second invasion by this evil Russian regime. And everyone needs to retweet this space because it's invaluable for everyone in Ukraine and outside Ukraine to learn the facts of what's going on the ground, usually well before the normal media would even contemplate putting this stuff out. But I just wanted to come in and just agree with the last speaker on the resilience of the Ukrainian people. Their focus now on community and family is so strong, and it's awe-inspiring, to be honest. The way that they've shifted and how focused they are now as an entire nation to beat this evil empire that is trying to genocide their countrymen. And digitization is such an important part of that, and how resilient the Ukrainian infrastructure is to the vandalism by the Russians in places that were previously occupied. And we're working very hard with the Ukrainian Catholic University and Nova Poshta to deliver winter aid parcels to very close to the zero position, the front line. And it's something that we've recently put live on the website. So people can go on, they can make a profile for a particular defender or international legionnaire, and basically those items that they choose then will be sent to the closest Nova Posta. Some of them are well within jogging distance of the zero position, even in some places, and they can pick up their winter aid parcels. So it's just a testament, really, to the ingenuity and the resilience of the Ukrainians and how determined they are to win this conflict, and how everyone is innovating as much as possible and moving away from archaic paper systems for moving aid around the country between hospitals, old Soviet-style systems that weren't designed for cooperation between different organizations and departments, over to a nice, quick, easy, digitized, secure system where we can move aid to different groups, different hospitals and different ministries quicker than previously. So it's something that we've been looking at for many months with the university, and good things are happening. It's great. And I just wanted to come in and just echo what was being spoke about with Nova Poshta and the whole digitization, and how important it is for the free world, really. The digitization keeps us all in touch with our friends and family and colleagues when we're on the other side of the world, and enables us to link up with like-minded fellas in the defense of freedom. And I just want to say big shout out to all the NATO fellas. Keep doing what you're doing, and we will win together. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. And Sean, quickly, just imagine if also Polish customs were to use digitization.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic idea. But fair dues, I was actually going to tweet a nice word about the Polish customs today, because I think I have my record crossing today of 15 minutes from the Ukrainian border right through. So they've been fair dues the past several weeks. They've been very good. Ukrainian guys are always spot on. All our paperwork's all in order. And but we did have some issues with Poland in the beginning. But yeah, if it was all digitized, which it can be, it would make a huge difference to Ukraine. The amount of supplies and trade that could get in and out of the country. Europe would benefit as well from the wealth of goods and produce that they produce, especially in this time of high inflation and supply shortage. So yeah, I think Europe really needs to look at, and the UK needs to look at, an emergency free trade deal to open up the borders with Ukraine and help the flow of supplies and goods to the country, which will help the people of Ukraine as well with their economy. But yeah, it would be fantastic. You're spot on.
Absolutely, Sean. And thank you very much also for tying us up with and bringing to the space, Sergey. That was a pleasure today. It was a bit short notice, but there you go. If you have any time later, let's hook up and plan the next sessions. And whenever you're there and whenever you find more your friends, colleagues, and the likes you engage with. We'd be delighted to have them, of course.
Certainly, this space is the first to know, and we will. So many interesting and so many incredible people in Ukraine with such incredible stories of bravery and harrowing stories as well. So they need to be held up, and they need to be made public. And this is the ideal forum for that. To give testimony to what they've seen and have to deal with. So it's definitely this will be the place. And apologies for the short notice, but some of these people are pretty hard to get to.
As you know, we're reasonably flexible. If there's any way that I can get hold of, say, chaps and ladies, then that should be fine. And given the fact that we have both two Victorias with us, we're typically well set in that regard. And by the way, if you meet your bone doctor there again in Ternopil, please pass my best regards. He's an absolute hero.
Many thanks, and I'll drop down and keep the good work up, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Domin, let's take it away.
Let's take it away. Swing that stick and hit the puck over the Atlantic to sunny Minnesota. Sorry, Canada. Leonard.
Oh, well played, Doman. Good morning. Yeah, sunny Minnesota, almost, not quite, but good try. Anyway, I just wanted to congratulate you and Axel and the other parties involved. What a brilliant idea to bring Constantine on and give us his full exposure in terms of what has been accomplished by his department. It probably bears repeating. I don't know if it's been referenced already, but Constantine may be in charge of the first, certainly the only one I'm aware of, a highly successful campaign to look after their people in the midst of a war of aggression and a direct invasion of their nation. And it's remarkable what they have accomplished, not just on the technological front, which is a feat unto itself, being able to keep the IT process finely tuned and expanding and dealing with this, but just the commitment and the motivation on Constantine's part and his entire administration, just absolutely remarkable, and should be given full credit for what they've achieved. And so I think that the specter that he lays out for the future is just dramatic for Ukraine, and the ability to look after the people the way they have. What a highlight, contrasting his nation with his invading neighbors, if you will, from Russia. We would have never seen in history an effort or an ability to achieve this kind of a dramatic success on behalf of the people in Russia. So just remarkable again. Thank you, Doman.
Thank you, Leonard. All right, let's decode some trolls, and after that, crown a princess. Decoding trolls.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to add to Verlaine's answer to that, her lovely answer to that question. The first thing before she spoke, well, after she spoke, the thing which occurred to me is this sense I've had as a foreigner who spent 7 years in Ukraine, and who hasn't been back since I left on the 29th of January. I crossed over the border into Poland of this year. But I do have a sense of impermanence and this feeling that, say, in Severodonetsk, where I lived for 3 years, that it's, as I understand it, basically destroyed. But then a sense of great joy that Dnipro, where I lived for 4 years, isn't destroyed physically. But in terms of how the Ukrainians used their time between 2014 and 2022, under the radar, and I take Verlaine's point about probably the more appreciation could have been made of the military. And I myself met many Ukrainian military officers, and I never picked up any of what we have seen in the past 7 months. I mean, I saw them, I met them every day and dealt with them in between 2015, 2018. And so I saw a certain evolution from the volunteer battalions to, to having, and uniforms from army surplus in places of Eastern Luhansk Oblast to having proper uniforms and winter uniforms and all that. So I saw that kind of evolution, but I didn't pick up any signals of the kind of development which they had made, which many of you who worked with them as NATO trainers did. But I didn't, nor did I pick it up in Ukrainian society. And so I take her point about the lack of appreciation. In terms of digitalization and the whole decentralization process, which, as avid listeners here know, is my favorite subject in Ukraine, and a core part of decentralizing power from Kyiv to the villages was to destroy the corrupt Soviet-era power structure based around the districts, and that was successfully concluded in November 2019. But it was also one of the core elements was to deliver decentralized administrative services, which is a very unsexy topic. But I spent years going around to these hromadas, these villages, talking to their leaders about what they had done and visiting their administrative services center. And I think it was Estonia which took the role as part of this massive EU, the largest, as I understand it, the largest EU bilateral EU funding project in history for governance, to improve governance. And the United States, US aid as well, was both of them funded about, I think their budgets were about $100 million each, which went.
Yeah, and it was matching funds with the Estonian diaspora, in a real public-private partnership.
Right, yeah, and of course with Ukrainian, and just I was asked in an interview recently what do I think should be done, and it's this investment in people. And that's what attracted me to it, was meeting these leaders and hearing about their trainings in Poland and whatever. But even in these smallest villages in now occupied Zaporozhye, instead of having to trek for 3 hours to get your passport, and there's like most of us don't even think of this. I don't think I didn't anyway. It's about 150 different services, potential services that these village communities could suddenly deliver. From passports to all sorts of stuff, birth certs, and all of that. And it made a huge difference, and it was all digitalized. And I know Ukrainians in Germany who just think, oh my God, this place is like living in the 20th century by comparison. Although, as someone commented here recently, perhaps it was just as well they did some things on paper in Germany, given that internet guy's treachery, alleged treachery.
Trolls, my friend.
Yes.
The Germans don't even have one digital identity yet. They have also many different digital signatures, which all are not consolidated. They do not have, yes, they have a so-called digitized passport, a digitized ID card, but they don't have a digital identity with which they can access one point of contact, like in Estonia or like now in Ukraine. It's absolutely astonishing. They live still in the 19th century of thinking.
Amazing. They've had time since Bismarck to sort this out, and the rest of us are way ahead.
Bismarck, the last innovator of the German government.
And I guess those systems, so I spent a lot of time in Ukrainian infospace trying to work out what's going on in the occupied parts of southern Zaporozhye. And the main brokers of truth there are the people, some of the people who are elected under these reforms. People like, we see him, he's in Newsweek this week, Ivan Fedorov of Melitopol, and someone I knew, I met, Dmitry Orlov of Enorodar. And so their function as No, I don't think anyone imagined this. I certainly didn't before February 24th, that how important they would be in exile as brokers of information and truth and authority, which the Russists tried to, they tried to steal the websites, the normal websites, but everyone moved very quickly onto Telegram, and I think that's yeah. So the digitalization in a formal way, but also in an informal way, has been really important. And from my outsider's perspective, I think, given how it's very hard to convince anyone to take any threat seriously until it's too late, I would give Ukraine full marks for preparing a really resilient governance system. Under the radar, no one probably gave much appreciation of it on the ground. They did maybe in their communities, but not in a global way. But it was really, it's really stood them in good stead now. Yeah, that was just my thoughts on that. But impermanence, that's the teaching. That's Verlaine's teaching, that everything is impermanent and it can disappear. The buildings and lives, and it's a benefit, I suppose, to appreciate that. It's a pity they have to go through a war to appreciate that.
The great crystallizer and equalizer, war. Prince Heather.
Axel.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Keeping up without the Jonases.
Yes, did you get my picture that I took with Biden of Joe Biden the other day eating his ice cream?
Nope, I did not. Where did you send it?
I sent it on Twitter. Doman thought it was right, but anyway, it's just, that's just.
I'll forward it to you, Axel.
As everybody knows, I'm not a big Twitterer, so. But then again, I do tweet a bit, and it's absolutely silly. I've been reminded by Rosalie that essentially, if she were to take my tweet map, things would only start really in February this year, despite the fact that I've been on this platform since, I don't know, ages. I don't know when they started. When did they start this thing?
You weren't around when they started. You got on like 2 years later.
Yeah.
Okay,
no.
so I'm a late adopter. Okay, fair enough. I shut up.
Yeah. No, actually, you can guess where to find it. It's pretty good.
But my Twitter footprint would be very similar. I didn't do anything with Twitter really until February, March of this year. Anyway, I wanted to just say hi to Verlaine real quick. It's good to see you. I think about you every day, and I know you're busy doing all kinds of things that are helpful and needful, and I miss seeing you here, but I know that you're always very busy, so I appreciate you. But what I wanted to ask is Doman, my NATO watcher guy. I don't know why I think of you as that, but we're down to Hungary and Turkey having not admitted Sweden and Finland.
Yeah, I can assure you that neither Hungary nor Turkey has admitted Switzerland to NATO.
Yeah, I know that. I'm still waking up. My Sweden. But is there any sign that they're going to make any move on it anytime soon? I remember once asking you and you thinking that it would be October by the time everybody had ratified and admitted the countries to NATO. Do you see any movement on those two countries, or are they just gonna
see this is the now going to be gripping radio, Prince? Because it's going to be me in an attempt. Well, I can tell you news. The last news is Greece has deposited, okay? Which means that every country, each of the 28 countries that has ratified Swedish and Finnish NATO accession, has also deposited the documents with the US State Department. So, everything's done. 28 have them completely done, and one of them not at all. Sorry, two of them not at all. I can tell you something that's not good. The
process in Hungary is simple.
But hear me out, Axel. This is not good. You know how it was in this session of Parliament the Hungarian decision.
Yes.
Okay.
Irrelevant
And then,
to the decision of the president.
no, it's not. The president is in Orban's pocket. The president is a tool of the prime minister.
Absolutely.
So it's not, because it's a sign. If the parliament is unwilling to even think about it, the president isn't going to sign it.
The president will sign it because the Americans will tell Orban to either sign it or take a hike. And,
Yes, but
lose his
Parliament's
air
first going
base
to have its
and-
pantomime.
Yeah.
So until Parliament has its pantomime, the president isn't going to sign it.
See,
So
there I disagree. That
no
parliament
way.
is irrelevant. That parliament currently is completely irrelevant. There's only one constitutional, let's say, institution in Hungary which has to sign this, and it's one piece of paper, and it can be signed by the president any given point in time when Orban has been given his proper shellacking by the White House.
They might have an accelerated pantomime, but it's not going to get signed until there's the pantomime. No way. There
Okay,
will be a pantomime.
Case of Tokai.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Fine.
The Hungarian parliament will not even come up for a pantomime. They will simply make a statement afterwards, ex post, and by means, in this case, by the president of the parliament, that he respects the decision made by the president, albeit that they disagree. This is how they're going to play it.
It will be done first.
So that he keeps his electorate comfortable. Don't forget, what did he win? 57% or whatnot. He
Something
won
like that,
big, something like that. So he won a big slide majority. He wants to keep his audience and his electorate comfy and happy. So they'll play it this way, I'm sure. My guess.
See, this is why I think there's going to be a pantomime. Because exactly what you just said. That's exactly the argument that I have for there to eventually be a 52% for there to be a pantomime.
If they were to do this, this would raise the price Orban has to pay when folding, and I think that's why he's trying to play it different. He's a lawyer, don't forget.
Yeah. No. Anyway,
Case of Tokai.
So that's
Case of Tokai. Pembroke, I think. Pembroke College. Axel.
So that's Hungary. What about Turkey? And they
have
have
nothing yet.
That.
So let me just say this. Pantomime has been postponed by the parliament. There was a vote in the Hungarian parliament tabled by the opposition to schedule the vote. There was a vote on scheduling the vote, and the scheduling got kicked, and now it's vanished from the table altogether, because the Hungarian parliament, for every session, which is like 3 weeks, has like a list of things that they might be discussing, and that's been actually kicked off out of this session altogether, which to me is the frustrating bit. All the while, yesterday, let me bring this up. I'll put this back in the nest because I think it's amusing, and there has been a shellacking, I would say. There has not yet been a shellacking by the White House of the Hungarian government, but there has been a shellacking by the US Embassy in Budapest, who have basically told them to shut it and stop it with the anti-Western sentiments and stop it with the pro-Putin sentiments by high-ranking public figures. So you can check it out in the nest. Should be up there by now. So Turkey, no news as yet. I think there was a meeting in Ankara, but nothing really was published out of it. I don't think so. Not much.
Okay, and now I'm gonna go hunting for a tweet, because our dear Victoria, not the Verlaine Victoria, but the other Victoria, sent me a message.
Zelena Victoria.
The U.S. Victoria, the Victoria that lives in the same country that I.
Yes, the Green Victoria.
The Green Victoria, exactly. And I'm gonna go find a tweet that I want to share with you all, and I'll be back for that, because I'm like about to pee my pants excited. So thank you. It's about a guest for tomorrow, so I'm
that
very
was TMI, too much information.
Okay. Which part, the guest for tomorrow or the about to pee my pants with excitement?
that there is such an exciting guest. Indeed, that must have been too much information.
What? There's an exciting guest?
Well, clearly, or
Yes.
otherwise there wouldn't be the absence of bathroom type of predicament.
Yeah, it's someone that I was hoping Victoria would be able to contact, because they're both Ukrainian, and sometimes I feel like it's more approachable and easier to understand that way, rather than some random American girl from, Oregon sending you a message saying, I think you should appear on this space.
Have you seen the picture yet, Axel, before Prince goes? I think Axel is so stunned
I
by the
apologize.
picture.
No, I was researching Big Pool.
Oh, God, why? Ugh. No. I told Nick, Sauternes it is. I learned this from Philippe Deleuze. He should know. Anyway, but have a check and signal. You'll find.
That's why I had to
picture.
research it, because I've only
Yes.
ever seen a closed bottle, and I was told not to open it.
Not interested. The 2014 vintage was particularly insidious. Everything smelled awfully of like artificial grapefruit. The whole bloody region smelled of artificial grapefruit. I don't know what happened. Must have been like the Ladybug vintage in Burgundy. Shall we dispense with that and hear out Chris? But we have Craig as well, and we want to talk about trains, don't we? We always want to talk about trains. But Chris, shoot.
Hi. Just to let you know, so the company that I work with in Ukraine, U-Control, is a partner of e-Dopamoga. And I was just like, I was just thinking about, so I know I've been connected to Konstantin for a while. So just something simple here, and sorry if this might have been said just now, but their social media presence generally is not that brilliant. So, if we could all, go like, follow, like, share and stuff like that on their social media accounts, I think that would help. They've got to do, I think, a bit of sorting out on their YouTube account, because it's all Ukrainian at the minute. But anything that people could do to build up their social media accounts, I'm sure that would be appreciated. If that was that said before
about the Dopamoga, no.
Okay, so I mean, if you just go like look at their Twitter and Facebook, and it's all a bit below the radar. So that I think would be a nice little help for them. And then the other thing I was going to say was, Axel, you sort of asked the question that I was going to ask, and as usual, you know far more about it than I do. But where you were basically saying, is this applicable to other countries? And I got a bit interrupted, but I think you were actually giving some comparatives, were you, with other countries where you were sort of talking about how much more efficient or something this would make other countries?
No, I wasn't. I was not actually asking that question. That was Doman. But still, the relevance.
I beg your pardon, Doman.
No, not a problem. We later discussed it, that effectively Ukraine will leapfrog many countries by means of what it now introduces, both in the run-up to war as well as, and don't forget, digital society with its resilience and efficiency gains and savings, and therefore higher levels of acceptance by the population of the government and its society, and more transparency, more civil engagement as a consequence, and less avenues of corruption, specifically in the bureaucracy, makes for a better state, a better country, a less infested and therefore less, a country less susceptible to infiltration. And therefore hardening its systems is absolutely vital in view of Russia's suppressive efforts. This is what Ukraine has started to undertake a few years ago and has already carried out, which is why Russia had to act earlier anyway. It's one of the many factors and data points as part of Ukraine's gaining strength in recent years, despite the ongoing invasion since 2014. And what will happen is that Ukraine will, despite now even the impact of an invasion and temporarily occupied territories and the cost of the fight, Ukraine is still making step by step headway. It does not stop. It's say pursuit of more efficiency and better services, and especially so for its citizens during the times of war. The digital administration of the pension system, the digital administration of prescriptions, and now the start, as what he just explained, and what is actually happening with Dopomogę is that they are going to change the way healthcare systems are being administered. So eventually, this will be something not dissimilar to what we are used to in Estonia, where everything is completely digital and mobile, and still completely private and fully encrypted and safe and uncracked and hardened. And that makes trust a key element of how you identify with your country. And that is when we always talk about what will happen, how will Ukraine will win back those people who have lived under now the occupation since 2014. How will it integrate all of those? It's simple, by showcasing them why Ukraine is better, why it is welcoming and helping. And that is why it was so important that Konstantin Koshelenko was here, to make sure that everybody in the world understands what Ukraine is doing. It keeps its civil society not only together, but growing at a point in time when it's most challenged. So it keeps calm and carries on, which is absolute, and it's the best possible message you can get out.
So that just to that point about showcasing, any thoughts on that? Could we do some sort of summary of that?
Oh, I'm sure there's a great presentation of Dopomogę, which we can float and highlight here and reference, because I think we should, in retrospect of that interview. I'm sure we can find something. Verlaine, when she's here, we will probably dig into this and bring something on, because I think this helps specifically when attached to the Spotify account of this. So when we bring out our things, we will add in future a little bit more documentation wherever possible, so people can actually read through the links and get more data.
Okay, well, I'll leave that with you, and let me know if appropriate. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Absolutely. You know where to find me.
Yep.
Antti.
Yes. Good evening again. Just a brief note that I'm trying to, like I mentioned last week, I'm trying to create information threads on Leopard 1 and Leopard 2, and I'm having a bit of a challenge finding all the needed imagery photographs of the various types of these two systems and the rights to use them. So I posted a tweet about needing assistance. So if you go look at my profile, it's the second tweet there. And so if anyone has any ideas for sources who might have photos I could use in the threads, that would be much appreciated. Free the leopards. Thank you.
Animal welfare before all else. Ruble Destroyer fella.
Hey there. I've been spending a decent amount of time in several pro-Russian Telegram groups, but something interesting which makes me cautiously optimistic about the Kherson offensive is something that they just forwarded several minutes ago, supposedly from the Russian commander in Ukraine, Army General Sergei Surovikin. He supposedly made a statement that said further actions regarding Kherson will depend on the emerging military tactical situation. It is not easy, difficult decisions cannot be ruled out. So to me, that kind of sounds like they're preparing some of the people, Russians who are more actively watching these updates in these Telegram groups, that bad news may be coming in that direction. And the commenters seem to have been taking it so poorly that they decided to turn off comments in the Telegram group, which is from the pro-Russian Wagner Gray Zone Telegram group, is where I was seeing this. But I've seen it pop up in a few similar messages. So that is hopefully some good news. I mean, take it with a grain of salt. It is coming from the Russian side, and they like to lie. But I just wanted to share that. And one other just quick little PSA to fellas. I got myself 7-day ban from following, liking, tweeting, because I replied to a fellow who follows me and I follow them, who had been blocked by one of the larger Russian propagandist accounts. And I said just 2 words, hose mad. And that was 10 seconds later, I was banned. I guess some Twitter algorithm got me. So I would stick to using the meme image that says hose mad rather than actually typing those words, just to protect your account. Sadly, I'm in prison for another 5 days. So that's all I got. I don't know if anyone had any, the hosts maybe have any thoughts about Surovikin's comments.
Sorry, I just had them in front of me, and now I've forgotten what they were. Right, here we go. I mean, he's which one's about the dam?
No, just about further actions regarding Kherson will depend on the emerging military tactical situation. It's not easy. Difficult decisions cannot be ruled out.
Because he also made some comments about Ukraine planning to hit the dam, and there might be flooding as consequences. Maybe that wasn't him. Maybe that was the Saldo. It seems. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. They're all deluded idiots. But I can tell you, according to the special Kherson Cat 4 minutes ago, according to some, as you probably it's probably the same sources, but Cat is good at this. All state institutions, that is to say occupation administration branches, have been transferred to the left bank of the Dnipro. And I would like to note that I'm very glad that Kat understands left from right when it comes to riverbanks. And that the beginning of the Battle of Kherson is on the way. Now, Kat is still skeptical. I'm just reading from Kat, but Kat is the expert on Kherson, being from there and all. And we should hold off on what will happen for when it will happen. However, it is nevertheless interesting. When Russians start going around and saying, no, there's no reason for panic whatsoever, everything is perfectly fine, they probably have a reason to panic.
Cool, thanks for that. That's all I've got. I'll drop down. Thanks.
Thank you, Ruble Destroying Fella. I think we had decoding.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So decoding, before we start, we have a question. Earlier, did you topple a pyramid of empty Red Bull cans, or was it pots and pans?
I'm searching for the reference, but
earlier there was a
last
background
time
noise.
you came on.
20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that was right. No, I was cleaning the stove.
Aha!
Pots and pans. I said it.
I picked up earlier on Reuters reported that the Duma had stopped televising itself. So when the completely theatrical, pre-planned spectacle stops showing itself, I put this in my category of how Ukraine is transforming Russia's society and turning it into the Soviet Union. But the specific issue which the Russian parliament wanted to stop Joe Public and Jane Public and Evgin Public and Evgenia Public from watching was a discussion about what I would call the forcible transfer of Ukrainians from Kherson. But clearly something is afoot. And so it's interesting to get that data point from ruble destroying fella as well. And I don't think any of this is breaching the request to not talk about what's going on in Kherson, but something is up. I just sent you that tweet. I tweeted about it earlier about the Duma thing.
Thank you, Decoding. Yeah, I think it's fine, if we say that the massive Russian telegrams are saying so and so, and we think them Russians are crazy, because we always think the Russians are crazy, and if the major Russian telegrams are saying it, I think the Russians know. Just a hunch.
Quite so.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that decoding. Just give me one second. I'll pass it off to, I think, John Fan. And why is no one asking about Craig about trains? We have Craig. Why is no one asking about trains and logistics? Come on, John Fan.
Yeah, hey guys. So I'm gonna make the comment about the Iranian drone situation and maybe the bigger picture, but it's become clear, and Axel will remember, I was early on with him and others have been talking about this policy of gradualism in terms of arming Ukraine, and really it should be better defined as reactionary gradualism. First, it was reacting to the Thunder Run big columns with anti-javelin, Stinger, guerrilla type insurgency type of war. Then it became, we were talking about HIMARS for 3 months or 2 months, which eventually was precipitated by the grinding and massive, loss of life and some land in Donbass, and which was ultimately turned with the HIMARS. And then now we're talking about this air defense. We had a MAL cruise missile months ago. And then early August, we knew that these drones were being delivered and other missiles. That was over 2 months ago. And I know what did we think was going to happen? That they were going to, throw around paper airplanes. And now we're having to react, or we're choosing to react with the air systems. Now, with this Iranian drone thing, this is very, very important. Not so much the strategic importance in the near term, but there is a clear axis that has been defined between Russia and Iran. And people that have an anti-Ukraine or pro-peace narrative or whatever, have to realize that if Russia somehow gets away with this government intact, that there's going to be a nuclearization of Iran with the full and blatant support of Russia, quid pro quo for what is happening here in terms of armament. And then I don't even know that it's smart to actually get Israel involved at this moment, because that could drag, that's the playbook standardly, is to drag all the other Arab countries and everybody that, is Semitic against the Jews and make it about the Jews and not Ukraine. So anyway, I'm just saying, we need to quit reacting, be proactive. And now it's going to be main battle tanks, free the leopards. So I want you guys to acknowledge that's what we're doing. We're trying to get them to react to the situation on the ground. Main battle tanks, leopards, F-16s, whatever. So anyway, it's kind of my rant, but this drone thing is very important because it's defining literally an axis in our face.
And the funny part is that, of course, we do have the two systems available with which Ukraine, by the way, can take down all these drones and drone swarms, whether it is CCUS or Skynex. It doesn't really matter. Both of them, funny enough, are produced by Rheinmetall Air Defense. Both just need one piece of paper being signed by Mr. Habeck, the silly green man who is currently acting as a marionette for Mr. Scholz. So somebody, hopefully, as it seems, would have been given a shellacking earlier today before the Germans went into their NSC meeting. So let's hope that at some point in time, a little later today, we will hear that at least Skynex will have been released. Alrighty, so let's we're going to cycle some people up. I actually didn't see who was first because I was just racing back to the desk. Let's go to lunchtime, then Dan, then Miko. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks, Axel. So another excellent guest, and particularly the discussion afterwards, actually, from very informed people, and people that have been there, like Decoding Trolls, and other people on the panel, has given me a sort of. I mean, I'm a bit slow on the uptake sometimes, but it's given me a kind of looking through the looking glass moment when it comes to some of the confusing propaganda I encountered right at the beginning of the war, where certain people's reaction, this is not universal by any means, certain people's reaction to the then fresh invasion by Russia was to go on about how it was all a WEF conspiracy. I didn't know what they meant. So turns out this conspiracy, it's the World Economic Forum, and some quotes are taken out of context. I won't bore you with the details, and you can just look it up if you're interested. But it really confused me. I was like, what does this have to do with Ukraine? And in light of the discussion about digitization and how beneficial it is, both to the Baltic states and which I was aware of before the war broke out, but to Ukraine particularly, it kind of, some pieces came together, and I sort of realized, of course, right? Of course, this is something to spread fear about because it works, and it's something that's effective at stopping the co-opting of another state by Russia, but by an older paper bureaucracy-led system. So that was my little insight today, and I just thought I'd share it with you.
Much appreciated, and thank you for that. So, Dan, then Miko, then Decoding Trolls. Dan, please.
3 or 4 things that this popped in. People were talking about in the last little while. It makes perfect sense that the Russians are making preparations to pull out of Kherson because they're losing there rather badly, and even Russian generals figure it out eventually. The Kiev withdrawal being Exhibit A. And the interesting question is how much they're going to be able to get off. Someone mentioned about blowing the dam. Russia can't blow the dam without essentially writing off southern Ukraine, because the Melitopol eastern side is lower than the Kherson city western side of the river. So if Russia blows the dam, they basically flood their entire army, and furthermore cut off Crimea's water, which is sort of what they're fighting for, as I understand it, or at least that's their current story. So Russia blowing the dam would be as blatant an admission they've lost the war as I can think of.
Yeah, and I had the discussion with a number of people. Yes, it would have certainly massive consequences, and it would definitely wreak havoc on a number of civilians also. But one has to be very clear: the impact on the area at hand would be significantly less than it had when they first blew it during the Second World War, where round about 210,000 people died as a consequence. That is not at hand. The area has been depopulated to a large extent. The marshy parts of that bank, the lower bank of the Dnieper Delta, currently already is to a large extent evacuated, and people are aware of what's coming. So it's not like last time, so to say, where they did it without much forewarning, and where at that point in time more people lived closer to the river than today.
And last but not least, the gentleman who was talking about us being reactive instead of proactive is 100% correct. If we blow the Russian army completely out of Ukraine in little tiny burning pieces, most of this will stop.
Absolutely agreed. Which is why they need leopards, more of those leopards. They need all the nice tools which we can give them for anti-missile and anti-drone defense, of which there are many, two of which, as I said, can be delivered quite easily into theater because they are available. They've been produced by Rheinmetall. They're at hand, and there's also anti-drone guns coming out of Estonia, and little, say, robots with anti-guns mounted, which the Estonians produce under a license with our Israeli friends, all of which could be delivered in very short order there. We just need to have them released. The Estonians can't even keep up with production, of course, but the Germans do have it sitting there. Somebody needs to unscholz this. That's the whole thing. And yes, I agree with you. They need more kit, and they finally need some proper, sensible Air Force.
But you know,
keep pushing. You're having elections. Go to your elected officials. Keep pushing.
I mean, trust me, I'm annoying. But anyway, you know, the thing that's expensive is the war grinding on, not ending it.
100%.
And thank you very much.
You're always welcome, Dan. Right, Nico.
Thanks, Axel. I just want to comment in a couple of things. So, my understanding is that there hasn't been any ATACMS actually in theater so far. And, you know, if you had ATACMS, you know, of course you would have hit the Kerch Bridge like a couple of times. I think so. This is more like Toskas and Groms. You know Groms, right? And
I know Groms, but I think you're wrong as to the ATACMS.
Axel, let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable.
I am reasonable.
Yeah, I understand you. But there hasn't
the statement by the White House was extremely clear, and the statement by the DoD was extremely clear. Ukraine does not have. We did not provide Ukraine with ATACMS. We,
exactly,
the United States.
Exactly.
Now that wait. That does not mean that the ATACMS are not from Romania.
No, Lord Austin said they have a Kimmler for 80 kilometers. Finland has now Kimmler for 150 kilometers. So Kimmler's range can be extended.
What, did you tune up your Gimlers?
Yes, it's now. Yeah, so Kimmlers can be actually shoot for 150 kilometers at least. That's the official, you know, Google stuff. Hey, I just want to actually go with you in the Air Force stuff. We need to build up the Ukrainian Air Force. So, have you heard anything about A10 training or, like, you know, of course, our mission-capable aircraft to be or platform?
It seems we both have heard the same rumors all the time.
Yeah, but that was the simulator stuff. Yeah, so F-15 Strike Eagle or something like that.
And my understanding is that there's a lot of very capable pilots without a plane from Ukraine who are not in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's gonna be MiG-29s. So I know it's gonna be full of crumbs, to be honest. So we won't see in this war this year, you know, any kind of new play. But just saying to our audience, there is no ATACMS right now. Thanks, Axel.
Thank you, Miko. I tend to disagree. ATACMS do exist. They are nicely guarded and used selectively whenever necessary.
They haven't been used. You would see when they are used.
I think there's a couple of people who beg to differ with you in this regard, but that's fine. We can disagree on certain things. Yeah, absolutely happy to do so. Let's move on. We have Stephen, and then we have what's it, NAFO? First we have Stephen, and then we have some NAFO. What is this? Jackson BO Lock after. Stephen, you had a question?
Sorry, I got a bit caught up. Can I be moved to the end, or I forgot my question?
Sure, it's not a problem. There is a NAFOT fellow right in front of you.
So it's my turn now?
Yes, you're the only fellow with a hand up.
All right. Hello, everybody. Yeah, well, I don't know how well you've been going through this already, but I mean, I would say that regarding those Iranian drones, everybody would say that as far as the battlefield goes, they don't matter much because they're probably very inaccurate, and they can hit like a neighborhood, or maybe a power plant is like the smallest target which you can possibly hope to have for those. So they're basically like weapons of terror, and the only advantage that they have is like that they're really, really cheap, and they can seem to be able to produce quite a lot of them because they have like basically like a Chinese moped engine strapped into a bomb and send it flying somewhere and hope to hit something. But they're still annoying and destructive, and it will be good for the civilians and civilian infrastructure to get as much of those as possible. So the problem is like we have these Western anti-aircraft systems which are like pretty advanced, and one missile costs like 150,000, and one of those Iranian drones costs like 10,000 max. So it doesn't really make sense to shoot them with the missiles in scale. So what kind of like low cost solutions, ad hoc solutions we have, which we could deploy quickly and deploy in large numbers around all the possible targets to protect the infrastructure come winter?
Yeah, I don't think that's a winter question. It's a question for the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Fortunately, there's a substantial amount of capacity already. It just needs to be deployed. And we have exactly the right tools, as I said a few minutes ago. We have exactly the right tools already at hand, and so there's no shortage of tools. There's only a shortage of willingness to employ them at this point in time and deploy them. So technically, for certain assets, you can put CRAMs up. That is important when it comes to creating a phalanx in order to deter the upcoming next round of Iranian, say, medium-range ballistic missiles, which are coming into theater. But the drones themselves, you can shoot down with proper anti-aircraft guns, but you need the sensor system for that. What you should put in place is Skynex from Germany, from Rheinmetall, and the CCUS SUAS system, plus the anti-drone guns, which the Israelis and Estonians have been creating, as well as 2 more systems which the US Army is currently training with. So we can give those, it's no question. And these anti-drone guns are extremely effective. They just have to be put in place. Does it consume a lot of troop resources? Absolutely it does, but there is territorial defense units who could actually attend to that. Can we train them up short? Yes, absolutely. Does that add to the cost? Not just yes, so what? But there is a lend-lease, and there's a lot of nations willing to help. This is a matter of logistics now, nothing else. Willingness, release, and logistics. So
yeah, I definitely think the Ukrainians can do it. I mean that there's enough people and enough.
I didn't catch you. What did you say?
Yeah, that I don't think that it's a question of manpower or even training at the Ukrainian side. It's just that we have a big enough number of those solutions, combined those solutions which don't require us to fire up a 100,000 missile, to counter something which is like cost 10,000 as is made in some made cheaply from Chinese parts. I mean, it's just a terror weapon. It does nothing for the battlefield, but we need to protect the civilians, the civilian infrastructure, and keep the morale moral high. So we need to have some solutions and deployed in scale, around all the centers of cities.
It's a mesh network. It's essentially a mesh network. You need to detect them, and then you need to deter and terminate them. Now, the Ukrainians have been reasonably good at it already at the moment. Very few of those drones actually have come through. So in that regard, kudos to them. But General Milley already highlighted the Ukrainians need to be enabled to deploy further integrated short-range missile defense systems. There are fortunately capabilities, and those have been deployed already. I think in Afghanistan as well as in Iraq, the Americans have managed to deter and defend their key, say, high-value targets and locations already quite well against that. We just need to take those lessons, heed those lessons, and help the Ukrainians with their respective equipment.
That's great. I hope that they get that equipment there quickly and get it up quickly. So you know.
I think Milley was very adamant in his statements last week already, and I think that people do understand quite well what is required. But there you go. Craig, who was next? Did you see? Apologies, Craig. Did you see who was next?
I think Miko was next.
Okay. Hey, just Axel to say to you, what is the best Soviet Gepard system, likely system? It's called Chilka. You know Chilka system, right?
I don't know it personally.
Chilka. Just Google it. It's a. I've seen many times in the sport that Ukrainians have a Chilka system, like check. Chilka.
Okay, yeah, I'll have a look at it, Miko.
Okay,
Give me a second.
Okay. It's excellent system. It spreads down, ammunition. It's autocannon basically, and the cells are 20 millimeter fragmentation cells, and then you have a not of my kind of thing is that you remember all the Baghdad war, or kind of the hit for first Iraq war was that you see the light of the Baghdad in 1990, 1991. I was in the USA and as an exchange student then, and every like high apartment building had like this 20 millimeter cannons shooting up. So there's certainly kind of solutions, cheap solutions, and what Ukrainians actually know about. Just my point.
All right, thank you, Miko. Whoa, that was a lot of hands. Okay, so let's get a batting order, if you will, to bring back an old phrase. I think Stephen Farmer, have you been waiting quite some time?
No, I had a question. I got caught up and I forgot it, and I asked to be given a delay. But if it's all right, I remember it now.
Oh yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Is there anything stopping, I guess, the U.S. from swapping out the NASAMS battery in Washington D.C. for a Patriot, and then sending the NASAMS to Ukraine?
You're saying take missile batteries out of the...
Because the U.S. seems to have one NASAMS battery, and it protects the capital. But couldn't we just replace that with a Patriot?
You can't. No, in an integrated air defense, you don't just rip it apart as quickly. What you would do is you would take kit and equipment which is not currently actively in service, and you decommission it, you reintegrate the air defense system, and do it this way. But other than that, it's certainly true we should send them more NASAMS, and I think there's a couple more which are actually available, which are not currently in active service to protect very valuable national security assets. Alrighty, Craig, I think received a call whilst this happened, and we have, DTM Noble Idea.
All right, thanks, brother. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you, yeah. So I feel the pain where Ukraine is going, 44 million people. It's not fair what's happening. What I worry is is the strategy what's happening the right strategy? That is where I start.
Whose strategy? Turkey's strategy?
I mean the Ukraine strategy. And
well, Ukraine is currently winning in the battlefield, so I think that their strategy has been well tested thus far.
So what I'm saying is, the goal is to create a peace in the region.
No, the goal is to win the war and create peace through through victory.
Can I give my understanding? It's my
Yeah, no, that's your understanding, but I'm telling you what the stated goal of Ukraine is. If you want to start from there, maybe. So the peace through victory is the stated aim of Ukraine.
Yeah, to defend Ukraine. And
well, you defend your borders by rejecting the invader, right?
Yes, yes, true. So the question is, the way we are heading is going to cause a global disaster. Because
definitely, if we allow Russia to win, there's a global disaster. I think you're on the wrong track, mate.
No, let me give the understanding. So in 1994, Ukraine has nuclear weapons, right? The Budapest Memorandum gave all the nuclear weapons to Russia, right? That was a mistake.
No, it actually decommissioned the nuclear weapons. It didn't give the Ukrainian nuclear weapons to Russia.
1800, yeah, 1800 weapon.
Yeah, it decommissioned. You understand what I'm saying? It decommissioned. They didn't give it to Russia.
So Ukraine had it, right? So Ukraine had a nuclear weapon. They will be a superpower by now. So the way we are heading Ukraine towards what is, I don't think this is the right strategy for the Ukrainian. We are leading them to self-extinction.
I think, mate, you really got this wrong. Currently, the only self-extinction event which is happening is the Russian troops on the battlefield. I think we should move on. All right, and with that self-extinction event not happening, let's move on. I think we are to Junfan.
I think the other two people were ahead of me, Axel.
I didn't see that, but thank you very much. That's very polite and kind of you. Then Skykiss, I think Skykiss.
Yes. Morning, Axel, or afternoon.
Good
and
afternoon.
Jackson,
Good morning.
Thank you. And Jackson, hot mic. My question will be brief. I'm first of all, peace through victory. And yes, excellent strategy on the part of the Ukrainian armed forces. Just wow. Okay, my question is about the CRAM systems. I know that there were U.S. senators calling for us to give them to Ukraine, and I'm not sure where they are. These might have been helpful had Ukraine had them against these armadas, these mini armadas of drones, which have killed at least 4 people recently. So if you can address this issue, if you know anything about the CRAM systems and where they might be in the pipeline. And also, you did say that there are methods that could be employed against these drones, and I'm just wondering what those might be. Thank you.
All right, it seems that we missed out on the opportunity earlier. CRAM is a very decent system. It's a bit clunky, if I may say so, and I have to keep this short also because I have very little time left before our next interview guest comes up. But to make this clear, CRAM systems would be perfect to, for example, be stationed around specific high-value targets. They are a bit much in order to deter drones. They would work perfectly against a number of other missiles, which are coming into theater, which is why they should be integrated if and when they could be given. They do exist in large numbers, also, say, on European soil. Some of them are stationed with the US Armed Forces. So could they be made available? Absolutely. Are they? Do they need to be trained up, or do we need operators to be trained up? Absolutely. Is it therefore the most likely and best solution against the drones themselves? Probably not. That is not the right match. There are different tools, and that is what I said. That is Skynex from Rheinmetall is definitely one of those solutions. Even there, people would have to be trained up, but that can be arranged for. The anti-drone guns, which do exist, are certainly better targets, but they require manual labor, quite literally. And if you allow me, I have to cycle through quick because we have another 2 minutes left. So Peter and then Jun Fan, we have 2 minutes. Rack and stack your questions. And if we can't go through them now, then we'll do this after the interview.
Yeah, hi. Ukraine's Achilles heel, it still is. I mean, it's a lot better now. It's always been open to missile attacks right through. It's a lot better now with the air defenses. But isn't this a little bit like? I mean, shouldn't all these points where Ukraine is vulnerable? Shouldn't these points be attacked by missiles rather than trying to defend what's coming out of Russia?
That's a very good point, and I think you will hear a statement from General Zaluzhny tomorrow in that regard. You will also probably have heard already that from time to time, Ukrainian armed forces have already taken out, units on Russian soil, including on Taganrog Air Base, which were conducive to that. You should expect to see more of it. Yes, good point. Thank you, Peter. Let's go to Jun Fan because I can see our guest, Kate, already there. Jun Fan, last question, and then we go to Kate.
Yeah, I'll just be really quickly. The one thing I wanted to follow on, I think NAFO fellow brought it up, was, the idea that, with the narrative has been taken away at this moment. Okay, we've had an operational pause to consolidate in advance, whatever, but they have the narrative right now and the initiative. And kind of going back to the cost question, we assume that there's just this unlimited pool of capital, and I think if I was in Russia's shoes, I would do exactly what they're doing: send low cost, high volume in to absorb defense budget capital or aid capital for the defensive things that are relatively useless, of limited strategic value, versus being deployed on offensive main, offensive, weapons that could close the war, and that's it.
All right. That's pretty much their only strategic option, because we have more money than they have, and we can generate more capacity than they can. But Yehuda is there with us. That's great, and our guest Kate has already arrived.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good evening. Yeah, thank you, Axel. We're having a great day. Kate, welcome to the show. We've just had the Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation for Ukraine on earlier, kind of to warm up to having you on. So,
well, that's definitely
that's
a quite good warm up.
That's a nice opening act, right?
Yeah. How is it called for the concerts?
That's right.
It's like
act.
yeah. Sometimes when the warming up is better than the main performance.
Well,
huh?
I think you're gonna surprise us. I think you'll impress.
Well, let's see about that.
Let's see.
It's my first time at MriyaReport, and thank you very much, guys, for inviting. Today, I think I might limit my first part to mainly talking about Ukraine, a little bit about humanity overall, and how my life has been interwoven with this topic overall. And maybe we do a little bit more transhumanist and geopolitics related one next time, because that would be quite a lot of topics to cover straight away.
Yeah. Well, let me tell everyone in the audience, please do give Kate a follow. She's in the UK, Ukraine and UK right now. You can read our bio there. And also just do retweet the space. Let your friends and let Twitterverse know that we're here. We're talking to Kate. Kate, we've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the MriyaReport. And we're talking to Ukrainians about Ukraine and people from around the world, experts, analysis. And we're doing our best to speak truth to power and to help amplify what's going on in Ukraine. We have different topics we discuss, sometimes military, sometimes political, sometimes industrial, economic, sometimes digital and IT related. So, you know what, we're very informal here. It's really, why don't you go speak for about 10 minutes about what you want to, and then the conversation flows naturally. So over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much. So I think I'll start here with actually talking about how my whole career and involvement with Ukraine started. Well, apart from the fact that I was born there initially, I started my career working in American Congress back in 2011. And I must say, there's been quite a huge interest in Ukraine specifically. A lot of discussions, hearings, and all of good stuff that you might hear on the Hill. Later, in 2012-13, I've been studying international relations and specialized in Eurasianism, where I've written a paper titled Eurasianism, a Russian Monroe Doctrine, which is available online, of course, and I mentioned several times recently in the light of Dugin's daughter assassination. From the in-depth research of Russian geopolitics and internal discourse back in 2013, I have concluded that Russian imperialism and revanchism is so strong, has been, and still is so strong in the Russian ruling circles that the attempt at the restoration of the Soviet Union formation is almost certain. That has been back in 2013. It must be noted I never suggested Ukraine would be the key target or the first target, and as the unrest in Kazakhstan late last year showed, this might well have been Kazakhstan, if not for the fast Chinese reaction to the situation. Another thing I have predicted in my work back then is that most post-Soviet states already have new interests and new agenda. Almost none would be interested in joining the reincarnation of the USSR. So Russia would have to do so by force, if it decides to do this. So originally my interest and hope for the bright future of my motherland has never ceased. This cannot be said about the Western world and the US. Attention to Ukraine and Russia has been slowly fading, with China growing in economic and political prowess. Lack of expected strong reforms in the aftermath of the Orange Revolution, which all my family took part in, has enabled a Russian puppet to take the lead and show how life with Russia could look like. Openly pro-Russian and corrupt Ukrainian government has been ravaging Ukrainian resources and shedding the world hopes for any real post-Soviet transformation of my country. Almost all the world has given up on the Ukrainian case back then. The only people who did not give up were Ukrainians. In November 2013, a wave of large-scale protests, known as Euromaidan, erupted in response to Yanukovych, ex-president, sudden decision not to sign a political association and free trade with EU, instead choosing closer ties to Russia and the Eurasian Economic Union. Protests went on and culminated in 2014 with the Revolution of Dignity, where Ukrainian students went against Russia-funded Berkut battalions. 2014 was a watershed moment for Ukraine and for the world, as we all see now. While governed by corrupt pro-Russian elite, Ukrainian nation, ordinary Ukrainian people, managed to change the course of the tide. They managed to change history, not only Ukrainian history, it must be said, and I think I'll come to that later, maybe next time I'm on. For months, people have been protesting in cold, sometimes in temperature as -20. Just an interesting thing to note when Russians are saying that we will come crawling to them during winter when we are without light and electricity. I think everyone should watch the documentary Revolution of Dignity. It's on Netflix, widely available, and very much recommended. This revolution has shown the world several things. Ukraine has a strong civil society, unfortunately, unlike Russia so far. Ukraine might be ruled by elites and mafia, but the nation does have a final say. Ukrainians have made their choice, loud and clear. Liberal values, democracy, free society. It is precisely these choices, spoken so loudly, led to the intensification of paranoia within Russian government elites, which have become strongly dictatorial by that point, of Putin accumulating power further and further. We all know what happened in 2014. This has been the official beginning of war, Russian war against Ukraine, annexation of Crimea, and hybrid war that has been going on for years now. Russians have been killing and torturing Ukrainian citizens for 9 years now. In all fairness, Russia has been trying to exterminate Ukrainian identity for centuries. But these last years have been a preparation for a full-scale genocide happening right now. It is important to note that while appreciating the pro-democratic and pro-European choice of Ukrainian nation, the West still has been largely on the fence as to its stance towards the situation and towards Ukraine. And all this has changed in 2022. It hasn't changed on the morning when Russian missiles started killing Ukrainian civilians sleeping in their homes. The West has realized the importance of Ukraine only once it has seen Ukrainian resistance and the will for freedom, which has not been seen throughout the world for decades. Through its sacrifice and its determination, Ukraine has not only led the West into the role of an unconditional, ideological, and economic supporter as of now, but has given it the chance to show what democracy is and why it is better than dictatorships. I'd say that role of Mr. Zelensky cannot be overstated here. Ukrainian president and anyone and everyone who stands behind him. The rhetoric chosen, the ability to connect with the citizens of the free world, the ability to convey our message and use the combination of carrot and stick to encourage increased levels of support for the Ukrainian cause. Remember the quote, maybe. Democracies must be armed better than dictatorships. This phrase will probably go into annals of history for its simplicity and power, as well as for its challenging natures. So what's interesting here? Are democracies ready to show their superiority over the dictatorships around the globe? I think this is exactly what Zelensky was asking. This is the challenge he was giving, I think.
So, Kate, let's unpack that here. There's a lot of information there. So, right now, I can assume that was written some time ago, and we know now that the West has really doubled down on Ukraine, especially the United States. We've got a lot of questions. Why don't we start with there? That's a great way to really segue into the conversation. Are you well, first of all, in Congress? Were you working for a congressman, or what were you? Was it for Congress itself?
I was working for a congressman from a great guy, actually. He's been the second longest serving congressman in the history of Congress, I think. He was a Democrat.
Yeah,
he's not serving anymore, but he was.
He was excellent. Okay, so let's talk about the changes you've seen. So obviously, back in the day, obviously after 2014, a lot of people didn't feel that there was enough love going to Ukraine because of Crimea. So why don't we talk about what do you? And there are other people here as well. So I'm going to pass it off to them too, Kate. What do you? Are you surprised at in your experience as a Ukrainian? Because this is not more. We're not going to talk digital stuff right now. Let's get into that after. But would you say that you're proud or you're happy or or with some nations' support for Ukraine versus, say, obviously Germany, countries that aren't doing as much? Like, what would you say to that?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if some people here saw my response to Macron.
Right. Oh, let me give context. By the way, let's just jump in there. Kate wrote something that ended up getting quoted in Newsweek. And what did she write? She made a comment on Macron or someone, or Macron saying something about don't want to get dragged into war. And then I think she said something snarky, like, which was hilarious. Well, you didn't want to get into World War II either. And then I think that went viral. And then some Newsweek was quoting her. So on that note, I'm gonna get back to Kate. And maybe Axel.
That was a funny one. I think many French actually misunderstood my quote completely, because I kept getting some horrendous messages from lots of nationalistic-minded French people, which obviously what I meant with this quote is we were doing a lot of appeasement then in 1937, when not only France, like the whole world just let Czechoslovakia into the Nazis' trap, and they were thinking, well, it's a small price to pay overall for the peace, right? Back to the famous Musk declaration, tweets of how much he's longing for peace. And everyone is. No one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a third world war, obviously. However, we are already in third world war. The Western nations are heavily supplying Ukraine with weapons for defense. Iran and potentially some other nations can start helping Russia, which military complex, as it turned out, is just a bunch of garbage. And it cannot really sustain the war on the full conquest of such a big territory of Ukraine, especially with such a adversary minded population. So what I was saying earlier, I would say that the support of the West was not guaranteed or predicted in any way whatsoever. I think it's only the successful saving of Kyiv and further strong defense of Ukrainian interests and territories, and further lobbying of Ukrainian citizens and politicians throughout the world that led to strong support and final decision that the West has taken in this war. And now, obviously, it looks like the war is not regional in any way whatsoever. And we can see, obviously, the things happening in China, the things happening in Iran. So anyone who is still thinking that this is some kind of a localized conflict, a localized genocide, or whatever, it's just way out of this sphere right now. So I think what is important to understand here is how we can end this as soon as possible on the terms that are acceptable to who? Yeah, that's the question. How do we end this so that, well, I don't know who are the listeners in here, but I do presume that people probably do prefer living in democracies, free societies, where you're not put to prison or tortured for voicing your mind. So I would suggest that we end this war on the terms of democracies. And yeah, I think US is a very strong supporter as of now, as well as Great Britain, as well as Poland and Baltic states. It is very hard to deal, unfortunately, with Germany and France, because they historically have had a lot of economic interests with Russia. And unfortunately for them, because it does require a lot of reintegrations and changes to their economic situation, it has to change, and it is changing. I'd say France is not actually the main problem here, because they have their nuclear stations and they can be relatively independent, so they didn't do as bad as Germany here. So that's probably my answer to this.
All right, Axel, go ahead.
Sure. Now, when you look at the deliveries of equipment going into theatre, you just said that on whose terms. I think it seems quite evident that the coalition of the willing, which now has exceeded 50 nations, banks on the fact that the real target is achieved, that Ukraine reasserts its sovereignty over the temporarily occupied territories, including, of course, Crimea, and that it pushes to free those anywhere between 1 and 3.5 million, depending on which numbers are to be believed, in what form ever, of humans who have been abducted, forcibly removed, and are currently being sent to so-called vacations. Evidently, that has to occur.
Lots of vacations going initiated by Russians, especially for Ukrainian kids. Great
Yes,
vacation.
Exactly. That's why I quoted this insidious trope, which has been ongoing over there, because it is exactly that. It is a war crime and a crime against humanity in itself. But if the terms are clear, peace through victory, what else should we expect from the coalition of the willing, other than continuously flowing, we have it, we ship it? Should the communications change? Should the coalition of the willing maybe assert itself a little bit more strongly towards Russia?
I think I might have issues with internet.
Can you hear me now?
Hi guys. Sorry, was it the question to me?
Yes, the question was for you, Kate. Should the coalition of the willing also assert itself in its strategic communications towards Russia? Should it make things clearer?
This is honestly a very taxing question when it relates to Russia, because no matter how many friends from Russia I always had, and historically I had way more friends from Russia, just I don't know, living abroad, studying in different universities and so on. I think the situation there is pretty much beyond the turning point in terms of mentality, at least for the majority of the population. So it has to be probably a combination of things, really. As of now, the Russian society is completely oblivious to the fact that they're committing a genocide, that they're committing war crimes. They still believe that actually Ukraine was preparing to invade or to attack them. They still believe that this is all about Russia fighting on their own against the whole of NATO. And to be very frank, anywhere where I worked, where I spoke to Western experts, maybe the only time Russia had ever come up in discourse was about the rampant problem of Russian alcoholism. There really hasn't been any discussion or any issue about Russian power or Russian threat. West has always, well, not always, for about last 20 years, been preoccupied with China. So what Russia has done is a very strange thing to do, because honestly, this situation and this tension around the world has been accumulating for quite some time, and probably the only reason it hasn't happened earlier was because of the COVID pandemic. The stage for revisionism throughout the world and various nations has been set long time ago, and all chances were that China would be first to move. So Russian move is honestly As unexpected as it is absolutely stupid, Russia has no resources, no economic power, and no real influence apart from their nuclear warheads to get into the world war, to be the leader, at least, in this world war. So
Yeah, it is not a contested.
what we
it
have
does
to
not
do,
have
I
the
think, as
economic
soon as
resources. I agree.
possible, is to shut Russia down with any of these imperialist discussions and make them pay heavily as a nation, as a government. But most importantly, the whole of the world needs to persuade Russians. They need to open their eyes that this was the horrible mistake that they have done. And the problem we have now with this Russian mentality, it stems all the way back to Second World War, where the world has defeated Nazism, but it has never punished the Soviet crimes. So this regime, the evil of Soviet Union has been going on for 70 years, torturing its own people, killing its own people, conducting an ethnic cleansing, political assassinations throughout the world. They were not punished, they were hailed as victors. And it stayed in Russian mentality. If you can kill people throughout the world and get into Germany, rape German women after Second World War, do whatever you want to do to Poland and Baltic states, repress and destroy the whole national identities of all the nations around you. Well, you just think it's okay. Why not keep doing this stuff? Why not go into Chechnya, make complete shambles out of Grozny? Why not do the same to Georgia? Why should Ukraine be any different? I don't understand why Poland would be any different, or Kazakhstan, or anything. If someone allows this to happen, it will just keep happening. So when you're asking what the West should do and what the world should do with Russia in terms of communication, well, the whole nation should be punished, but it shouldn't be punished in a way that this revanchism and hatred is being continuously accumulated further to prepare us for the next war, which can be even bigger
That's a
and
good
much
point,
more
Kate.
dangerous
We've been-
potentially,
Can-
unless
Kate,
Russia is
can you hear me?
denuclearized, which it most certainly will be. So I think what needs to
Kate?
happen is the West needs to interfere and have an influence in Russian political circles. So probably unless the whole Russian elite is fully changed and potentially propped by the West, I don't really think anything can change. And honestly, this would be the only good solution for Russian people themselves, who's been suffering. I don't know, it's like a nation that has been chosen by some kind of demons to be tortured by some kind of sadist for like centuries, the same way as Ukraine. And there is no reason to believe that the leaders they choose will not be the same. So I think there has to be external intervention, and this point of view might not be very popular, honestly. I don't think it is popular anywhere, but I honestly don't see any other way at all.
Kate, can you hear me?
Guess I answered your question to a certain extent.
Kate, you can't hear me. That's the problem. I apologize. Yes, I was trying to engage with you. If you can't hear me, I will remove you and bring you back up. One
Guys,
second.
you there? Yeah, sorry.
Okay, perfect. It's fine. We could hear you.
Okay.
And the audience could hear me.
Okay.
But you couldn't hear whilst I was asking. It's fine, absolutely.
Oh.
Thank you for your reply. It's okay. I had a few points to make in between because you were touching on the right keystones from my point of view, as you were highlighting that there has never been a reckoning for Russian imperialism prior, meaning that essentially you pinpointed it at the experience of the Second World War. I would have gone even further in terms of Russian imperialism since hundreds of years. And if you were just to take the examples of the both the Holodomor against Ukrainians, or for example, the genocide against the Kazakhs, starting at the end of the Bolshevik Revolution, you could go through Russian history, and the suppression of Ukrainian independence and culture starts with Peter I, continues with Catherine II, and it goes on and on. I mean, the burning of books printed in Ukrainian started extremely early. Throughout the 19th century, continues. The genocide against the Crimean Tatars, the genocide against the Circassians. We could go on and on and on. So you're absolutely right when you highlight that it needs to be communicated to the Russian people that their imperialist tendency, their imperialist approach to politics will not work and does not fit the 21st century or our future. I think this is exactly the point. And when you were talking initially about transhumanism, what lurks for us in the future, this Russia and this culture is a relic of the past. That's what I was going at.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I'd say, talking about Ukraine, like the situation today, and looking at that, obviously, gosh, who was that? What, Elon Musk? I think there were a few more journalists, some kind of politicians saying that it's a localized conflict. Well, war in Ukraine, I think, could have stayed an unfortunate event of a localized genocide, just the same way as Chechnya or Georgia. It would be a sad disappearance of one identity and culture, which has been happening throughout centuries, throughout different geographies. Unfortunately, Africa, Latin America, everywhere. But probably the way Ukraine has reacted and the way West has woken up to its real values has really made the whole situation and the war in Ukraine a battlefield of democracy and freedom on one side, and darkness and totalitarianism on the other side. So
yeah, that's a good point. We've come to call it Mordor here in allusion to what a very, very good old set of books, which, by the way, were written with, of course, the fight against the darkness of authoritarianism in mind. It's not just because Tony Jackson made some great movies out of it that this contrast between evil and righteousness was portrayed. Let me migrate the question further, if I may. Ukrainians have now shown a lot of resilience, also patience, and utter innovative, say, spirit in fighting this war, because you're never really fully prepared for an invasion. As much as you prepare, if you don't have the means to it, and Ukraine did lack the means, yes, lots of things went into good, say, training up the Ukrainian armed forces since the first invasion in 2014 have been trained up. Both the co-founder of MriyaReport, the organization which we support when we are here on MriyaReport, founded by senior members of the Canadian Armed Forces, Colonel Melanie Lake. She was in charge as one of the senior female officers of the Canadian Armed Forces. She was in charge of Operation Unify, which trained all in total over 8 years, close to 36,000 Ukrainian armed forces, and she did this for the last 18 months of that operation until end of last year. We've heard it many times that Ukrainians were well prepared for what they could have prepared for. But on the other hand, the sheer impact on you as Ukrainian and the civilians in the country is different. It's traumatizing. We see it now yet again with the terror bombings as the next wave of this. I think it's very commendable to see how Ukrainians have literally rolled up their sleeves, remained as calm as they could, and simply accepted this as an inevitable challenge. How do you see the Ukrainian culture reacting towards that towards that invasion?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good question. I think definitely on point. So first of all, I'd like to say probably how I reacted and how my family reacted, and it came as a shock, but only to a certain extent, because this has been accumulating, maybe not for months or maybe not for years, but for centuries, the culmination of basically Ukrainian question, as Russians say. So the problem here obviously is that Russia hasn't even been on the map when Ukraine was an empire, Kiev Rus. So this inferiority complex, the very root of Russian imperialism and their inferiority complex stems from the very existence of Ukraine. So it is a very, very strong concept I'm raising over here, unfortunately. But Russia and any type of Russian claims to greatness cannot exist as long as Ukraine is there, as long as there is Ukrainian nation, identity, anything to do with thousands, like thousand and few hundred years of our Ukrainian existence. So I never really had any type of illusions towards Russian real intentions, and I learned my history pretty well at school, at university, and so on. So to a certain extent, I was kind of relieved when this happened. I could finally, I could talk my mind. Finally, I could say that this is a terrorist country who's been trying to kill my identity for centuries. Finally, I'm not censored speaking the truth. I remember, and here would be like a flashback into the past. I remember I was 17. I was coming to a house party, and there was a very nice guy. He was a bouncer there. I was like, you look so skinny. why you're a bouncer? What's going on in here? I remember he had this very, very light green eyes, very poignant and smart, and he was an interesting guy. We spoke maybe for like half an hour. He was trying to speak Ukrainian, but I mean, I thought to a certain extent he might be a little bit of a weird, like why highlight this Ukrainian language when we all live in Odessa and it's all good and fine. And he was murdered a few months after that with a knife. He was exiting some bar. It was a premeditated murder by Russian nationalists operating in Odessa. So it really isn't the first time, and it really isn't a huge surprise seeing Russians killing Ukrainians simply for being who they are. So yeah, finally I can say what I think, what I always thought, and I'm not being called some kind of a Nazi or a nationalist. My culture has been exterminated continuously and very, very methodically for centuries.
Absolutely.
And one of interesting.
Kate, if I may just ask, when you say my culture, that's the key point. Ukraine's culture has this depth, it has this resilience. More than 40 million people are still here today to lay testament to this. And they're not going away silently into darkness just because the Russian imperialists want it. That is an astonishing strength, and this has to be clearly highlighted, because mean, I'm based, as you may have heard, I'm German, but I'm based in Tallinn. I can definitely assure you that my Baltic friends and colleagues, who are amongst the most sincere supporters of Ukraine, have had the same feelings and have been uttering them. A friend, President Ilves, or former President Ilves of the program of our friends, and Jenna Ben Hodges have been advocating this for many, many, many years. We have to be on our guard because it is a war against the culture. It is a war against the cultures along the Russian border, be them Estonian, be them Latvian, Lithuanian, the Poles,
Yeah,
the
they're
Moldavians, and the Ukrainians.
they're a huge threat to Russian identity. And I think this is where the problem stems from, right? No, I don't think any identity or any philosophy or anything has any value or any real future if its very essence is the fear or hatred towards something else. So what I noticed, just through like life and observation, there is always a need to define your identity. For Americans, maybe it's, freedom, liberty, civil rights. For French, it has been enlightenment, hedonism to a certain extent, their high culture, and their writers. Russia has had all of that as well, but instead they chose to focus on the negation of something. So they have built their current national identity around finding the enemy, not around, strengthening the beauty of Russian culture, of their nature, of building Russia up, of creating, it's a country of huge natural resources and pretty smart people, apart from the fact that they're completely brainwashed by propaganda. Russia had everything to become a regional leader, if not for this unpunished imperialism and a desire to find someone else who is at fault with something they didn't become somehow.
But it showcases that smarts and basic intellectual capacity is not enough. You also have to have that culture which makes you strong enough to stand up against overwhelming power, as Ukrainians did on Maidan. I think this is the main difference, because we are never expecting this. We're never expecting Russians to stand up against their state, no matter what, no matter where, and no matter in whichever situation.
Yeah, and I think I'd add to that you can see nationalism or chauvinism or all kinds of these things in many different cultures and regions. But honestly, Ukraine was never ever a nationalistic country. Nationalistic parties have never scored anywhere even in top 5% in our elections. Another interesting things about Ukrainian, and I did publish a humoristic paper article on this in Kiev Post. It's called 31 Traits of Bravery, which describes Ukrainian character how I see it. And it's 31 traits. It's a bit tongue in cheek. It's a bit funny, but the important thing here relating to this discussion is probably the fact that I don't think Ukrainians care that much, like whether we're called Ukrainians or Tatars or Russians. This this does not really matter that much as long as we can be free and do our own thing and live, happily, wealthy, and take care of our own lives. So the whole situation with resurgent Ukrainian patriotism and nationalism is simply a reaction to what has been going on these last 7-8 months. However, I think Ukrainians just want to, to do their own stuff and not be bothered by anyone. And as soon as you start pushing your own agenda and your own demands to like be someone, not be someone else, and join like, I mean, I never saw any logical reason to even want to join Russia in any capacity. And it's been, I don't know, maybe I'm too old, maybe I'm too young for this, but Russia has never produced anything of any value for the world. It doesn't have any amazing scientific discoveries. It doesn't have any type of quality of life. There probably about 20-30% of Russians live behind the poverty line. About 43% of Russian households don't have gas, even though this is country exporting gas to all over the world, at least till recently. So I mean, why wouldn't we join Russia if it was a prosperous, amazing place where people are living happily and they can have a decent standard of life? There is no problem with Russian, identity or Russian food might be crap, but that's it. Russia, whatever, it's fine. But there is nothing of value or of interest for anyone to join this place, to be a part of this whatever strange empire. There's nothing to gain joining Russia.
Well, we don't disagree, Kate. You wouldn't be surprised by now to hear that we've been clearly highlighting the deficiencies, economic, cultural, political, military, and otherwise, of the current incarnation of the Duchy of Muscovy here. And we've been doing this for quite some time. I will cycle a friend and colleague of mine up, Wendy, and he will also add some questions into this. Kate, what is next for you? What is your focus, other than, of course, at the current moment, everybody is supportive of Ukrainian efforts to win this war. You've taken to the communications. That's why I asked you about strategic communications before, and you've taken to communications, of course, on the internet. But other than that, what is your next focus, both in reviewing what is going on in Ukraine and how to make Ukraine a success and victory?
Yeah, thanks for this question, Alex. Well, I've been a writer and a public speaker for about 6 years now. I've always focused on futurism and transhumanism, and I'm often speaking at various conferences in London and abroad. But since the start of war, I decided to apply whatever skills I have, public speaking or writing, to this cause, because I mean, obviously I'm donating as well, but I could never donate as much as for example, that Ukrainian millionaire that has recently been killed in Dnepropetrovsk. So I think everyone picks their own battles, and everyone picks the way they can amplify their strength and their impact on the situation. And obviously, I think everyone here is trying hard to do exactly that. What is next? Well, writing articles about Ukraine is not obviously my full-time job. It's more of a volunteering effort, but I would definitely consider getting into politics in Ukraine, because this has been always my ambition ever since I joined international relations in Odessa, and ever since I studied the same in US and Budapest in American universities. It has been very unfortunate that that I too lost a bit of hope in the situation with Yanukovych coming to power and the rampant corruption that is still plaguing my society. And unfortunately, I still see so many initiatives, even Ukrainian-led initiatives, obviously, that are simply scams. And as long as we still have even a small amount of corruption in Ukraine, no one will take us seriously. No one in the world will lift the finger to be helping Ukraine and to go through economic deprivation and risk their own security for a country that cannot clean their own house. So hopefully, one day I can actually maybe come back and fix this situation.
Well, I think civil engagement and the highest form of civil engagement is to give back to society in whatever form, whether it is active engagement on both municipal or say city or regional or federal level in politics, whether it is serving in an administration or being a firefighter or operating in a hospital. All of this is civil engagement, and that's very commendable. I shall hope that you will find a way to do this for Native Odessa in that regard. If you don't mind, Kate, we have a couple of our regular moderators and chaps who have a couple of questions for you, so we can open the floor. That all right? Then we'll go to Wendy, and then we'll go to Ben, and then Tim.
Sure.
Thanks, Axel. Thanks, Kate, for coming to the space and bringing your Ukrainian voice to this space today. You touched upon in your discourse the necessity to tackle disinformation from Moscow, and that this is not a cause for, well, journalistic accuracy, but it's necessary because, as many of us have seen since 2014, this disinformation costs Ukrainian lives. So I was just wondering, as you're a Ukrainian living in the UK at the moment, what, in your opinion, would you like to see different in terms of the approach that media takes, Western media takes towards the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. Honestly, I can only commend the journalists throughout the world. Well, most of journalists, I would say. We've all seen Elon Musk tweeting some nonsense about the guy in Newsweek that what's happening in Ukraine is just a nonsense woke revolution that is not worth anyone's time. I'd say that journalists are doing their job well. They're covering the situation. They're working on the front lines of truth, mainly, overwhelmingly. I would say the only thing we need is more arms. We need arms from France. We need arms from Germany. We need more arms from US. And we need to finally get this Iron Dome from Israel. And what's happening now with Israel is beyond belief, because now that the main enemy of Israel, a country that wants to see Israel disappearing from the face of the earth, started supplying deadly drones to kill Ukrainian citizens. The fact that Israel has still not responded heavily and not gone full in and taken a strong stance is honestly beyond my understanding. And I think this probably will be fixed very soon. But I don't think there is any problem with information coverage. The only problem is maybe with politicians that still have whatever ties there are to be had with Russia, and this needs to stop. And Ukraine should be given all the weapons and all the defense to drive Russia out of the territory. And maybe this could be a controversial point again, but maybe we will need to create a demilitarized zone around Ukraine, because the situation might keep happening, and not only to Ukraine. It all depends what weapons they manage to supply, to procure. from which manufacturer, and what would be their range of attack. So it can be Poland anytime, it can be Baltic states, and obviously we need to take care of Belarus, because honestly, I think it's been around 700 missiles leaving Belarusian territory to kill Ukrainian citizens. And still, there is absolutely no discourse or discussion about designating Belarus a terrorist state. Belarus and Belarusian nation should share exactly the same level of responsibility as Russia. And of course, Belarusian leadership should be changed. I don't think there would be a real need for foreign intervention here, because Belarusian people have chosen their new leader once and for good, and this has been simply suffocated with the help of Russia, and wonderful schizophrenic gentleman Lukashenko was put back into power. But
Yeah,
Belarus...
he wants to be a colonel in Putin's army, as you know.
Oh, well, that's exactly the perfect place for him. I think our other friend Girkin, who's been heading the so-called breakaway republics of
the butcher of
Donbass.
Slovyansk.
Yeah, this guy's already on the front lines. Well, that's commendable.
And he's also a colonel. Maybe they can reunite in their function.
Oh my God! Imagine what an amazing party that would be. And yeah, I think it would be only fair if we see Lukashenko on Ukrainian soil or in whatever it can be called.
By the way, just one thing for you, Kate. I mean, as to Israel, that is certainly true. Israel does not necessarily say advance its agenda publicly, but what Israel has done, it has allowed a few thousand of its former IDF soldiers, who are evidently very qualified as IT specialists or as reserve officers and reserve NCOs and specialists, to go into Ukraine due to their heritage of stemming from Ukraine, and be active there, both in terms of the cyber defense, civil defense, and of course as active members of those who hunt Russians. And that is not an insignificant amount. But then again, Israel does things differently, as you know, and there are certain things it can and won't do. As to the Iron Dome, we've had this here a number of times, and a friend of the program and of ours, Gentleman Hodges, as well as chaps who are very much into missile defense, have highlighted this. And last time when we spoke to Mick Ryan, the Australian Major General who once worked for Hodges and was integrated into the, say, US CENTCOM, said it as well, that the key thing is that the anti-missile defense is strong, but it's also capable. I think we just lost Kate. She may have received a call. Wendy, let's cycle Kate back up if we've lost her, because I would really like to go through the answer. Wait 1 second. Sorry, people. This will take just about a jiffy. There we go. Kate, can you hear us? Kate, we lost you for a second. Can you hear us?
Yeah,
again?
I was looking at the comments. There is this purple thing with 380 comments. I was thinking I might have a sneak peek, and then suddenly the whole thing just collapsed. I'm so sorry.
No worries, that's okay. That can happen. Yeah, the comments simply I would highly recommend to read them after, because otherwise it may go wrong. What was the last thing you heard?
I heard everything. I just reconnected.
Okay, all right, good. No worries. No, I was just highlighting that Israel obviously plays a different role publicly as opposed to what it does under the radar.
Well, that's not that bad, honestly. I've been to Israel, and it was a funny place in terms of how paranoid these people are when you enter, and probably I think all Ukrainians will be equally paranoid, surrounded by several countries that want you gone. So So yeah, I'm not surprised they're doing things differently. But still, I hope that whatever they're doing, they are providing Ukraine maximum support. Because let's face it, if Ukraine falls now, and there is still every possibility of this, no matter how positive and uplifted we want to sound, Israel is very much on the front line. And if we're talking about this, the end goal of deluded Russian imperialism has nothing to do with Ukraine. It is America. Russians absolutely abominably hate America and what America has managed to achieve. Whenever you are talking, whatever you are hearing from these people, I don't know where they find those people, but they think America is some kind of, the reincarnation of a devil that is just looking for the next victim, the next enemy that they would use for their satanic purposes. And this whole thing, like I read Russian and I speak Russian perfectly. I know exactly what they're saying, what they're thinking. So if Ukraine falls now, the chain of events will eventually lead to America. I'm not saying America should be in any way very much, stressed or concerned, because I have seen a lot of, well, I've seen some military bases and I've seen what America has to offer as opposed to Russia. But Ukraine is just, it's just like, a small card, a small, like, interesting thing to have for Russian pride. But their main goal is definitely not Ukraine. And probably that's why the West should be so unified and so strong to finish this question, this Russian question forever, and also give the Russian people the life they all deserve. It's not like, they're worse than anyone. Most of them have never been abroad, and they.
Kate, I think many beg to differ, because many Russians who make decisions and currently have been fleeing yet again actually have been abroad. And I think you know this because you've been in now for a number of years in Londongrad, right?
Yeah, well, what I meant was that they have to be. I think the West should take care of Russia and Russians, and probably the problem and the reason why the West has been so much on the fence in the initial stages of this conflict is because, gosh, do you really want to deal with 140 million of people in poverty? Mostly in poverty. The question, like, once Russia is defeated and it falls apart in various breakaway regions, and there are multiple civil conflicts and civil wars throughout Russia, which is probably the most likely outcome, West will have to deal with this mess, because these people will start migrating everywhere. They also want to live well.
Well, the borders are closed, Kate. The borders are closed.
Yeah, well, where there is a way, there is what do they say?
Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. I agree with you.
Yeah,
That obviously is the case. But then again, we're not letting people with Russian passports into the EU anymore, or the US or Canada. The statements have been very clear. By the way, funny enough, the strange nation of Germany is the only outpost currently allowing people to take technically refuge. But Finland, Estonia, the Baltics, Poland, Romania, you name it, won't do it. It's a very interesting point, but I fear that we're deviating, because you and I could talk for hours. I have so many questions from people. If you allow me, I would cycle through the questions and then we return to this point. Ben. Bonsoir, Ben. Okay. We lost our Frenchman, Kate. Or we lost the audio of the Frenchman. Okay.
Oh gosh, I hope it wasn't about Macron. Oh dear, I'm terrified now.
No, he's not. He doesn't love Macron very much. Ben, can you hear us?
Yeah, change of mic. Yeah, thank you, Kate, for speaking to us. It's very interesting. I was wondering if we could step away from the military and politics just for a minute, and if you could take us through what the cultural life and the social life in Odessa in particular and in Ukraine in general could be by the end of the war, because if you remember, after World War II and even after World War I, those were moments of intense change and activity. And I was wondering what you were looking forward and where your eyesight was concentrating for this sort of things.
Yeah, let's go back to the brilliant future of Odessa as a tourist paradise as it was a few years ago. Well, interesting thing what's happening in Odessa right now. Well, apart, I think we're talking probably few weeks before the kamikaze drones started killing people all around, but people in Odessa were surprisingly very calm and very much enjoying life. And being I don't know how to say it in English, an Odessan, a person from Odessa, it's honestly a little bit different mentality to Ukrainian even. Odessa people always identify themselves primarily as being from Odessa. It's like a country
Odessa
within
Mama.
yes, exactly. It's a country within a country, as we say. And it's fascinating how Ukrainian Odessa has become recently. And there is also a reason for that. And I can talk about a very controversial event that happened on the 2nd of May 2014, which prevented Odessa becoming the next Donbass, where Russian provocations were happening, and there were all chances that Odessa would fall and become a kind. Let's not go there, but it's still a bit of a trauma for many people from Odessa. But however, we did manage to fight and keep our Ukrainian nature and independence. What's interesting, people in Odessa just enjoy life. They go on with their lives as normal. My dad is doing his thing. He's working. He's always busy. He doesn't even think about war too much. I have some friends that that were in Odessa just recently. Now I think she's back to London or just traveling somewhere. But I have many friends from Odessa who like going back there and going here. They're saying people there talk about the war way less than all of us here combined. And probably the reason is just simply psychological. When the war is on your doorstep, if you keep thinking about it continuously, you just go mad. So it's a very normal human psychological reaction. And probably it can be said about Ukrainians in general. We might have been shocked and frightened in February, but now it's just like it is happening. We just do our own thing. We just keep defending, keep donating, and the victory will come eventually. And talking about Odessa, well, it's obviously an amazing hub for, first of all, for economic development. As you know, there's this grain deal and all of this stuff few months back. Pretty much all grain and products, agrarian products, are leaving the port of Odessa, going to all the nations that need our produce from Odessa. So the future for Odessa can be enormous. Of course, if we manage to deal with corruption that has been screwing up our economy for decades. But also like I remember I was going often to this. We have this nice club, Ibiza, and then I traveled to Ibiza itself like 3 years ago. It looks freaking same. The club in Odessa called Ibiza, and the gosh, what was it called? The Blue Marlin, Blue
Maybe it's called
Marlin.
Odessa. It's called.
Yeah. Blue Marlin in Ibiza is exactly the same. It was fascinating, and Odessa has been actually getting better all the time, and tourism industry is huge. Foreigners have been buying real estate there and renting it out during summer for up to, I don't know, £100 per night sometimes. So it's a very good place, also for investment. Well, hopefully soon.
I'm going to jump in there, Kate. Some breaking news, perhaps. It looks as though we discussed in the past diplomatic representation of Western countries in Russia and vice versa. And it looks like that might be coming to fruition. Mr. Lavrov, and we have a little joke around here, Kate. We call the foreign minister of Russia, we call him Sergei Lavrchenko, because we don't think there's any other Russian that does more to make Ukraine look good than Sergei Lavrov. We're convinced he's a Ukrainian sleeper agent because he represents Russia so poorly every time he opens his mouth that we can't understand it. So Mr. Lavrchenko gave a little speech where he discussed downgrading their mission.
Yehuda?
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Loud and clear again.
Usually, when the Russians think they're preempting, they're noticing Western nations do that. So it might very well be that they've noticed that Western nations are having shredding vehicles go to their embassies more frequently, and seeing that some of their diplomatic staff are starting to leave the country with their suitcases. And I suspect the reason why he's saying that they might downgrade is because he's noticing, and the FSB is noticing that Western countries are starting to thin out their diplomatic missions. I think it's great. I think that it adds to the whole principle of isolating Russia and saying business obviously will not be as usual, and we don't want to have that much of a diplomatic presentation. In addition, moving to Kherson and Kharkiv, we've been discussing, Kate, for a while. We do military updates quite regularly. There is an unusual quiet and blackout that has persisted over the last little while. And this could very well be the beginning of the next major counteroffensive. And we can all only hope and pray for the success of the Ukrainian armed forces in this endeavor. I think we can all agree on that. But there's more to follow. We spoke about it about a week ago. There will be a time that the Ukrainians pulled the trigger there. And I suspect in the next short while, maybe hours, maybe days, that we will see the Ukrainians start to do something. I'm not sure it has anything to do with these continued drone attacks on the city. I don't think the Ukrainians are reactionary like that. Their military is quite into proper planning and procedures. So, and just a point, just to not to quibble, but when Mr. Lavrchenko gave his speech in Moscow to the reporters from the reputable organizations as TASS in Russia Today, or Third Reich Today, he was talking about how mean the Europeans are to him and how we can't force them to be nice to us. And then he immediately switched to, and he said it in Russian. Translation is correct if you see his speech. He says, but on the other hand, third world countries like Africa and South America and Asia, they're nice to us. So why that's funny is that, most diplomats use the terminology developing nations. These people are so out of touch with reality that they can't even manage to muster the decency not to refer to 75% of the world as third world. It's just normal Russian bigotry and xenophobia. And I do suggest if you see it on YouTube, go take a listen. It sounds like a person confused as why the You know, the abusive husband confused as to why the wife has left him. You know, he's just, I don't get it. I was so nice to her. I only beat her 3 times a week. And it's just phenomenal to watch. It's absolute delusion at its worst. Definitely check it out. However, the real implication is that this could be the beginning of the downgrading of diplomatic relationships between Russia and Western countries, and I think it's something that we would all welcome here. I think it's about time, and this obviously means that that the Russians have some good understanding, good idea that Western countries are starting to pull out of their country, and that's how it should be, frankly. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, Kate. I hope you're having fun. Are you having fun?
Yeah, I love your point about Africa, and obviously, as a public speaker, I can talk pretty much about anything, so I can say my opinion on that as well.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're doing good, and we can touch on that. But I do want to let the audience know that if you do want to stick around tonight, we will do an update. I think this will be the last update before something big happens, so we'll kind of give you an idea of where we're at and where we're going. And Kate, how much time do you have left? I just want to make sure we're not keeping you too long. 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, I'd say about 10 minutes I have, so I can discuss the African question as well.
Okay. I didn't have it. Mr. Lavrchenko did, but if you want to talk to that, please go ahead.
Well, I think it's important to note the Russian, whatever you can call diplomacy, and their diplomatic efforts to prop the discourse of unhappy and deprived nations throughout Asia and especially in Africa, saying that it's all the fault of the West, obviously, and the fault of ex-colonialism. And their talk has a lot of it does resonate with many Africans, unfortunately. However, I don't think they understand that that Russia subjugating Ukraine or winning or getting anything out of this war will bring them anything of value. And another point is, if Russia decides to nuke Ukraine, which is quite likely as of now, especially looking at very successful counteroffensive in Kherson. So the prognosis of several Ukrainian and international experts is Russia using tactical nuclear weapons after and if Kherson is retaken. This would basically create a precedent of war crime on the whole of humanity. And it would have probably the biggest implications for Africa specifically, because it is in Africa that hunger is so widespread, and these blackmail, this produce and agricultural blackmail, and the Russia trying to put the whole world on knees because of the upcoming hunger, overpopulation, and removing Ukraine as a legitimate exporter of agricultural resources will lead to horrible consequences in Africa. And whatever we've seen throughout the last 10 years and mass migrations of people from Africa to Europe will look like nothing in comparison to what can happen if Ukraine gets nuked. Europe will be flooded with immigrants from Africa who would be literally starving, dying from starvation in Africa. So maybe if we raise this discourse a little bit more and multiply it in information and in media and focus this information on African sources, well, unfortunately, I don't have time for all of that, but I think there should be a much stronger information campaign going on to African countries and the importance of Ukraine war to them.
Yeah, you know, we agree. They're going to stop you there. One point we're going to push back on. So the majority of military and geopolitical experts that we know definitely, and I tend to agree, nuclear war is a very low probability currently. Is it a probability? Sure, it's possible, but I wouldn't say. And then when we say things like that, Kate, we have to remember we have a lot of listeners and people get very scared. The reality is that nuclear weapon deployment in Ukraine would do nothing tactically for Mr. Putin, and it would actually collapse his entire military because the United States has made it quite clear what they will do. Same with the West. So I do want to just caveat that one point. And you want to know something, Kate? We do have a whole bunch of questions. So why don't we try to grab a question from Tim? He wanted to talk at length about something related to what you were saying. So go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Yehuda. Hi, Kate. I'm one of the moderation team here. I have a quick question about something you said earlier. You said that, I think I'm going to paraphrase here slightly, but I think you said that with Ukraine's corruption problems, the West, you know, it's not going to be taken very seriously. I think you said something like that. Do you not think this is a little pessimistic? Simply because there are a number of Western countries that are full members of the European Union, the Eurozone, that have very deep-seated corruption problems. You know, Spain, Italy, Greece, Portugal. You know, the usual suspects. It's. Do you not think you're being uncharitable towards Ukraine? Right? Okay, nobody's denying that Ukraine does have a problem with corruption and the rule of law, but even in Europe, it's far from the worst offender, right? Do you think that's fair?
You know, that's a very important point here, and the funniest argument I ever get from so-called Western intellectuals when they justify the war in Ukraine and the inaction of Western politicians or the whole world, it's usually being said as a little bit like, you know, some kind of a revelation. When I'm talking about a genocide, or I mean, everyone is talking about this and the war crimes and everything, and then this Western intellectual comes out of nowhere and says, "Yeah, but you know, Ukraine is a corrupt country," and you know, it's almost like it justifies killing Ukrainians because it is a corrupt country. Well, having said that, I don't think Ukraine can really become anything really of value to the international society if the corruption is not, well, you know, there is corruption in Hungary, there is corruption in US, but there are degrees of corruption, and I think it's changing. I don't know whether it's changing slowly or rapidly, but it has been a big problem in Ukraine, specifically for Ukrainians. And this is the reason why many people are leaving Ukraine, or have been leaving Ukraine for decades, including myself. If the problem with corruption is fixed to a reasonable degree, maybe all these thousands of experts in various fields would come back and build the country that, you know, Switzerland could be jealous of. But as of now, it's not the case yet. And it would be happening only once Ukraine fully wins this war and rebuilds itself. And here again, obviously, the rebuilding project has to be closely overseen by the West in order to make sure that the enormous funds are not just being plundered and taken to offshores. And this is something that we need to think about right now if we are to do something out of it.
Sorry to jump in, but is there any evidence that is the case at the moment? Right, you know, billions is being channeled into Ukraine. I've not seen any well-backed claims that there is widespread
No,
corruption
no,
in that
no, no.
regard, right?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that this has been a problem in Ukraine, and this is probably the main reason why Ukrainians have protested and were so strong in their fight, the revolution of dignity, Orange Revolution. We do not want corruption. We want to live like Europe. We want to get good education, get good jobs, and have a bright future without the need to think who we need to bribe around here. And at the moment, Ukrainian government is doing everything in its powers to defeat the enemy. What I'm saying is that the reconstruction project, which will be huge, it will be the project unseen since the end of Second World War. This will need to be carefully overseen, and multiple committees have to be created to make sure that this is done properly, and we can have a country we have been all fighting for. So I'm not saying, or I'm not accusing, of course, our government or anyone in Ukrainian circles of, of any kind of corruption at the moment. But I'm saying that it has been a problem for decades, and this is what Ukrainians have been fighting as a nation, and this is what we need to take to a logical conclusion.
There we are. Well, thank you, Kate. It has been a pleasure. We do have another guest coming soon, and
Perfect.
I do appreciate it. This has been an amazing and insightful hour of power, somewhat, right?
I cannot
And
barely speak now.
what's that?
I can barely speak now. It's been a lot of,
I know, a
but
lot of talking.
yeah. Well, thank you so much, guys. It's really insightful, and probably the questions I got here are better than some I get at tech conferences. So yeah, I might be coming here sometimes.
That'd be great. Well, you're always welcome just to pop on in. You don't need an invitation. It's a second home here, and we'd be glad to have you anytime. Thanks so very much, Kate. And yeah, and we'll send you a message. I'll send you a message.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting, and have a wonderful, day, morning, evening, and night, everyone.
Wherever everyone is on the planet. Thank you so much, Kate. And that's Kate. And Kate Goes Tech. I don't know your last name. That's fine. Kate, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon. All right.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, everyone, we are going to be talking very shortly about those updates we talked about, especially what we suspect will be an upcoming counteroffensive. So on that note, I'd like to take it away. I think we've had Tim was going to talk about as well. I think you had messaged me earlier, Tim, about the blackout, the media blackout going on. Did you want to do that now, or do you want to go to the hands first? Because I know these hands are questions about that topic, and I just want to make sure that I don't step on your feet, Tim.
No, I didn't. Sorry, this is the first time I'm hearing you, Huda. I didn't message you.
Oh.
It's the old message, Tim. I received 5 messages from you from whilst you were on the trip.
So, well, anyway, so this is Tim's last. This is Tim's last day on. This is Tim's last day on MriyaReport. He's actually retiring, and we want to say thank you very much, Timothy, for your time.
He was out traveling for 30 hours to come back. Come on.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I received delayed messages
Tim,
like hell from him.
Tim, take your time on the way back, okay? Because you're gonna need it. Anyways, we're just gonna go to Chris.
Let's go to George.
Now that is funny. Yet, happy travels, Tim. Anyway, no, I was, it was interesting listening to Kate because she's Ukrainian, she lives there, and she was talking about the corruption. I just wanted to say I was going to ask her, but I guess just really quick. The first time I went to Ukraine in 2016. Going through Borispol Airport, it kind of reminded me of going through, national airport in Athens, the international airport in Athens in the 90s and 2000s. People staffing there way past their prime, not really knowing any other language but their mother tongue, confusion abound, just not a professional atmosphere at all. But the last time I was there, obviously, was 2021. I've been there several times in between the first and last time. But after like 2020 and 2021, you started seeing a change at the Borispol Airport. Younger people that could speak English clearly, people that seemed to belong in the position they had. Same thing you see in Greece. I know Tim said some things about corruption in Greece. Yeah, there is corruption, but nothing like it was years ago. Years ago, if you knew somebody, you got a job, even if you couldn't even if you were completely illiterate, and that's actual reality. But in Greece now, you see a more professional staff. Things run smoother. They definitely do in Borispol, and I think that I know. To me, it's like a litmus test of where the country is going. Younger people that look like they belong in a position, not bought and sold positions. So I think Ukraine was moving in the right direction, and that was another reason Putler, pulled the trigger. That, and besides the fact that Nord Stream 2 had been completed, and he thought he could blackmail the West into staying out of the fight.
Yeah, 100%, George.
I was just about to say 100%. But Wendy, where did we hear this before? The 100%.
That would definitely not be me. I can't take credit for another's work, Axel.
I think this is a Yehudaism, isn't it, Tim?
I was about to say that's a Yehudaism.
I can't say anything. Yes, it is. Okay, 100%. Let's go to Chris. Chris? What is it with these Englishmen? Chris? Wendy, maybe he cannot hear me.
Chris, sir, please go ahead.
I'm here. Can you hear me, guys?
It works.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I don't know what's happening. My this app just eats your phones, doesn't it? Yeah. So listen, I had a few questions lined up for Kate, but I have to say I like the ballsy way that she said, I think they're going to nuke us. So I thought it was quite interesting, actually, the way that she said that. Very, very plain speaking. Yeah, I think we all probably wanted to take her on a bit about the corruption and that. So I was basically going to try and say, yeah, the Russians are the main problem with the corruption, right? Or something like that. But anyway, so yeah, guys, I just had a few questions for her and that, but she was very interesting, very entertaining.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I'd agree with that. Welcome, Victoria, to the space. It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
Well, I wish I would say good, but unfortunately today was another day of Russians attacking our critical infrastructure, and half of Kiev is basically not having enough of electricity. There are shortages of water supply. We now have only technical water supplied to the left bank of Kyiv, and so no drinkable water at this stage. So not a good day. Another city, Zhytomyr, was also bombarded, and unfortunately, there is no electricity, no mobile connections. I was passing by car driving from Lviv to Kyiv, and there was no coverage whatsoever near Zhytomyr. So not a good day again. So this is what is happening, and it's not just those two cities. There were also attacks on critical infrastructure in Dnipro, another big city, and they have also some problems there. So this is the reality. Russians are targeting our critical infrastructure, energy in particular, and it's a challenging time. That
Victoria, have you received any word of how long the water will take to come on, to be repaired from where you are?
Well, I hope the help will come soon, because what we need is not produced like overnight. It takes time to produce the equipment that we need, and we're working with some of your fellows from MriyaReport on getting help from some countries, and hope that the help will come soon rather than later. Let me put it this way.
I appreciate that, you bringing us that, Victoria. Chris. Chris, you've got your hand up. Go ahead. Chris, if you can hear us, you might be having the microphone issue that you encountered earlier. No problem. We'll come back to you. George.
Yeah, I don't know. There was just a press release and a statement made by the deputy head of the press service of the U.S. State Department regarding Iran and the drones, and it pretty much says the United States has a wide range of measures with our allies to disrupt our Iranian arms sales. So that I know Ben Wallace was in Washington today, so maybe it has nothing to do with Russia. Maybe Iran effed around too much and is about to find out, and it's hopefully that is the case, because the Iranian people need some help too. You know, taking out a couple of headquarters buildings of the Iranian Republican Guard would be great.
And I hope it all will not be just that. I hope that it will also help stop the supply of the drones to Ukraine as well. Because while
that's what they're talking about. I think they're talking about maybe taking out the maybe the factories, or even where they're shipped from or picked up from, from Iran to Russia. So we'll see.
Yeah,
Let's
I
just
hope
hope
so.
for the best.
Yeah, I hope so, because the statement that we've received from NATO's had Stoltenberg that they're going to supply the acquired anti-drone systems, that they will arrive soon. And moreover, all I can say is that while testing those drones here in Ukraine, the world has to understand, and especially US and Europeans and Israelis, that while testing these drones here, Iranians can easily start using them against Israel as well. So it's not just a matter of security for Ukraine, but it's a much greater threat coming from such totalitarian regimes that run such countries as Russia and Iran. And democratic world cannot afford losing this war in Ukraine, because otherwise it will spread to other countries. And the threat is real. It's not a hypothetical one. It's a real one.
Yes, Victoria. Yes, we discussed that this morning with Doman. That for the Israelis now, it's a cause of concern because of the fact that these things are being used now real time against different types of anti-aircraft systems or anti-drone systems. So it allows the Iranians to have feedback from the Russians on how to perfect these drones, and that's obviously something Israel would not want to see happen.
I'm gonna jump in there. That's not entirely correct, George. The Israelis are the ones that actually are pretty good at shooting them down and sending them back, returning to sender. I think the fact that
I agree with you 100%, Yehuda. I was just going to say that, when you use something like that, you do try to learn some of its capabilities, right? If it's your weapon, right?
Yeah, no, I think the fear is I don't suspect the Russians have very good lessons learned or after action reviews set up. So I don't think that. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I think if I was Israeli, I'd be worried about the fact that Iran is feeling emboldened to step up production to support Russia, and that would leave create a greater bandwidth to produce these items which are not high tech. Okay, they're manageable. Maybe they don't want to talk about it, but the reality is the Iranians have these in Syria, and you've never heard of a drone attacking anywhere in Israel, and that's for a reason, not because they haven't tried, because they destroy them or they interdict them. So I think in principle, as Victoria was saying, once the mask is off, once the people who are Jewish and want to leave Russia for Israel leave, then I think Israel is going to be openly like with the Harap and the spike. But other than that, everything else that they can do, they're doing quietly, just to not try to antagonize the Russians. We've been through this before, and I'm sure Victoria knows that there are dozens of terrorist organizations in Syria that are kind of kept at bay by the Russians. So the fear is that if Israel publicly does something, the Russians could basically allow for another war to kick off in the north of Israel, which no one wants. It's not even in Ukraine's interest. But bottom line is the Shahed anti-drone capabilities were delivered or made accessible to Ukrainians in around the 19th of September. And you're only going to see those drones be limited in scope and efficacy. So I think the cruise missile and the surface-to-surface missiles are another animal. Again, the air defense brought in by European countries is probably the best bet at this time. Iron Dome, I think the previous guest might have mentioned it. Iron Dome is not going to be useful. Israelis can't give the Iron Dome they have. It covers a very small area, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Haifa, this kind of general area. So they could cover basically half of Kiev Oblast. So it's not going to, not even half of Kiev, the city, maybe. That's how big Kiev is versus the state of Israel. So not the same, but the Europeans are coming up with a plan. But good points,
Hey,
George.
Yehuda, really quick, just an update. I know we heard about this system called Vampire. It's an anti-drone system that was developed in the United States, and it was included in the package, like the money for it in late August, but it was not supposed to get to Ukraine until maybe spring of 2023. They're now trying to push it to get there earlier. And that's the one that uses the 70 millimeter precision guided Hydra rockets to shoot down drones. It's a system that was tested by BAE last year, and the Americans started working on it probably in like late February, early March.
Wasn't tracking, but thank you. All right, Victoria, do you want to follow up on that, or?
Well, anything that can Israel has anti-drone, effective anti-drone system. I think it's time to send it to us, at least part of it, even to close the sky over Kiev is great help for a start. So anything that can help us. I understand that Germans will send us 7 IRIS-T systems. Well, they've kept promising us those systems starting from May, June, and only now we've received the first one out of 7. But the winter is coming, and I think it's it's in the interest of our friends from all over the world, especially Europe, to help us now before the start of the winter. Because, well, if conditions are such that people cannot live in their apartment buildings. And by the way, one example, for example, one of my friends, those that live on the left bank of Kiev, they had to use the how this called the stove that works on based on it uses basically gas, natural gas, in special like small balloons. It's like the one that are used by people who go camping, tourists, camping, because in most part of Kiev, especially in the left bank, the stoves that they use, they run on electricity. So when you don't have electricity, you cannot even cook a meal for yourself. So that is something to remember. It's not just a question of not having electricity like a light in your apartment, but it's not being even be able to get to have the means to cook food for yourself and for your family and for your kids especially. And when you don't have any drinkable water or any water, it's another issue. So altogether, just to sum up, whatever you have, Europeans, Americans, Israelis, it's really time to help us, because it is a question of humanitarian um, assistance. It's not even about the war itself, fighting the war on the battlefield. It's about protecting civilians and making sure that we Ukrainians can survive on our own land and not seek refugee in other parts of the world. So that would be my comment.
By the way, since the beginning of September, there's been significant rumor and various, news reports, I shall call it, that at least one Israeli weapon systems provider and manufacturer has supplied anti-UAV systems already, therefore front-running everybody else providing these systems. And whilst this did not go through Estonia, through the other partnership which exists, this went through Poland. Now, this does not evidence that Elbit provided Redrone, but there's also Skylark. And we shall wait. I think that Israel can be trusted to provide the right thing at the right time.
Ben, you've had your hand up a while. It's great to see you. General Ben? General de Gaulle? We'll give him a couple of minutes.
What happened to Major Ben?
Out on maneuvers.
Actually, no, sorry. When I look at the emblem on his helmet, it's actually only Captain Ben. Mon Capitan Ben. All right, let's go to the Germans then. Bionade.
Yeah. Good
Hauptmann
evening, everyone.
Bionade. Hauptmann Bionade. Guten
Ja,
Abend.
ja. Guten Abend. Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren. I had an idea. It's more like a thing to help the people which have to cope with these kind of blackouts. As far as I understand it, it's most likely the transformer stations which are hit. So, and it's the transformer stations from the big, from the big power plants. So most likely some lines are working, but you don't, can bring enough energy to get the energy to all of the city. So you have the problematic. You say, okay, you can use energy from this time to that time, and I was thinking about, I think car batteries are a thing you can easily get, and I looked it up. An inverter from 12 volt to 230 volt, it's like $20 to $30. Yeah, normal quality product, and a charger for a car battery costs $15. So for around $50, which with a fee for sending it, you get a set which enables people which have access to a car battery, which is not so expensive, maybe $50 more, to make their own kind of little reserve which they can use. I mean, these kind of things are like you can use it for around 200 to 300 watts, these cheap inverters, and you can charge your phone. You can have a little bit light. Yeah, so I think this would be a possibility if it's not a too big for the infrastructure which is remaining. Any ideas on this?
Yeah, that's a great question, Bernardo. I mean, this time and again, I mean, these are not my words, but you would have heard Axel and Doman mention this. Time and again, Ukraine keeps rebuilding what has been destroyed and keeps calmly, consistently, going about their daily lives in a manner which is inspirational for those of us in the free world who fortunately don't have to endure what they're enduring. So yes, their resilience in this matter, I'm sure we do not doubt. Jackson, go ahead.
Yes, yeah, no, I could start with this with the previous. Yeah, of course, it's true that East Europeans in general, Ukrainians in particular, are very good at making all kind of makeshift solutions with like limited resources, and these skills, of course, are very handy in wartime. But I was thinking more about that there will have to be several approaches to counter this drone problem and keep the civilians warm and able to cook in the winter. So I was thinking that there exist some developments of like digital sights which can be put on, for example, heavy machine guns, and they would calculate automatically the bearing, the speed, and the altitude of the object, and kind of tell you where to shoot in front of the object, to bring that object down, because the drones essentially they only travel 120 kilometers per hour, so they travel like a car, and they can be shot with basically any gun. And this could be like one way of extending the cover, the anti-aircraft cover against these low-value drones which are coming in swarms, and among others, and other sort of like solutions which could be even like World War I style balloons were suggested. So I think we should keep like an open mind about what are the different ways we can counter these low-tech drones which fly relatively slow but have the benefits of that there are many of them, and that there are many potential targets which need to be covered. So are there any kind of other ideas or thoughts about this kind of low-tech immediate solutions, or which could be created against this threat?
Jackson, one thing I've really liked about listening in today to the space, because like many people, I listen to the space on lunch breaks at work and when I can, but there's always somebody posing a solution to the challenges that Ukraine faces. And today, this issue that you mentioned has been discussed yeah, quite in quite some detail. And so no, I really appreciate you coming up and doing what many of our speakers have done today, which is offer solutions to this low tech terror which Ukrainians are facing. I mean, earlier Axel was talking about Skynem from Rheinmetall. There's been a few other systems mentioned earlier as solutions to these. I mean, my opinion is people, you know, this is logistics, and people or countries who could be shortening this war by improving this logistics train, but instead choose to get in the way. They need to kindly get out of the way and choose peace over occupation, freedom over tyranny, and yeah, life for Ukrainians. So thank you for coming up and offering a solution. Go ahead.
Well, that's kind of brings me to the other more grand strategy type of question that has been going on in my mind today, listening to this space. Because now, for example, Xi was saying that they will not shy from military power to take Taiwan eventually. And now this is a big threat now, because despite China maybe having limited resources for this kind of amphibious assault, which is a difficult operation at the moment, but still, you know, with Ukraine in the state of war, another sort of front for the free world would be a bad thing at this point, you know. So we should ideally wrap this Ukraine, you know, and the victory there before Xi has the time to muster the resources to attack Taiwan, so that we could fight like one front at a time.
Yeah, it's nice. That's nice, Jackson. But on the other hand, we're the West. We're significantly stronger and better than that. We're currently letting the Ukrainians fight with technology from the late 60s to the, well, mostly to the mid 2000s. The tanks they're fighting with are shit. The systems they have at hand are at best second class. It's abysmal how we treat the Ukrainians in terms of the availability of kit. Germany allows deliveries of links to Hungary at this point in time, whilst no such IFVs are delivered to Ukraine. That's absolutely silly, completely amoral, and a sign of bad taste, at least, if I may. In my club, they wouldn't serve you any drink thereafter anymore, and they would probably not invite you again. It's very simple. And therefore, that's all complete tosh. We can take on China anytime.
Yeah, that's what I'm meaning, is that, you know, still our leaders don't seem to take seriously the challenge which are posed by these authoritarian leaders. You know, even if there's a war raging in Europe, you know, they're still not doing what it needs to be done, and that pisses me off. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts about it.
Engage,
really,
engage with your local elected officials. Engage in politics. Have a vote. People in Europe have been too passive. Americans are a little bit more engaged in their politics, usually significantly more engaged. Funny enough, I know Europeans don't like to hear this, but I can definitely attest to that, having been there for a little while and liking my American friends. Whilst, yes, their politics are as dirty as politics tend to be, there is a higher level of engagement. And this is what people in democracies have to learn, and they have to take this away from this war. If we fail to defend ourselves appropriately, if we fail to engage in local politics, if we fail to do our work, I can see Consult doesn't like what I'm saying. You know what? Consult, engage in politics and get some money together to vote for something, and then you can talk again. It's very straightforward and simple. Civil engagement leads to better decision-making, leads to better arguments. We fail to have the right arguments in public. That's the whole point.
That's right. And I think we need to change some people too at the top. But yeah, on to next speaker. Thanks for the rant space.
That's all right. That's all right. So, Wendy, who was next? Was it Jens or was it our friend Nick?
It was Jens, Axel.
Off to Denmark then.
Yeah. When I listened to Victoria, it made me, yeah, it pissed me off. This lack of urgency. How about instead of we importing 100 million car batteries, we give Ukraine the weapons to smash the hell out of the Russians? That is the easiest solution. Instead of, I mean, if we don't start, I remember all the experts in February and January saying, oh, Putin, he loves to escalate to de-escalate. How about we decide if we want to win this war and if we want to end this war, instead of having 44 million people standing in line 7 hours a day to collect clean water.
Very good point, Jens. Why do you think Ben Wallace was today in Washington?
Hopefully to ask permission to go kick his boot up Schultz's ass.
I think that it is certainly true that Ben Wallace wanted to make sure that there is sufficient transatlantic agreement. That, I think, is important. And I think it's absolutely vital that the main axis of NATO is seriously intact.
Anyone listening right now, wherever you are sitting in your room, imagine that one of your walls is missing right now. It's cool night, cool evening here in Denmark. Imagine you don't have electricity, you don't have internet service, you don't have a refrigerator. I would really like to see some urgency.
All right, back to Magaluf. Nick. Monsieur Nick. Nick.
Hello? Hello?
Speak.
Can you hit mic check?
Far away.
I was just going to say in reply to Bionada, the car battery thing, I think, is going to run up against the second law of thermodynamics, or indeed the first law of thermodynamics. The electricity you would need to charge the batteries up has to come from the grid. And if the reason we're having power cuts is that there isn't enough electricity in the grid, then the batteries are just taking away from that. So that doesn't really solve your problem. And I mean, there are many other reasons why a 12-volt car battery really is not a good solution for any kind of domestic environment. So yeah, we need to. I think maybe Jens is a little bit pessimistic, or a little bit absolutist in saying, we shouldn't try and fix the electricity problem. We should only concentrate on weapons, because that's going to take time. And even if we ship F-16s and Abrams tomorrow, Ukraine is in for a cold winter. So we do need to come up with creative solutions for that. And I would really hope that the electricity supply industry of the EU and the EU countries is being convened at the moment. Siemens makes a lot of this stuff. They can finally atone for all of the stuff they've shipped to Russia by getting together substation components and putting people on site in Ukraine to repair the electrical infrastructure. And this doesn't have to, in any way, shape, or form, get in the way of providing military aid. But that has to be done on a proper level, and it can be done. And the West and Europe and the EU has the resources to put that sort of thing together. And it's time for the EU to step up, say they will put in the funding, and there's nothing that any political leader in the West can find to object to about talking to his industries, talking to Legrand and Siemens and those kind of companies and saying, guys, what are you providing in terms of repairing and providing Ukraine with everything they need to keep their electrical infrastructure going until the Russians run out of missiles? And I think that's entirely orthogonal to the lethal aid, to the war effort. It's something we can start doing now. We're going to need to do a lot more, but it's something we can start doing now, and we can all put political pressure on people to do that. And it's also, I think, an opportunity for those of us here who have acquaintances who are not necessarily keen on the war continuing, but children living in apartments with no windows and no electricity. I think we can all agree, whoever's fault that is, that needs to be repaired. So I think this is an easy public relations win for the governments. It's a good thing for companies to be involved in. I think people who are listening, if they're in any way, if you know anybody who works for a multinational engineering, heating, electrical supply company, that's where we should be, trying to get stuff shipped. And we can do that. We can do that, and it's not a controversial thing.
Nick, do you think there should be legislation? I think you infer that there should be some kind of EU directive to companies like Siemens to help Ukraine.
No, EU directives don't work like that. EU directives take a long time to put together, and they're about kind of policy issues. What the EU needs to do is to say, we have a fund here of 600 million euros or 200 million euros or whatever it is, among all the other various EU funds, to put the Ukrainian electrical system back together. The Ukrainian electrical system, incidentally, having helped the West out greatly over the last 6 months by supplying energy to the grid at a time when, over the summer, we were short of generating capacity. And the EU just needs to unblock some money, and then various countries need to go to their various. These companies tend to be fairly national, and say, we want you to provide, I don't know, 100 million euros worth of electrical infrastructure for Ukraine, and you will do it at cost plus 5%. And the EU will pay half the money, and the German government or whatever will pay the other half the money. But these things are not hard to do. But it doesn't require EU legislation. The EU just needs to kind of morally lead on it. And the various governments of the major industrialized countries, like, this is something that Italy and France and Germany all have terrific industries that can do this. So that's really not difficult. But it just requires a very small amount of political will, not a certain amount of money, obviously as much money as we'll throw at it, but it's really independent of the military question.
Thanks, Nick. Bionada.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify, Nick. I maybe misformulated the frame of reference where you can use these things with batteries. As far as I understand it, it's not a problem of enough energy. It's more a problem of energy distribution. And if you have this kind of problem, you usually say, okay, you take the city, put it in for parts and everything, and you have a few hours their energy, you have a few hours in another part of the city energy, and I know already Ukrainians are buying many power banks and everything like this, and this was just some kind of impulse in this direction. If in this special scenario is you could use also this. This is no solution. I would say everyone is setting up in their house or something like this. But if you don't have anything and you have, for example, energy in your little part of the city or outside of in the outskirts of the city for 2 or 3 hours, you could try to charge in this time some batteries or something like this, and use this energy later on. For our kind of perception, cheap equipment.
It's something.
The key thing, people. The key thing is substations and switch yards. That's what people need to understand. These have been targeted because they are relevant for the changeover from transmission to distribution grids. Distribution grids in Ukraine are fine generally, but they still had a lot of deferred maintenance. And that now comes to haunt Ukraine because it doesn't have the resiliency in its system. It does not have backup lines in distribution grids. Therefore, distribution systems are overloaded in certain areas, and then they have to be shut down for some time. And that's what really makes it very difficult. That's all very well known. And Nick, by the way, have a very good point. All of this can be fixed by exactly one company. It's called Siemens, and they have currently repatriated more than 1,000 people who speak perfect Russian and can read everything which they need to read, and who work in divisions which pertain to this. And even if you only have 200 of them working on this topic, I'm quite sure the rest of them can be made useful to get this shit done. It's not difficult. If this were critically important to Germany from a perspective of national defense, which I think it is, but the Germans haven't quite accepted it yet for themselves, because Mr. Scholz and his people are completely idiotic in that regard, because they simply do not think they do not think strategically, and they don't act like my English or American friends practically. But if they were to do so, they would simply say, guys, here, you're Siemens, you know exactly who you are, you know who we are, we're the government. Without us, you are nothing. You do this, and you do it now. Take all your people, you need to do this. You have the language skills, you have the engineering skills, and by the way, you have all the equipment. Get it fucking done. It's simple.
For example, one of the things the EU can contribute is it can waive procurement rules for the duration and for this exercise. I just want to say, actually, I greatly admired your use of the term deferred maintenance. It's a term I first learned over 30 years ago as an American euphemism for something being a total ruin, and it was accompanied by a little cartoon, a little picture of the Colosseum, which was described as an example of, so there's deferred maintenance, and the Colosseum was described as an example of substantially deferred maintenance.
Oh, thank you. That's perfect.
I'm going to try Ben again because he's still got his hand up. Ben, can you hear us? Nope, I think that's been answered pretty conclusively. Atacams, welcome.
I'm really concerned about that Washington Post article that I DM'd you guys, stating that the GOP leader McCarthy is like saying that we're gonna stop if they're elected, if they get control over the Senate, that they're gonna cut all funding to Ukraine, and I'm very upset.
Let them try Atacams. They are backing the losing side.
Wait. You're upset because the Washington Post, which is intricately aligned with the Democrat Party machine, maligns Kevin McCarthy, who hasn't said any of that sort? Okay, fine. Ask Mr. McCarthy, go through his interviews and find out what he actually says, and then talk to the Washington Post again.
You have more confidence in the Republican Party than me, because
No. I just have no confidence in the pages of the Washington Post when it comes to midterms, as I have no confidence to the other very, very biased newspapers on the right. I have no confidence in their reporting skills because they're not reporting. But there are interviews. There are interviews with Mr. McCarthy as well as Lindsey Graham, Amy Klobuchar, by the way, on the other side of the aisle, and still the centrists, which say completely differently. And I think people should listen to what people actually say.
Okay, because I'm very concerned. I was raised Republican and I chose to become independent. And then now I just vote by their record. Like if they're running for something, you could go on Vote Smart and review somebody's record and see if they stand with you, because I don't feel like I'm representative
I like
by
that.
either party. Yeah. So it's like you have to vote where your heart is. And it's like I don't want to be defined by a party. Like you say, we need to be focused and determined to help Ukraine, because our kids' future is at stake, and it's just ridiculous. I don't know why the world won't wake up and see what we're facing.
Because we're not arguing it enough every day, but that's fine. But good point, by the way. Please do yourself a favor. Send letters, ask the congressional staff, find out what he actually says, and if he says something which you don't like, admonish him for it. Highlight why it's different. There are ways of reaching out to people in Congress and in the Senate because it is an election season. That's exactly it. In election seasons, they are open to talk to, funnily enough. You just need to push it. And a couple of our people here have had success with that. There's at least a dozen stories I know now from our moderators and many of our regular guests here who've actually reached out to their congressional, say, representatives and their senators, and they have had access to them. Try to be, I know sometimes some of these guys may discard it, but try to be persistent. Find ways. Talk to your local newspaper if necessary. I don't care. Find ways to be politically active and make sure that the pursuit of freedom and the defense of freedom in Ukraine is high on the agenda.
Axel, I've tried all morning and now they're sending me straight to a voicemail. I think I've harassed them too much and I go straight to voicemail. So I have to email them now. But thank you.
See, but there you go. Thank you for your engagement. I like it. Keep going.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Lunchtime. Oh, sorry, Feisty. I think you were first.
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
lunchtime.
No worries.
You dropped
Hi.
Feisty. Then yeah, go ahead.
I did. Yeah. So I came in a little bit late to the conversation about the car batteries, but I'm kind of curious as to why I haven't heard anybody talking about portable gas turbine engines. I know General Electric has the LM 2500s that are used for emergency power for things like hurricanes and stuff like that. They're about the size of a gas turbine that fits on the back of a semi truck and arrives on a skid. It seems like that would be the perfect, the cities that are being bombed in Ukraine would be a perfect use for those, and they produce about 30 megawatts of electricity. Has anybody talked about that?
It may have been discussed, Feisty. We've had an absolutely epic day of speakers coming up and offering solutions for a range of the challenges that Ukraine's facing right now. So could you just kind of step by step go through what it is that you think that this particular system could do to help, say, a neighborhood during a blackout?
Well, it'll provide 30 megawatts of power, which is quite a bit of power. And one of the locations that GE makes these is in France. So I'm pretty sure that they would be available in Europe. Or that they are available staged and ready to be used for emergencies, because I know that we use them in the United States when we have things like hurricanes. Which they might be using them down in Florida right now because of Ian. I don't know. but they're portable gas turbines that are for the purpose of being mobile to sites to provide power. So instead of each household having car batteries, the substation where a neighborhood connects to, the larger grid could possibly have a portable gas turbine.
I think the problem is, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think the problem is more that the gas turbine is appropriate when the power is just not coming in off the network. 30 megawatts is basically 30,000 people. The issue here is that the destruction is more at the ground level. It's not at the level of the power coming in from the grid. It's at the ground level and the distribution level. So you wouldn't have anywhere to plug your turbine into if the substations are being taken out. So I think it addresses a somewhat different problem from the problem that you have due to hurricane damage. But it's worth thinking about. I think the other issue would be fueling. These things are going to take a tremendous amount of diesel, and I'm not sure how much diesel fuel and diesel sort of transport availability Ukraine has spare right now, given that quite a lot of it is getting burned up in tanks. But I suspect this will typically not be the solution to the problem. But maybe there will be individual cases where that is the solution. But as Axel said, the Ukrainian the transmission grid, the overall national grid, is continuing to function quite well. So the electricity is getting out there to a certain level. The problem is then getting it out to the homes. And I think it's a different level of damage to what one would experience in a hurricane. But we need to keep the ideas coming, of course. I think, I just think it's probably not going to be and it might keep things going, but you still need to repair the underlying infrastructure as well. So it will be a stopgap. But yeah, who knows? I'm just guessing it's probably not what you need.
Gotcha.
Really appreciate your offer of this solution, Feisty, and your insight into this, Nick. It's absolutely wonderful to hear this. Thank you.
Keep it flowing.
And yeah, lunchtime. You're next, sir. Go ahead.
Thanks, Wendy. Yeah, so actually that was a really interesting sounding solution, because it seems to me that what Nick and Axel were talking about, I mean, we started the day with a fairly gloomy discussion about the difficulty of producing things like transformers and transporting them to Ukraine. That was this morning. So, I don't know if it's really possible. It just sounds like that discussion was describing a situation similar to the Leopards, in that yes, perhaps Germany has the industrial capacity to do it, or it definitely does from the sounds of it, from what Axel was saying, and certainly has the wherewithal and the manpower and the expertise. So if they've got these Russian-speaking people back, this is all great, and it could line up to be the perfect solution. But much like the Leopards, it's all contingent on political will. And the last time I heard Victoria speak, I was taken by the sort of complacency and apathy that she described when she talked about the imminent need for this sort of stuff in Ukraine as winter comes in, and given the willful degradation of their power infrastructure, their energy infrastructure. So maybe that is something that maybe smaller scale sort of ad hoc solutions are really what should be prioritized, given that the political process in Germany is so well, it's just it's a hindrance, right? Would you agree? I don't know. What do you think, Axel?
Yeah, yet again, it needs clarity from pragmatic people. That typically means, from my perspective, having a good bout of Australians, Kiwis, Englishmen, Americans, yes, one or the other odd Welshman, and a couple of Scots.
By the way, as an aside, I just wanted to say that what's trending on Twitter now. I don't know how reliable this is, but apparently the Conservative Party in the UK, the majority of the Conservative Party members want Truss to resign and want Boris Johnson back. I just thought I'd leave you with that that nugget, as I don't think it's.
What did I say earlier today, lunchtime? What?
Well,
did
I thought you'd like it, yeah.
No, not because I like him. No, on the contrary, I just said you fired him for things which you knew that he would commit anyway, and starting to say that you didn't like this, that, and the other, and portrayed yourself as being surprised of something which you knew he is not just capable of, but prone to, whilst at the same time knowing full well that he's finally doing what he thinks he's born to, and did it reasonably well on foreign policy. It's absolutely hilarious, if it weren't so tragic.
It is quite funny,
It could
but
make you think. It could make you think that there's a certain part of the Tory party which has taken too much money from the Russians.
Well, indeed, but it did give me the idea that perhaps it would be possible to entrap a certain Mr. Schultz with some birthday cake. What do you think?
I think Mr. Scholz has entrapped himself for far too long and already far too much, but nobody in Germany cares because the Americans are not stepping on German feet for both the Cum-Ex scandal as well as other deficiencies in regard to the supervision of an infamous German scandal amongst Wirecard. But what shall I say? It doesn't matter. I don't care. We can't solve it. The only thing which matters at this moment is being practical, and that means Mr. Sullivan has to take a weekend holiday somewhere in the woods close to the Niagara Falls without a telephone. Mr. Kirby should run the show at the NSC and have Lloyd Austin over for tea when the Elizabeth Warren crowd is not in the White House. Have a little look-see, have a word in the residence with President Biden. I'm sure all those three grown-up men, amongst them one warrior and one rear admiral, can come to a decent solution. And then President Biden picks up the phone and has the White House operator call Olaf. That's it. That's all it takes. And the war is won.
Oh, gosh, well, from your lips to God's ears. I'll jump out to listener. Thanks so much. Cheers.
You have to play to win.
Yeah, and fear is temporary, but regret lasts a lot longer. And I think the free world could do with remembering that we don't want to regret this moment. We want to give everything Ukraine needs. And with that, we'll go to Severe of the 95th Rifles. Go ahead, sir.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Hi, guys. Quick bit of background. I can't really comment on the politics side and stuff, but I am in electricity transmission. So I can go into some detail on the potential impact of the strikes in Ukraine over the last few days.
Sure.
If I just briefly touch on the couple of solutions that have come up, I can't necessarily speak on the gas turbine generators because I've got no experience, but we use diesel generators at work, and they are notoriously thirsty. I think the biggest ones that we use are 1500 kilowatt. Full load, these things are drinking over 100 gallons of diesel an hour. So you're going to cause, you've got some serious logistical problems regarding fuel if you go down temporary generation route. Car batteries, it's a DC output. You might charge your phone off of it or something, but you're not going to be doing a lot more. And you've still got to charge them up unless you've got a wind turbine or something. I think that's a bit of a niche application as well, to be honest. Would you like me to go over just really briefly how power gets from a power station to the home?
I know how it does, but please extol.
I can do it for the listeners, Axel, if you like.
With pleasure.
Okay. So power's generated at power. I'm going to go on UK voltages because I'm not really sure on Ukraine, but I'm guessing they're running on a Euro standard anyway. So power's generated at a power station approximately 25,000 volts. It goes through a step-up transformer. In the UK, that would put it up to 400,000 volts, 400 kV. Electricity is a lot easier to transmit over longer distances. The higher the voltage is, the lower the current is. You can have smaller wires, etc. So 400 kVA will go out to grid substations where it will get transformed down to 132 kV. 132 kV will feed a moderate-sized town, say less than 100,000 people. It will get transformed down to 33,000 volts there. These will go out to satellite villages, smaller towns. From there, it will go down to 11,000 volts. This is what will, the small substations that you see spread around your town. A small substation will contain another transformer, which will step the voltage down to 230 volts. This is what feeds your house. So an 11,000 volt transformer might feed 400 houses, for instance. I'm not sure on the extent of the damage. I mean, if we talking about transformers that are stepping down from 400,000 to 132,000, then you know we're talking serious issues really. Because I spoke to Ben in messaging, and I gave him an example. About 15 years ago, when I hadn't long been working, we had one of these transformers fail in my area of the UK. And at the time, it failed catastrophically. I mean, generally, we'd obviously try and repair them or maintain them to the point where they don't fail. But irregardless, this one failed. There was one spare available in the UK, and it was in Scotland. It took 5 days and a police escort to get down, travelling only at night. So these things aren't kept. You know, I'm sure the European industry could mobilise in such a way that these things could be replaced, but you also need the people that are trained to do it. And using the UK as an example, there's probably less than 20 people that can carry out the work to replace these things. And it's not the sort of work that you're going to be doing in an active war zone. You know, you're talking months of work. So if we're talking grid level substations being taken out, then I don't mean to be a doomsayer, but it's not good. The smaller ones, replaceable. The really like the smaller, if you're talking 11 kV, a decent team could have one back online in 2 days. But when you start talking about 132 to 33 transformers, it's not just availability that's the problem. It's the amount of work involved and the skill set of the people that's needed if it's going to last.
Thanks, Severe. I don't think you're being a doomsayer at all. I think your sober analysis is exactly what's needed. Thank you. What would you like to see in terms of Western support?
I mean, as I say, without knowing the exact extent of the damage, it's hard to say, because we can feed more power into the grid, but that's gonna. I'm not sure what power, the voltage of the power is that's across the country lines. Are we talking? If we're talking 132 kV or 400 kV, that's all very well and good, but if you don't have the transforming capacity to step it down to useful voltages, and is there holes in the network, then you know you can feed as much power in as you want. It's not going to be usable. So I don't really know what the answer is. As I mentioned at the beginning, temporary generation is good, but it's temporary for a reason, and they are extremely juicy. I mean, you think trying to supply even one generator that's going to really probably only power 2 or 3 of the smaller substations, and it's drinking 100 gallons an hour. It's a serious logistical issue.
Thanks, Severe. Hang around if you want to. I'm sure someone's going to have a question for you. I'm going to bring in Ari because he's from Ukraine, and I'm sure he's got a comment that he'd like to make. So Ari, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Dobrovic. Today we had again attacks in Mykolaiv, and it's stunning to see the people go right away after attacks on the street and help each other and build up and clean the trash on the streets and still keep confidence. What I wanted to say, we speak about electricity plants and how we can make electricity when we don't have it, but there are some more simple ways to help people directly in the Ukraine, which doesn't need big crowd funding. I mean, as you know, there are a lot of drivers going out to Europe, to the countries, Switzerland, Germany, Netherlands, everywhere. People make a package, put some blankets, some thermal underwear, and some stuff to provide to the people. 3 days later, it's in the cities where you want to have it. Maybe you know people by the chats. This helps people really well, because I think before Europe is acting or rebuilding some plants, well, then you have to be in a situation that you have to be possible to build this, because a city like Mykolaiv is shelled every day. So how to rebuild a plant, what is coming somewhere from Europe, and well, you need you can do it, but first the city has to be safe and without shelling, and then rebuild it, and then you have the situation you can do it. But at the moment, the need for the people, I mean, maybe not all people know, but in the countries of Europe, when you have no work, you go to the government and you get some unemployed benefits. It's not like this here. You have to go to your neighbor who has a chicken in the garden and cut the throat and eat it together, and you make a bread for the other neighbor, and you all help each other. So with small money, we can help directly with a lot of drivers who are driving daily or weekly to countries in Europe. So I just ask the people, put something in a package. It's about €1.50 a kilogram, or €1.80 sometimes, and it's coming directly to the post offices in Ukraine. What is still amazing, I think, that it is still possible, but that helps the people really well at the moment. I think within 2-3 weeks, as I hear from the front line, it will be more quiet here. Air defense is not working full 100%, but it's getting better day by day. So we see changes, but I think when the people in Europe or the listeners here can help or know people, it's an easy way to help the people who have nothing and live in homes which are cold. Just send some blankets. You maybe have an old jacket in your closet. They are happy with everything. It's still amazing. The Ukraine people don't complain. They just want freedom, and I think that's what we all want. Thank you.
Thanks, Ari. I think for people in my country of the UK, if there's a few leaves on a train line, the trains are sometimes delayed. I don't want to do our wonderful train drivers down, but it is often the case. When there's a bit of ice on the road, we get delays. So I think Ukraine's allies abroad, watching Ukraine's civil infrastructure and society continue despite the strikes and the attacks that you mentioned, it's really quite inspiring to witness.
Yes, true. 100%. And believe me, it's still possible to send the stuff to Ukraine. It's really not a problem. They're driving every day, so just look in your closet and send something, because they will need it before the winter comes. When we wait till the electricity plants are restored or fixed, it takes maybe months, maybe even after the winter. We don't know. We don't know what's coming with the new drones from Iran. We don't know what will happen. What will happen tomorrow when Putin has his speech? We don't know. But what we can do right away is help each other to prepare for the winter months. And warm clothes is at least something you need.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Ari. Jackson, I think you were next.
Oh yeah. It's from Ari. I would like to ask that: are there any other things like rocket stoves, for example, you would like to have? If there could be some kind of collection of also like money and besides like warm clothes, like rocket stove is a type of stove which can you can cook with quite a little of wood. It's a metal canister type of cooking with wood thing. And other thing about severe of the 95th Rifles, explaining very well why I think that the priority should be for the governments to send anti-aircraft and anti-drone equipment, that we can protect those most important substations, like, because replacing them, or using diesel generators or such, I think it's difficult to scale that up for the considering the size of an average Ukrainian city. I mean, even like mid-sized Ukrainian city has like 100,000 people easily. So you would need 3 of these gas type generators, which are on the heavy side, to just supply one of them. So yeah, well, that would be one solution, yeah. But I think the best solution would be to protect the existing infrastructure, and do it now. Don't you agree?
Yeah, Jackson, that's a good point. I think such heating, cooking elements are going to be absolutely necessary and are great items for charitable giving. Thank you. Dryfly, you've had your hand up for a while. Welcome.
Yeah, I got a question for Seaver. I was wondering, how hard would it be to take some of these large grids in Ukraine or anywhere for that matter, and then microgrid them? And I don't know if you guys are familiar with microgrids, but they're kind of a rage in parts of the developing world. A lot of my friends have done business in those areas and have told me they constant problems with power going in and out and in and out. And so what companies will frequently do is not just have a generator, but they will basically kind of isolate themselves from the grid, so that if a big substation or something or a power plant goes down, they're not, they don't get the shock from it, but they tend to run microgrids. They run a smaller grid inside their area. It may not be completely in sync with the outer grid. Sometimes they are, sometimes they synchronize them, but there is some construction and design and often software required. There's a company here in the Twin Cities. It's a division of Schneider, and it's ODOATI, and it's a microgrid consultancy. They do a ton of work in Europe, and I was just wondering if that would be a solution, because I think it would give the Ukrainian grid more resilience as they figure this out. And I'd like to hear his take, because he sounds like an insider, and I will listen.
Thank you, Joyfly. Thanks for the question. It's not something I've really got much experience in, but I think I kind of get where you're coming from. I'm not sure it's really something. I mean, you're talking about quite a significant change to the electricity network during a war zone. It's not. I don't think it's something that's going to be feasible in the short term.
Let me explain for a minute how this is done. They don't do the whole grid at one time. What you do is you find an area that's been ravaged, okay, and instead of just dropping in diesel generators, you start isolating that area from the rest of the grid. Then you bring in the diesel generators. Then you basically run your own microgrid in that area. And only maybe years later do you bring it back into the grid. But by doing that, that area is then isolated. The Russians would in effect have to hit that area, those smaller generators in those places. And they could be those combined heat and power setups. Those are the ones that are the most common here in North America and in the developing world. But yeah, it could be diesel generators, could be solar, could be, you know, a whole combination of things. The key is that instead of trying to repair the grid and get it all up, you fix little pieces of it, almost like fish scales. And I will listen. I hope that makes more sense.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. I think the problem is you sort of touched on it there. The main issue is the power still needs to come from somewhere, and certainly in regards to diesel generators, they're very juicy, like notoriously juicy. I mean, a generator that could run a village of 200 or 300 houses is, you know, this thing's drinking up to 1,000 gallons a day of diesel.
Oh, that I knew guys who were bringing containers of those power systems, okay, and they were bringing in they would have those systems on containers. They would have battery backups with them, and then they would actually have solar at the same time. So they would have solar, wind, and diesel, and then they would drop them into places like Papua New Guinea. And yeah, I mean, try to bring diesel into Papua New Guinea. You think it's tough bringing it into Ukraine, you know? But the point is that by running the microgrid off of the other grid, it makes it actually possible to piece together on a priority basis the most important parts. I was just wondering, is that something that you think could be done, or is it just over the scope?
I mean, I can't comment on specific logistics. I mean, it certainly sounds interesting. There's going to be holes in the grid all over Ukraine, power lines down, and it's not going to be feasible to get these pylons and stuff back up. So there are going to be certainly pockets of Ukraine that are going to be completely isolated from their national grid. So they are going to have to either look at other solutions, or they're going to have to look at relocating the populations. I feel like in a war zone, in the middle of a war, you're probably going to be pushing more towards the evacuation idea than. I see what you're saying. You want to sort of spread your bets. You've got a little bit of power, a little bit of solar generation, a little bit of wind generation, a diesel generator when the wind's not blowing, and you know, it's gonna work, but it's gonna be hard to get all of that running during the middle of a war zone.
The reason the microgrid people make sense, and I'm dropping this on even for the guys at Maria, is that there's software out there that's already anticipated a lot of these problems, and I think they're almost out of the box. So it may be something that they may want to reach out. And Schneider Electric out of Germany, I believe that's a German company, if I'm not mistaken, is the world leader in it. I'll listen.
Oh, I've done. Sorry, go on.
Sorry. Schneider Electric is a French company. I think we need to scale back the ambition of it. We need solutions that can be dropped in like for like within 72 hours of the fire being put out, to restore local power to people so they can go about their lives. And I don't think realistically saying, oh, okay, right, that station has gone now. Okay, this is an opportunity to put in a microgrid. I think that's just going to be, by and large, too complicated. I think we need to concentrate on getting relatively low-tech equivalent stations on containers, ready to go, ready to be wheeled out there with minimum involvement from external engineers, that the Ukrainians can do it themselves with the knowledge that they have. And all of these things are great for the future. But right now, in terms of making the country more resilient to the amount of destruction that can be done with these drones, I think it has to be low tech. then you have to aim for 72 hours like for like replacement. I think is the way to go. And you know, I mean, ideally, in the same way that we had the head of Ukrainian railways here, perhaps we can get the head of the Ukrainian electricity grid here if we haven't already had him or her. But it would be nice to hear from them. But I think we've got to go at this stage really aiming for solutions that we can deliver in bulk, where the EU's 200 million, you know, will buy 400 systems rather than 200 systems on containers, ready to go, ready to be shipped across the country at a moment's notice. Is just the feeling I have.
Can I expand slightly on what Nick just touched on? I think when you mentioned about something that the Ukrainians can install themselves, I think you've hit the nail on the head. If we start sending in systems that are new to the Ukrainians, not that I'm sure they couldn't work it out because they've shown themselves to be extremely resilient in that regard, but there's not, I mean, certainly I've talking to my own company, they're not prepared to send people into a war zone at the moment. So these systems that need specialist knowledge to set up, it's kind of a no-goer. It's going to have to be existing technology, rude and crude, get it in there, get it working. And when you start getting up to the higher end stuff of grid sites and, you know, even slightly lower, prevention is far better than the cure, because replacing these things is a serious endeavor. And anti-aircraft systems and winning the war quick has got to be our priority in that regard, because the more of these things that get taken out, the grid capacity itself is going to shrink. And the only solution I can see to that is going to be rolling blackouts. And you don't really, I mean, that's a technical issue in itself. It's easy to say, oh, well, we'll turn Kiev off for 8 out of every 12 hours. But that comes with its own issues. You know, you turn certain parts of the network off, they don't always like to be turned back on again, especially when in regards to underground cables, all the time they're running live, they'll repel water somewhat, but you turn them off and they'll start sucking it in and you end up with a fault, and these can cascade. And so even rolling blackouts aren't a simple solution, although to me, that does seem like the most appropriate short-term solution at the moment. Is if Ukraine, the last numbers I saw was that they'd lost 30% of their transmission capacity. I'd put that as roughly 30% of their transmission capacity, to be honest. Certain areas are going to be...
I'd be careful, because 30% of their substations in rural areas, so all across the country, means that in rural areas they have more substation losses as opposed to the main substations which go into Kyiv. They've lost substations around Dnipro and Poltava, which were crucial, and around Kharkiv, and then in the countryside. The main substations providing, for example, in this instance, Kyiv, have not been hit.
Okay, so
it's just a bit of a different picture.
No, that's fine. I'm working under the assumption that the Russians are somehow competent and that they would be targeting the bigger substations, to be fair.
Yeah, well, they hit two very large substations, absolutely true. One of which was supplying the southeast of Kyiv, if I'm not quite mistaken. Yeah, southeast of Kyiv. And the other one is responsible for Kharkiv, and that's bad. It's really, really bad, because Kharkiv is what Nick had highlighted earlier. Kharkiv is a city where people have actually literally now been forced to board up and plate up their windows, or find ways to, you know, segregate themselves from half-open rooms or rooms without roofs. So it's really bad.
Right, and that's only going to get worse as the winter moves on as well, isn't it? So.
Yeah, but then again, they're not useless. They'll be building. So they're Ukrainians. They're very pragmatic. They're very hardworking, and people are fixing shit. Don't forget, in April in Kharkiv, after the heaviest duty fighting, as soon as there was an opportunity, the firefighters, and Roman Kachenko, one of the lead firefighters of one of the squadrons there, reported it, that essentially, whilst they were racing through the rubble and the likes, in certain streets, people were doing street cleaning, meaning volunteers were going to assist and support the municipal operations for street cleaning. The Ukrainians are very, very hardworking. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I work with two of them, Axel, so I know that they're always reliable and very hardworking. Certainly.
Appreciate it. Sorry, please go on. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I forgot where I was now, to be honest. So I don't know.
No, but you're talking about transmission capacity, that they lost a lot of transmission
Oh,
capacity.
so yeah, I would just say it's certainly a city of Kiev's size. Sorry, losing one of these primary substations is what we'd refer to them in the UK. It's not ideal. It's certainly absorbable for a city the size of Kiev. If they've got a half decent electricity company running them, they could possibly lose another one, maybe two, and they'd still be fine. They might end up having to turn off, say, industrial electricity capacity. I don't know. I think most of the industrial side of production's down in the sort of south and east of the country anyway, isn't it? But
yeah, there's a concentration in the east. Absolutely true.
Yeah, I don't think Kiev's in too much trouble. I think it's going to be the outlying villages, to be honest. You might find that the satellite villages are going to sort of have to migrate towards the satellite towns as such. The people, I mean.
Yeah, there's a thing, especially those cities which had borne the brunt of the Russian advance and been resilient enough and well defended enough to survive, such as Chernihiv, Sumy, and Konotop, smaller in between. They have been hit the hardest now. That's the tragic part. So first they were attacked, bombarded, not taken, and held up the Russian advance with TDF units and the likes. I mean, there's heroic tales about it, and the people lost their homes, houses, and the likes. They've just rebuilt, and now they're lacking water, wastewater treatment, and electricity. So they really need help.
Yeah, and there's so much that runs on electricity that people they don't realise. People expect their toilet still to flush when there's no electric and their shower still to work, and it just doesn't. It's like everything runs on electricity these days, and it is crippling.
Name me a city in the UK which has 260,000 people.
Coventry, roughly.
Probably, yeah. So Coventry is like Sumy. And Sumy, yes, has lost a lot of people because many women and children were evacuated. Not everyone has come back, but there's at least 140,000 people still there today. They have had significant water treatment impairment, water piping shortage. They just rebuilt stuff. They just rebuilt power lines. And they have power lines, by the way, underground as well, a lot of them, and they were hit heavily. And they just rebuilt shit. And now they are being hit again. Just saying. Coventry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get 100% where you're coming from. I've got a lot of family from Coventry, and it was flattened in World War II, so it's certainly an apt example there in that regard.
Ukraine's foreign minister is from there, Dmytro Kuleba, and a number of other very, very important people have come from there. And Sumy is very interesting in many regards, and it's absolutely strategic. Great science, engineering, fantastic city, by the way, absolutely stunning, absolutely worthwhile visiting, if I may say so, or what's left of it. So let's save Sumy. Let's save the people of Chernihiv. Let's not have them suffer heavily, because in winter in Sumy, it can get very darn cold. It is not unsurprising to have minus 29 degrees in December, minus 34 in January, and minus 32 in February. These are just peaks. These are records, but it's absolutely possible. Imagine this is a bad winter, then they go to minus 20, minus 22 for 2.5 months at least. We gotta help these people. That's our fucking moral duty. Sorry for swearing.
100%, Axel. This is a great conversation. I think, Iona, you've had your hand up a while. Please go ahead. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I was just trying to say that the lady from Ukraine, I believe it was Victoria, but I may be mistaken, had a very specific list with things that they need, like transformer and substations and even cables and other stuff. So maybe we could get, in a way, at least some items from that list and try to find out how to get them to Ukraine. I believe that even companies can donate or sponsor or do something. For example, I have friends in Schneider Electric. I can contact them for this. And also, the Ukrainians are preparing for the winter. They are preparing common spaces for heated common spaces in case that there are blackouts, locomotives for as power generators, and I was also thinking about, film industry and rescue industry has that big trucks with generators, like really big, not small generators, but large generators. Maybe this also can be a solution. I don't know. I'm not a professional in energy, but I can inquire to find out if some companies in Romania, for example, can donate some transformers. Thank you.
This is why I love hearing solutions such as yours, Iona, on the space. It's it leads to demonstrable results, and yeah, thank you for the solutions you posited there. I'm just gonna have a quick break because it's what's the time in Kiev right now? It's coming up to midnight Eastern Standard Time. It's coming up to 5:30. So there'll be a few people finishing work, and yeah, London is coming up to 10:30. So if you are just joining us, you're listening to the MriyaReport. We're 24/7 dedicated to Ukraine, but we're not just on Twitter. If you'd like to check out our Spotify account, we have an excellent range of podcasts and interviews there, and we've got some also a wonderful video that we can show you involving the excellent James Vasquez, who's been on the space a number of times before. And it gives me great pleasure to say that video has just hit 250,000 views. So if you haven't seen it yet, I'd really recommend it. And I'd also like to welcome a wonderful guy to the space. Ben, it's great to see you.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Fantastic.
Not that loud, but clear.
Oh, right. So I wanted to thank Seaver and Dryfly. It's a fantastic conversation about the grid. I think we're learning so much at the moment. If you all don't mind, maybe Chris has a question, and then we can move on to Peter, who has some apparently very interesting update.
Hi, Ben. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Yeah, I think so I was just on the electrical grid, and a lot of it has been done now, but it's worth a look at that General Electric TM 2500 gas turbine generator, because it's a very mother beautiful gas turbine generator. It's just worth looking at. So I don't know whether it solves the problem or not, but and then it was just been mentioned that that Victoria has a list of what they actually need. So that would be interesting to know what that is. I assume it was Victoria that was being referred to. So I think everything else has been discussed. Well, the main thing is we need to stop the bloody drones coming over, which is a conversation that we had earlier today. And there was an interesting thing came out of that. Well, interesting for me anyway, because I know Kinetic in the UK very well. So the big ears and little ears sound detector was very interesting. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Chris. Before we move on to Peter, I'd like to ask those of you who don't have their hand up whether I can, well, to forgive me, because if you don't drop yourself, I'm going to drop you very soon. In the meantime, welcome on board, Peter. Good evening.
Ben, how are you? How is France right now? I miss France so much. So give us a bit of color for France right now.
Strikes. It's a strike day in the transports. So yeah, that's color enough for me today. I'd rather be in Ghana with my friend Ollie.
Ben, are you telling me that France is on strike again?
No.
There's
He
a
was
vowel.
trying to tell
There's a
you
vowel
that
in the
France
month.
has started. No, he was trying to tell you that France has started working last week for 2 days.
Congratulations, Ben. I do miss France, especially the strikes. Okay, so I just wanted to share a quick update with the space because we have been having a very important discussion over the last 48 hours about how America and Europe could respond using sanctions to what Iran and Russia are doing to Ukrainian citizens. Right. So as we know, Iran has supplied the drones that Russia is using in order to kill Ukrainian citizens. It is true. I've conferred with colleagues now. It is true that under current U.S. CATSA and other regulations, statutory authority that has been granted by Congress to the president can put Iran under secondary sanctions. And it would be beneficial if Congress acted to ask the president, why aren't you using the powers we have given you? I would point out that Congress has to date not held any committee hearings, any investigative oversight discussions about why the president is not using the powers that Congress has handed to the president. That if we actually use the tools that are currently available, we can respond with economic methods to impose costs and deter Russia and prevent Iran from killing Ukrainian citizens. Right now, the White House has not done that. I think it is very important that they act. They have the power. Congress should exercise oversight on the White House to make sure that this happens. Very important update because this is something anyone can do in this space. If you're an American, write your congressman, write your congresswoman. Ask them, why are there no investigations? Why are there no committee hearings right now as to why the president is not using the power that Congress has already given him to stop Iran from supplying Russia with these killer drones? Good question.
That's a great point, Peter. I think this, you'd probably agree, this requires governmental level action to, immediately. What would you like to see to combat this menace, this terror, which Ukrainians are facing on a daily basis now?
So I can speak to the US side. I can't speak to the European or UK side. On the US side, there is this law called CATSA, CAATSA. Write it down, write your member of Congress. Right now, going back a bit, in 2017, Congress took a step back and they said, wow, Russia is doing a lot of bad things to Ukraine. We should empower the White House with the authorities to respond. Congress has the ability to impose secondary sanctions. That is key. Secondary sanctions on the Iranian economy for what they have done to enable Russia to kill civilians with their drones. The White House has not done that right now. I would love to see, after the midterms, committee hearings holding the feet to the fire of the administration and asking simple questions like, why have you not used the authority we gave you? Why have you not imposed secondary sanctions on Iran? Why have you not done the things that we asked you to do back in 2017 to stop the malicious killing of Ukrainian civilians? These are powers that we have right now. And if you're an American, write your member of Congress, take action now. Because when Congress turns up the heat of pressure on the White House will respond. This is a very important thing that every normal person can do to affect great change for our friends in Ukraine. It should be done.
Thank you, Peter. Well said. I mean, since 2014, these questions of why and when and how Ukrainians have been asking all of us, and it is, yeah, like you say, our responsibility as Ukraine's allies to ask these questions of our elected representatives and demand the change that is required.
And the White House can do it right now. Congress has given the White House the authority. What they must do is execute secondary sanctions upon the Iranian regime. And take a step back and think about what that means. That means that the White House can simultaneously harm Russia's ability, constrain Russia's ability to wage its war against Ukraine, while putting the Iranian government on the back foot economically at precisely the moment in which the Iranian people are calling for change. This is a no-brainer. This is a win-win-win. And why the White House hasn't done it yet, I don't know. But Congress has a role in which to ask that question. There should be hearings on this, and there could be hearings on this if American citizens wrote their congressman, wrote their congresswoman and said, why are these hearings happening? It won't happen until after the midterms, but these are the things that must occur in order for change to occur.
That's a great point, Peter. I mean, the existential crisis is one which our response to it defines the values and principles we choose to live by. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. And by the way, I like Wendy. And Ben, keep up the great work. I love your moderation. I love your back and forth. And I love hearing from your perspective. So my thanks to you, gentlemen.
Much appreciated, Peter. Thank you.
Flattery will get you anywhere. I'm highly susceptible to it. Okay, thank you, Peter. All right, we've got a few hands up. We've got Ukrasolicitia Fala, who I think was first there and wants to talk to us about trains. I bet.
Hello, Ben. Unfortunately, I can't talk to you about trains. I don't have any qualifications there. I just felt that the railway has kind of been the second army of Ukraine. So I wanted to honour the railway and the fellas that work on the railway by choosing my fella. And really, I just wanted to go back to Iona's point. I don't have any contacts in any electrical companies, but I have worked in the substation many years ago, but I'm not a complete layman when it comes to knowing about how power gets to places and what they need. I'd be quite happy to ring, if necessary, every electrical company, every generator company, everybody that produces cables. I'm happy to ring them all and try and get donations, but I would need some confirmation from Victoria, probably some or all of that list, and maybe know more about the situation on the ground fully so that I can discuss that with the relative companies that I'm speaking to.
All right. If I remember well, what Victoria told us, was it 2 nights ago, is that she doesn't want, she's not allowed to distribute the list with the estimated quantities needed because, of course, it is highly secret. this is this is very much a state secret, very much something we don't want to spread. That being said, we can have. She proposed that those of you who want to participate to that operation can, you know what, you can contact me, and I'm in touch with her, and she's going to send us that list that we can send to our representatives and to those. For those of you who have contact with electricity companies, you can send it to the electricity companies. But bearing in mind that these are there's no number. It's just they need this and that, but we don't know how many of this and that they need. That's probably the best I can think of at the moment. If anyone has a better idea to how to respect the secrecy or the secret, that would be grand. You can send me a message so I don't forget tomorrow morning, and I will get in touch with Victoria, and we'll start telling her that there's quite a few people willing to help Ukraine on that as well.
That's great. Thank you, Ben. I wasn't necessarily meaning the quantities anyway, because I was assuming that companies will decide on the quantities that they want or can donate. So I was more thinking of that, actually, the specific items that they need, the specific cables, etc. Obviously, I do understand that they have to be very careful for operational security. So thank you. I will do that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. All right, so I think we can move on to, I think it was Rusty next, and then we'll go to Dust TNT. Rusty, welcome back aboard.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just looking at the news now, and I've forgotten his name. Okay, what's the name? I think it's Sergei Surovikin, isn't it? The new leader of the special military operation on the Russian side. He just got interviewed and admitted that the situation in Kherson is critical, and said that they would evacuate the population, the civilian population. Do we know anything about the situation now? I think the interview was done about an hour ago. It was. I was actually looking at it, but I can't understand Russian. It's Russia. Russia.
Russia number one.
Do we know anything about the? Because when they had, to me, when the leader of their military admits that they are going to evacuate civilians from Kherson, to me that means that they're either only telling that we're going to evacuate civilians, so all civilians prepare for being evacuated, or it also means that this is a general preparation to withdraw from the whole area. And I think it's only logical that they would withdraw their troops eventually as well.
Yeah, I don't know. This sounds a lot like this the good old how do you call this awful tactics where you burn everything before leaving a place?
Scorched earth.
Yep, exactly.
If I may, the thing I've seen on this is the claim that the Ukrainians are planning to blow the I've forgotten the name of the major dam over the Dnieper, and so the Russians have to evacuate their new citizens to protect them, because the Ukrainians are definitely going to blow up this dam, and it's definitely not going to be a false flag. So it is a little worrying that the Russians may be planning to blow that dam and then blame it on the Ukrainians, and you know, tragically, any deaths of civilians in Kherson will be blamed on the Ukrainians committing genocide against the new citizens of Russia. So that's a worry.
Okay. John, I'm sure you're coming up to tell us excellent news that will cheer us up.
No, I just want to very briefly point out something about the dam, and then I'll drop back down. If you notice in the statement, specifically their use of the words left and right bank, the left bank obviously being the side that is opposite Kherson City, the eastern portion of the bank of that river. Based upon the elevation, if the or the elevation of the right bank compared to the left bank, if the Novokhovka Dam was to be blown, it is the left bank that would suffer the most severe flooding. The right bank would be relatively all right, as it is at a high enough elevation that the new water level would not be a significant threat. But in any case, if you notice the wording of the statement they released, they said that they will be evacuating the population to the left bank because of the risk of the flooding from the dam being blown. So they are essentially saying that they will, quote unquote, evacuate people to an area that has a greater risk of flooding. Just food for thought.
Why are you surprised? No, John, why are you surprised?
I'm
It's
not.
food for
I'm
thought.
not.
They try to drain. They try to drain and kill more Ukrainian civilians than otherwise possible.
Yeah, the general feeling is really that they're trying to. They've accepted that they were going to lose, and decided that if they are to fall back, at least they will leave nothing but rubble behind them.
Which is why all the Russian soldiers on the southern part, below the bank, need to be destroyed, and Ukraine needs to undertake every effort to bomb them into smithereens, kill every single one of them, destroy every single place of them, make sure that every single one of them finds quicker ways of reintegrating themselves into the food chain. The fewer Russian soldiers in this oblast live, the better.
I actually don't fully agree with you on this one, Axel, because I think
You may not agree with me, but hey, guy, have you been taking up arms recently?
No, what I'm pointing
Good,
out
fine.
is
Next.
a slight issue. That
If they are killed, they can't do anything. Then that's what I'm telling you.
That I understand, but what I'm pointing at is what seems to be even more important than that is to give the power to the Ukrainians to end that affair as fast as possible. And by this, I
By
don't only
killing
mean
Russians, right?
yeah, no, of course, killing the Russians, but pushing them back as far as possible and obtaining a surrender as fast as possible. Not only those in the pocket.
If they are already planning to kill about 30,000 people on that lower bank of that river, then whilst this is only 1/8 of what they killed last time when they bombed, respectively, exploded the dam in the Second World War, why not kill them all? If they are so intent and preparing for war crimes, they should all be killed, destroyed in place as quickly as possible. I don't need them to surrender. I need them to go. Explain to me where the difference is. If they surrender, they cost time.
I'm
If
talking about
Ukrainian artillery fire takes them out, they cost no time.
yeah, except that I'm talking about a much wider front line, and I'm saying that they need that the Russians need to be pushed back, not only in.
Sorry, I was just trying to contain myself in regard to saving 30,000 civilians, but I'm sure that you have better views on the whole front line. I think if the Ukrainians manage to prevent that dam to be broken and civilians to be killed, that's a good chance of. That's really, really good.
Yes. Okay. Well, then there's maybe something I don't understand. How many men would it take to destroy this dam? 10? 50? They can do it in 10 minutes, can't they?
No, they can't. This dam is a bit of a tricky thing to actually explode. You need a lot of shit, and the Ukrainians know exactly what to do. They just need to be given the approval that they're allowed to do what they should be doing. Where's CJ when you need him? This is a matter of indirect fire. There's CJ. Perfect. CJ, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I am doing great. There is a lot of news today. I can't believe it.
Good. Tell us what's happening, and then I'll ask you a few questions as to how to destroy by means of indirect fire and fire concentration for troops around Novakhovka. Please.
Well, I think
tell us what's happening.
The most relevant piece of news, of course, is what's going on in Kherson, where for the last 4 or 5 days we've seen just an increased use of precision-guided munitions by Ukraine to destroy numerous Russian artillery pieces, even tanks. I mean, everything that Russia is holding on the right bank of the Dnipro is getting hit extremely hard. Other than that, in terms of ground movements, there's been the blackout, of course, so it's not really quite clear. The only thing that was very clear was the silence from the Russians as well. So that is a sign, typically, in terms of the first push in Kherson and Kharkiv, that things are going very badly for Russia. They normally, if they're doing well, they talk about it, and that's not happening right now. And then, of course, over the last 3 days, there's been 3 different levels of this sort of evacuation, will they, won't they, from the Russian side. First, it was, school children and officials were being moved to Crimea, and then it was, if you can leave, please leave. And then now, as of 2 or 3 hours ago, it changed completely and said that now everyone that can must leave Kherson immediately. Ukraine is about to blow this dam, and then just a bunch of nonsense. So I really have no idea what's going on past that, although things are happening, and it looks as if they are pretty good for Ukraine.
CJ, 2 things. Ben and I have questions. One is for the wider space, and Ben will come on that. But in terms of Novakhovka, significant concentration of indirect fire on the area can prevent the Russians from doing what they typically are doing, right?
Yes, definitely.
How would you take it?
Well, we've seen, of course, since the beginning of July, dedicated Gimler strikes in Novakhovka, which for everyone that isn't necessarily familiar is across the Dnipro, so on the left bank. And it's an important town that controls, obviously the dam, which is one of the easiest and best points to cross the Dnipro. But also, too, what we saw in the last few days here was not only the usual Gimler strikes and maybe long-range Excalibur strikes, but also, as of this morning, harm strikes. There is a very active suppression of enemy air defense campaign in this sector, where any sort of Russian air defenses that are around and maybe think they're safe because they're on the other side of the river, they've been proven dead wrong, and they're getting schwacked left and right.
How much does it take, or how many Ukrainian soldiers do need to sacrifice their lives to cross over that area in order to take that dam on the other side? They don't have to take the dam per se by walking across the dam, fighting across the dam, but how long does it take to cross over and take it?
I mean, it is the most narrow point, right? So I think at the actual dam crossing, it's about 800 meters. And there's, 2 spits of land that are each 300 to 400 meters. So it really is quite the easiest part to cross, which is why it's one of the most heavily concentrated with Russians as well. But, one of the ways that Ukraine can get Russia to back off from there, of course, is with long-range precision fires. So any sort of hotels that are used by Russians, or any sort of barracks, any sort of troop concentrations in Novakhovka for months now have just been smashed, leaving the town, not very heavily occupied or any sort of defensive preparations, which is going to be very interesting here soon if Russia does pull back across the river.
What kind of weaponry and what kind of equipment would the Ukrainian armed forces need most if and when crossing over to the other side?
Well, I'm sure the bridging equipment that the German government just gave would be pretty handy in this situation. What do you think?
If only, right? And what would they bridge it with? I mean, what would they bridge it for? What kind of equipment would cross over that?
Well, with as far as I'm aware, the German bridging equipment can handle any NATO equipment. So that means not just your artillery pieces, but also your heavy tanks and whatnot. So really, you could get everything across fairly quickly if you secured both sides.
So if one of these wonderful Ukrainian fresh tank brigades, which haven't yet quite done much other than hiding behind there's one tank brigade plus 4 mechanized infantry brigades in that area in the northeast. If they were to make it across, that's not just a bridgehead, that is already a proper solid force, isn't it?
It definitely is, and also with the newly given Gepards and some other key pieces of gear, they can actually have air support while they do it, which is the most important thing. Russia still, well, due to HIMARS and a bunch of other factors, is mostly flying out of Crimea now. So what that means is they're not very responsive to the changes on the ground near the Dnipro, which is good news for Ukraine because obviously Russia still has a edge in terms of number of systems, but that as they crash into Russian apartment buildings or get shot down by their own air defense, that superiority is dwindling day by day.
So what happens if they make it across the river in such strength? What's next?
Well, you would hope that if they do that, they would also be supported by another, supporting effort, i.e., or referring to something in Zaporizhia, right? Russians report that somewhere between 20 and 40,000 Ukrainian soldiers are massing in Zaporizhia, and it's not really quite clear if it's true. Of course, Ukraine isn't saying one way or another, but Russia certainly believes it. And if they believe there's a massive counterattack coming from Zaporizhia, then they'll be hard pressed to just focus on Kherson. They'll have to focus both ways simultaneously. And if they decide not to retreat to Crimea, then they will be trapped in that case.
You know where we're going to land as soon as Mariupol is freed, right?
Oh, go ahead and tell me.
We're going to fly into Zaporizhia.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with all of this, and why this might be happening right now is with the Kerch Strait Bridge gone and the barge bridge partially operational on the Dnipro. There's a very limited window for Russia to pull back, and this is it. And it is not a very long window, so I think it might be happening quite soon.
That's interesting. So we have 2 major blackouts, media blackouts. One was declared already a few days ago for Kherson Oblast. And that makes sense. And what has happened there, which we do not know of and we haven't heard of, but what has happened there seemingly has smitten the Russian side of Telegram and media so much that they're really pretty lame, if not quite outright shocked, and only in panic and sometimes in astonishment. But then, since yesterday evening, there's a media blackout for the Northeast just as well. What is not happening there?
Well, there's been this construction in the Northeast by the Russians using literally school children to build defensive fortifications. And there's been some Ukrainian probing attacks, but quite surprisingly in the Northeast, there's been Russian conscripts attacking in massed waves. It almost defies logic because basically while they're simultaneously constructing these fortifications, we'll say, they're also trying to keep Ukraine back, and they're sending their untrained people that they've recently mobilized, sometimes about 7 to 11 days from the time they were picked up in the streets of Russia to seeing the front, and they're just instantly being captured. I mean, it's why the casualty numbers are going through the roof, with 560, I believe, reported today. And that number will only go up as a larger and larger portion of the Russian army is made by conscripts. Yes, you could say some of them will survive. Some of them will become veterans. Some of them will have combat experience that saves them. But, that's not an institution that's able to preserve itself in the long term. And eventually you'll have a force that, it's just the conscripts led by conscripts. And I mean, mainly at the lower levels in terms of, squad level. But, yeah, it's just incredible to think that they're still trying to go on the offensive at this point and not just digging in for the winner.
That's interesting. So they couldn't, even when they threw people at it, they couldn't take any territory back en route to Liman, despite actually throwing mechanized infantry there. That's bad for them. We haven't heard anything from Troitske. We haven't heard much about Svatove. other than that nobody talks about it. But there's a lot of data coming in from the Russian side where people are retreating, running, and evacuating all along the front line. How does that fit together, CJ?
Well, this is a little bit unclear to me as well, because we see these ammo dumps being captured, we see these explosions going on, and we see these vehicles being captured as well. And really, what it doesn't line up to is the fact that there haven't been any significant Ukrainian liberations recently. And what I make of that to be is basically there is a large area that the Russians abandoned, and the Ukrainians are slowly clearing through it. So they're not necessarily fighting every day with Russian troops, but Russia, when they left most of Kharkiv and parts of and around Liman, they left in such a state of disrepair that there is still things being discovered 2-3 weeks after the fact, which is just incredible, because all these things are going to be used quite soon, or already have been used against Russian forces again. So it's a similar thing happened in Kherson. So much land was conquered so quickly, or well, liberated in this case, that there's still videos popping up of newly found artillery systems and ammo dumps that we're just seeing now for the first time, that were all due to the fact that there was so much land captured so quickly.
Mop up, clean up, registration, inventory, certification, use. Nice.
Yeah, and we can't stress. I mean, these two counteroffensives, both in Kharkiv and in Kherson, were each somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000 square kilometers. I mean, the one in Kherson being somewhat smaller, but at the same time, this is the most land Ukraine has liberated in such a short period of time in combat. I'll try and find the right word here, where the Russians were doing a fighting withdrawal, unlike in when they pulled out of north of Kyiv and the rest, where that was just a withdrawal under slight pressure. These positions were fully recaptured with them, the Russians, in a full rout. And so the amount of equipment left behind is completely different than it was initially, where they still north of Kyiv left S-300s and other key systems. It was still somewhat organized. As every retreat goes on, these seem to get more and more disorganized as Russia struggles to get air support to cover the retreats. And again, this is a key factor of why not just air defense is important, but the Ukrainian Air Force, they play obviously the most key role in this, in making sure that these fighting withdrawals are just full-on routes.
Okay, what would you do in order to take the southern part of the Kherson Oblast? I mean, now that we know that they're stuck, would you take out those pontoon bridges, these barge bridges and stuff, and how to drain out the trash on the right bank?
I think this, Thomas Steiner was talking about this Sunday, and I think there's a lot of disagreements between people in the military or who had served, because it's, there's two routes ahead, because obviously Ukraine isn't going to take a step backwards. The idea is, do you want to try and have as many Russians leave as quickly as possible, in which case you might leave the barges intact, damaged, so they have to leave their equipment behind, but intact, to get them out of there quickly to liberate the area? Or are you, on board with Thomas Steiner's idea or line of thinking that it's better to destroy them and then also, destroy every single one of them in Kherson, which, obviously will cause more casualties on the Ukrainian side, will take up more ammunition, but will, effectively prevent that Russian fighting force from being a part of the Russian military in the future. So there's two lines of thought. I think if someone were to say one definitively, you could argue both. But that's why this artillery question is so important, to give Ukraine the options to be able to execute their own strategy as they see fit. And as we've seen, they seem to be masters of planning, really, on par, if not way better than, any sort of Allied effort in World War II. I mean, it just is incredible what they've done with so little. And thankfully, now that they are getting more, they have more options. So it just is only going to get better, which I think is the scariest part for the Russians.
Okay, well, then, stupid question. Would you consider that Tannenberg was an effective battle?
Sure. Well, depending which side you're on, of course.
No, of course, in order to destroy the Russian Tsarist army and therefore shut down that, at that point in time, shut down that front line. So it was effective because they destroyed a large part of the army, and they then led the remainder into surrender and POW camps. So as such, the sickening part of war can be utterly destructive to morale and change the calculus of the army's leadership, correct?
Yes, and I think, if we look at perhaps where he said, Ukraine would be open to a peace deal at, in regards to the, February 24th borders, the situation changes as the war goes on. As countries have showed support for Ukraine, it's become clear that they actually can get closer to, not just the recuperation of their land, but, the sense of dignity, freedom, democracy, everything they've worked so hard in the last 8 years for. So, if the political goals are going to change and be better, then the military ones have to catch up as well. And so that's why, in the case of my favorite Antonovsky Bridge, one of the best pieces of Ukrainian engineering, as it would seem, there's a deliberate decision, despite having literally thousands of Gimlers, to not completely destroy the bridge. And to me, and with the case of Kerch, which again, no matter how it was conducted, effectively stopped a lot of the traffic going over it. There's a decision being made by Ukraine to just disrupt the logistics, not to take them out completely, because either they're, they don't want to put Russia in a corner, or they want to give Russia a chance to escape because they think that would be more productive to the military strategy. But it's very deliberate, and I think that has to be made very clear. If Ukraine wanted to, they could use 100 Gimlers at once and take out whatever bridges in range, but they're not doing that for a good reason, and that remains to be seen. But I've got some guesses.
Well, essentially, Kherson. Many people have made many historical comparisons, but there's one comparison which works, because as we saw, the Russian senior staff, the general command, whoever you want to assign this to, whoever did this before the new assumption of control, sent in over the last 7 weeks more and more troops, knowing that they'd be literally encirclable, very hard to supply, at risk, knowing that they would lose tanks, armor, the likes, artillery, everything. The last operation where the Soviets did this was Operation Mars, and they lost 335,000 dead and wounded, and 1,600 tanks. They nearly lost Moscow. They are prone to making mistakes. And when the enemy makes mistakes, CJ, what do?
I mean, you take advantage of them. As they say, the enemy always has a vote.
Exactly. You don't stop them making the mistake, and you take advantage. Fully agreed. George, you had a question for CJ?
Yeah, actually, I have a question. Yeah, because everybody's like taking the Russians for their word all of a sudden, and I'm like wondering why. And I'm talking in regards to this evacuation of Kherson. So just bear with me for a second here. If I have troops that I need to evacuate from somewhere, and first of all, I don't have the vehicles, but I know there's civilian vehicles lying around, it's perfect. I don't want to get hit while I'm trying to cross a pontoon bridge. I just put out, hey, we're going to evacuate all the civilians because the Ukrainians are going to blow up the dam at Novokakhovka, right? And everybody says, oh, see, they're going to blow up the dam. And meanwhile, I just pack all my guys in every civilian car we have, that the Ukrainians have, and I just drive them across a pontoon bridge. And Ukraine doesn't hit it because they might be evacuating civilians, or not evacuating, abducting civilians. Has anybody thought of that? Isn't that a possibility? Why this is like all, this might just be one giant big smokescreen?
I mean, it certainly could be, George. I mean, they've gone back and forth on this several times, but what's different today is, the overall Russian commander issued a notice that there was, I don't want to oversimplify it, but basically saying there was going to be a change to the positioning on the Kherson front, and people needed to, expect good news and bad news. And so that seemed to be a signal, along with the Russian occupation authorities saying that there would be an evacuation that something not normal was going on, because normally it would be one or the other, not necessarily both. Not a military commander saying, prepare yourself for bad news. The only times you've heard that are Snake Island and I think maybe Kharkiv. So really, obviously important days for Ukraine.
Yeah, well, I mean, I took that as, oh yeah, we're losing Kherson, but we're going to stabilize the front on the other side of the river. That's the way I took that. But we're going to use we're going to evacuate all these civilians as a bunch of baloney, so we can, cover our guys' butts as we, drive across the pontoon bridges or the whatever's left of any bridge that's left. So, and,
No, and I think I understand what you're saying, right? Because they could use the civilians as a shield. But I would point out, for example, if they actually put the civilians out first, if that's something they care about doing, or they're trying to shield their people, realize just how much that's going to slow them down. Unless they're going to put every civilian on every barge they have and use the bridge, it's going to take, days, if not weeks, where their military is not going, or they leave first, right? The military would, take priority, in which case Ukraine will be able to move in swiftly and keep the pressure on. So there really is, no matter how Russia conducts the withdrawal, there's advantages to, how Ukraine can play it forward.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying. And actually, I don't think they're going to evacuate any civilians. I think what they're going to do is just take the civilian vehicles, right? And it's going to be very difficult, unless Ukrainian SOF or partisan forces tell them what's literally on the barge. You have eyes on the barge or on the pontoon bridge. I don't think they're going to take any civilians. I think they're just going to take the civilian vehicles and try to say, hey, these are civilians. They're going to get those the clowns, the Russian RT clown media to say, oh look, civilians, put a couple guys in civilian clothes. Look, civilians are crossing, and we were hoping that Ukraine doesn't hit them. Meanwhile, they'll be RU forces. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think they're going to waste any logistics on or any fuel on evacuating any civilians. That's just my take.
No, and I mean, I think you're maybe you're thinking that they're going to do the most life-saving thing for their own personal needs, which would make sense to someone with a brain, right? I mean, if you're a Russian soldier and you're facing this, of course you would take a civilian vehicle and book it out of there as soon as possible for your own livelihood. But this isn't a couple BTGs in Kharkiv with multiple ways out. This is entire combined arms army. This is 15,000 to maybe 20,000 Russian soldiers and all the requisite vehicles. They cannot leave those behind. It would be such a blow. I mean, there's only 4 combined arms armies in the war right now. Losing 25% of them overnight, because those people are really worthless without their artillery and trucks, tanks, and vehicles, that if they were just to abandon their vehicles and go to the other side of the river, they'd be a strain on whoever was surviving on the other side. So it would actually be much worse if they mixed in with civilian vehicles from the military point of view, at least in my opinion. So, there's like the military consideration of what that would mean versus the individual. And I think that's what maybe the disagreement is on. But they absolutely, I don't think, will leave their stuff behind or risk, a quarter of their entire army being destroyed at one point. I mean, Jesus,
they've done it before, though. CJ, they've done it before, though, right?
I mean, somewhat, but the situation in Kharkiv, I think, was a lot different. Not just because it was, almost 25 to 50% LNR, DNR, or other proxies or other, reserve forces, but they had a lot of other escape routes, right? And so, yes, the roads were mined, but the loss of vehicles was something on the order of 30 to 40%. This would be 100%. So a completely different ball game. And also, too, in this situation, the hierarchy of command, you have to consider there's many more elite units in this formation that still are alive. And also, just being that higher headquarters and higher echelon, a decision to abandon vehicles en masse just to save the people doesn't seem to line up, I guess, with what limited I know about the Russian army. They would probably rather try and save as many vehicles as they can and leave the people behind. But they're running out of time to do that, and they're not going to have an option, to your point, very soon.
Yeah, really quick, do we have any idea if they even have enough, military, whatever works, whatever you want to call them. I don't call them really military, but if they have enough, little green men to actually drive all the equipment back, because they've been taking some horrendous losses down there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question as well. We know that there's been some reporting and some analysis that some people put together to try and figure out what exactly was on which side of the river, but it's tenuous at best because with these barges going over at night and all of the aircraft flying in and out to Chernobylivka and I think one other airport, it's really not clear exactly how many people or how many vehicles, at least for us on open source, to know exactly what's over there. They probably have enough people, but I think, as Thomas pointed out and others, they probably don't have enough fuel to really put a bunch of vehicles in a line and wait. And of course, if you're going to do that, if you're going to try and conduct a somewhat controlled and orderly retreat, you're making a massive target. And the difference of now, as opposed to a month ago, is now Ukraine is 35 kilometers from the river at every portion. They are in basically artillery range everywhere. So if there is a line of Russian vehicles to get out, not only will they be seen, but they'll be destroyed. So they really don't have the option to bring their vehicles out at this point.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm speaking to an empty mic. Thank you very much, CJ. I think Luke has a question for you.
Thank you, Ben. CJ, Bakhmut. So, are the Russians still advancing? Are they advancing a little bit? Are they stopped on the tracks? Is there the game there with like Wagner trying to show that they're like tough or whatever? What's the situation there?
I mean, it's the same situation as from July. Advancing on Bakhmut, no worries. It's pretty bad. I saw the report from a couple people in Wagner that was passed around on Telegram. I mean, they said that they lost 8,000 people in the course of the last month. So from basically September 1st to October 1st. And for anyone's awareness or questioning, well, if Wagner lost 8,000 people, how many people do they have? Well, they say that they have actively in Ukraine 8,000 people. Did all of them die? Well, no, that would be impossible, right, in this situation. But we do know that a lot of people were hired in the last month, along with the mobilization. Whereas perhaps it was people that didn't want to be conscripted that were brought up. Also, all the prisoners that were added to Wagner's ranks at the beginning of September. So the fact is, even if they lost 8,000 people, they still have some, or they wouldn't still be going. However, in the case of Bakhmut specifically, they are advancing sideways. And by that, I mean they have stopped attacking directly northwest towards the city, and they are trying once again to go southwest and basically northeast. And the problem they're running into, of course, is that Soledar overlooks a lot of those positions. They can't take that either, and there's tunnels running in between the two cities. And Ukrainians have 8 years of fortification, so the Russians are not moved at all in any meaningful way.
So the strategy there is attrition. The Russians are stupid and they keep on throwing body at the problem. They advance a mile and they lost like a whole bunch of people. Is that the idea?
Luca, you need to encircle them. You need to circumvent and encircle them. Hit them where they're not and then take it. That's what CJ would say.
Well, and it's not miles. They at most at a single day they've taken maybe 100 meters at most. It really is a fight for inches, and basically what will happen is, Ukraine will say that they lost a part of the city. Russia will move in, and Ukraine will just shell them with precision-guided munitions. Russia will retreat back, and the process will continue. So, yes, Ukraine is losing a lot of people there. They're using a lot of ammo there. But this is exactly what Ukraine wants for now. It's tough to say, but they have wiped out almost 10,000 people, 10,000 Russians there in the last 2 months. It's hard to kind of get those kind of numbers anywhere else, especially if their goal is to deplete the Russian military of any sort of fighting capability. Because the Ukrainians there will report that the Russian artillery teams and mortar teams there are some of the best, relatively speaking, very accurate, a lot of ammunition, but they're not really getting any effects. So Russia's best is being wasted on an area that Ukraine can defend for literally years with minimal ammo and minimal people. And the last thing I'll say is, while all the Russians are dying on their side, Ukraine is still able to conduct combat rotations every, between 30 and 60 days, which is huge. This means that fresh troops are in there. They're not, yes, morale might be a little bit lower because it's a tough fight, but they can bring fresh people in all the time. And that is really a game changer when you're in a tough, trench warfare. There's really no one on earth with this kind of combat experience except for Ukrainians and Russians, but that's the best I can sort of describe it, I think.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, CJ. Get it tiresome. I'd like for once people to say, yeah, CJ, you really did not help me at all. No, for real. Thank you. Thanks a lot, CJ. That was very enlightening. I do have a question for you. There seems to be sort of strategy from the Russian top that is trying to just destroy the whole of Ukraine. Whatever they don't hold, to destroy it with missiles, and whatever they hold, to destroy it as they move back. What is the possibility? What is the way we can prevent this? Because most of the thing I'm hearing when militaries are talking about military stuff is how to take the land from someone who's trying to hold it, or how to prevent someone from conquering the land that you're trying to hold. But how do you prevent someone from wrecking a place and then leaving is not something is not an option I've often heard discussed.
Yeah, it's a complicated answer, but the explanation might be simple. It's high-end weaponry. It's things like precision-guided munitions. It's why, while Kupiansk had suffered some serious damage in Ukraine's effort to liberate it, it was mostly actually due to ammo dumps being blown up by HIMARS, and also due to Russians shelling Kupiansk from the east side, from East Kupiansk, as it would be, as Ukraine was moving in, was the majority of the damage. So a city that was captured relatively quickly by Russians early on to the war was recaptured pretty quickly as well. And that is the best answer to that question. Is the more high-level precision-guided munitions Ukraine has, the less damage there will be to their cities when they take it. Because as we've seen, Ukraine is willing to fight in urban areas, and they're willing to have Russia destroy it because they know Russia will pay an incredible price for fighting Ukraine in urban areas. But Ukraine will take all measures to avoid civilian casualties and civilian damage, which is why it's just ridiculous the claims of Russia the last 8 years that Ukraine is just randomly shelling cities. If there was a time for Ukraine to shell cities, it would be now, and they just simply are not doing it. So yeah, I don't know what more evidence people need, but of course these sort of people don't care about evidence. But yes, Excalibur, HIMARS, all of these things make a huge difference in keeping cities as much in place as you can. Obviously, there's a limit, but it still is better than the alternative.
Thank you, CJ. All right. Does anyone else have a question for CJ, or shall we move on to the hands? Rusty. So CJ, you're lucky. You've got a Norwegian, a Viking question.
Okay, so yeah, we could probably send them some Viking ships. The Vikings traveled that river before, so they could probably do it again. And the Ukrainians could probably take a small Viking boat across, but it's probably too time-consuming. It's probably better with a small raft. CJ, I'm actually wondering how what type of casualties do you imagine the Russians taking when they cross the river and the Ukrainians know that it's military crossing? What percentage of the entire crossing, what ratio would you give for casualties when they cross the river?
It's difficult to say with any certainty. And all we have to go on is Russian accounts, because the Ukrainians, civilians and partisans and special operations that are reporting on the crossings, they're not, publicizing it, widely. So it's really hard to say. But from the Russian accounts of what it's like to cross, there was 2 accounts that said the river was just almost end to end just floating dead Russian bodies. And this would seem odd for a Russian to say, unless they were, I guess, trying to help the Ukrainian war effort or what, because this was on, multiple Telegram accounts. And we can see with our own eyes and through, open source that Ukraine is shelling the crossings. But sometimes when you see these areas that they're shelling, there's no bridge there, right? So what are they shelling? Well, presumably it's the barges, it's the crossing points, it's these concentrations of Russian troops on each side that aren't being photographed by people. So to say how many or a percentage, I would be completely guessing, but it sounds like it's a pretty bloody affair. We all remember the video from September of the Russians crossing and getting, I think, either gimlers or artillery, and then just, blood soaking the floor. I mean, it was absolutely incredible. But the thing about it is they're not moving many people over at a time. At most, we've heard of about 14 to 20 barges, which is probably no more than a couple hundred people. But if they were to evacuate, it would have to be more. And if it's going to be on the barge bridge right next to the Antonovsky, they're all going to be on the line. And so the amount of casualties, because the Russians are more concentrated, you would expect them to go through the roof, especially now that Ukraine has Mike 30 Alpha 1, which is basically this HIMARS shotgun, which can shoot out 182,000 pieces of tungsten fragments. I mean, a single one can cover a quarter of a mile square, or basically half a kilometer square generally. And so having 10 or 20 of those, and now you're talking about whole basically open fields just of dead Russians. So Russia is luckily luckily for them, not that stupid yet, but crossing the river and pulling back is going to force them to bunch together just naturally by the terrain. And so you could expect casualties to increase from what they are now.
I would kind of guess as well that the whole fact that General Surovikin went out and said that they're going to withdraw the civilians is probably a ploy to retreat in the guise of being civilians. But what do you see as the possibility of them actually staging an forced evacuation of the civilians when you consider the fact that the river is covered by pre-sighted Ukrainian artillery?
Well, we know that after the bridge was damaged beyond repair, that the civilians were still using some of the barges for a limited period of time. I think that time has come and passed. I would have to ask Doman or someone else that's been watching it more closely. So there's not many civilians crossing the road, perhaps just supply trucks of just, humanitarian goods going back and forth, like food and water and things like that, but not necessarily en masse. So, trying to think why the Russians might do a civilian evacuation. It might not just be to be human shields. I know that's what everyone's concern is, and it's a very valid concern, but it might also be more so to legitimize the process of leaving, right? If the Russian military just leaves, back across the Dnipro, then obviously the fake referendum is kind of, it is further delegitimized to them. And also it's more embarrassing on a public stage. If they can make it appear as if civilians are leaving with them, then not only they, have human shields, but also at the same time, it can kind of, demonstrate to other people that they are, a protecting force. So again, this is not what I believe. This is trying to figure out how this might happen. But again, it goes back to what I was, telling Ben, that this is why long-range precision fires and accurate PGMs are so important, right? Because you can literally cut through the bullshit. You can see with drones exactly where the Russian forces are, and then Ukraine can safely, as best as you can, take out the Russian troop concentrations. That's why this kind of aid should be prioritized, because it can kind of prevent the situation from happening. I know people want a surrender in Kherson, at least on that side of the river. I don't know how likely it is, but if Ukraine has a lot of precision-guided munitions, then it becomes a lot more possible than otherwise.
So my last follow-up would be, do you think there's any limitations from America or US military or Biden on how they use the precision-guided Excalibur and other precision-guided ammunition to not trigger any response from Russia? Do you think there's any limitations?
No, I mean, I think, in terms of a response from Russia, there's been a couple comments today, all a coordinated effort by Russian, disinformation, that basically look at all the Ukrainians without heat and water. This is what is going to be facing them all winter. Everyone should back down the support for Ukraine now, yada yada. But if you look at it from a military point of view, if you're trying to take over another country, right, is it electricity and water and these sort of key parts to keep a government functioning? Shouldn't that be your first target? Not 8 months in. And so what you're seeing now in real time is the Russian inability to actually target anything of meaningful value, either because their weapons are so bad or because the Ukrainian military is protecting itself with its air defenses. And so you get in sort of the cycle of saying, well, why would Russia do this? What is this a response to? And it's a response to their military collapsing in real time, and we're all getting to witness it. So I wouldn't be too concerned. I don't think Ukraine is there. They don't seem to be too concerned with how Russia might respond. It's terrible. It's going to kill people, but they've been doing that the whole time anyways. So they might as well just keep pushing forward.
So you don't see any limitation on the use of precision guided ammunition?
No, I mean we've seen Excalibur rounds and American rounds used in Russia. We've seen HARMs probably used in Russia. The limitation I think was something that we talked a lot about here, but ended up being more of a red herring or something of the like. I don't think there's any real restriction. It's just a matter of what's the why would there be a restriction? Well, there would be a restriction if it were going to benefit Ukraine in some way or benefit, NATO. And the reality is it really wouldn't. So that's why I don't think there is one. There might be a limitation on the types of weapons, but as far as I've seen it, everything's been used pretty much everywhere with maybe some exceptions on Gimlers.
Thank you, CJ. Your information was completely lacking, and Ben was the best speaker of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. You see, Wendy, what did I tell you? At some point, people are going to see through CJ. It's no wonder that his parents had to keep throwing him out of the plane. And, well, anyway. Thank you very much, CJ. Jokes aside. Sergio, you were next.
Hi, everyone. My question was to Peter Doran, but I think he left, right? So I don't think he's in the space anymore. Not even as
I can speak in his stead.
No, my question was very specific because basically after the Europe's announcement yesterday on on sanctions on Iran, that was my specific question to him. I'm looking forward to see what they come up next in terms of the military side of things, in terms of their military assistance to Russia. But my question to Peter was going to be specifically what sanctions would he like to see the White House implementing towards Iran that it hasn't yet? Or put in another way, what sanctions would he propose specifically? And that's me.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question. So,
basically, he was going on about sanctions from the US and why hasn't the White House made use of the powers that Congress gave it to the presidency to enact secondary sanctions to Iran. So I was going to ask him specifically what sanctions would he propose, and what sanctions the White House hasn't implemented to, in this case, Iran.
Oh, that's an easy one. Pistachio. We don't buy this pistachio and declare officially that the one growing naturally in Corsica are the best pistachio in the world. And thank you, goodbye. No, you're perfectly right. Iran has been under quite heavy embargo.
Yeah. That's my point. That's my point, because we're talking Europe. Europe has a lot more mileage in terms of sanctions, because basically it hasn't been sanctioning Iran as much as the US has. So all this talk about inaction from the White House, I thought to be quite, how can I put it politely, ill-advised. Let's put it this way. So that's why I was going to call them out on specifically what sanctions would he be proposing that haven't been implemented yet from the US side of it.
Well, okay.
Anyway,
I trust.
But you left, so I don't want to.
Yeah. Okay. I think she's not there. I trust Peter. Usually he knows his stuff pretty well. There could very well be an entire segment that has not yet been sanctioned, and that we will discuss abundantly later on. But I'll make sure to ask him the question next time I have a chance. Before we move on to De La Varane, and of course to finance.
Ben, let me just say something else. You're a much better host than Axel will ever be. So don't worry.
No. You're wrong. We're making fun of CJ. Axel was yesterday.
No, well, it's all. It's always let's make fun of Axel. So,
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's always. But today is mostly CJ, which makes it very difficult now because I do have a question for him, CJ. Can you be very, very kind and very patient with me? We're reaching. Are we there yet? No, but we're getting very close to 900 listeners. I'm sure that a number of them have not been privy to the month of discussion that we've had on the subject. Could you give a sort of very high level? Imagine you're in a C-17. That's the stuff you jump from. And above Kherson, and you see what's underneath you, and you've got 2 minutes to explain it to a newbie. What would you say? How can you explain the situation?
You're saying the military situation for a month? What are you asking, Ben?
No, agriculture, of course. I'm turning to you for agriculture. No, of course, yeah. The military situation. What's going on at the moment? To the best of or rather, what was going on 3 days ago when we stopped having fresh information? Can you, if you were to describe it to someone who doesn't know much about the situation, and you had to tell him where are the Russians, what are they doing, where are the Ukrainians, what are they doing, and what is the objective of both?
Yeah, I mean, to try and really oversimplify a very complicated topic, basically, you have, coming into the fall, you had a situation where Russia was still inching forward in a couple sectors of the Donbass and had pretty much stalled out everywhere else. So beginning on really the end of August and beginning of September, the tide shifted in a way, and we saw a massive counterattack prepared in Kherson, where at least 30 to 40,000 Ukrainian troops were poised to strike, and many of them actually did. This was the first event, and then of course followed by a pretty lightning attack through the rest of Kharkiv. I think there's only 0.001% of Kharkiv left in Russian hands. And these attacks happen, one after another with basically two big battlefield successes where the size of the Kherson front dropped dramatically. Kharkiv was liberated and Ukraine advanced in both Luhansk and Donetsk. And so other than Bakhmut, the Russians have literally not gained any ground. And again, that ground is pretty much worthless to them. And so the situation pretty much from the summer to now is completely different. Obviously, it was predicted because not only are 10,000 Ukrainians training every 3 to 4 months in the UK, and now 5,000 a month in Germany, but they've been able to rotate more of the people they mobilize through internally. They've gotten way more aid. They've captured 1 million artillery rounds and between 200 and 300 systems from the Russians. And, the whole idea was basically to posture for the winter in the best possible position, with Russia trying to have strong fortifications around 4 oblasts. And they currently have about a half of one. And now the situation is very different. So last thing I'll say is, as we've heard from Russians today, they are really counting on Ukraine just surrendering now when Russia continues to attack the power grid. They really have no other plan other than that, which is just mind-boggling that you're putting all your eggs in that basket. Because what if the Ukrainian civilians don't quit? They've basically, the Russian military has, for all intents and purposes, relegated the Ukrainian military to a second tier of importance. They really just are using all of these Iranian drones and all of these missiles on civilian targets primarily in the hopes that will win them peace. And it doesn't make any sense to anyone with half a brain, because all it's going to do is make the Ukrainian civilians more resolved not to surrender, make the Ukrainian military more spirited to defend them, and also embolden the rest of the world to support Ukraine more. So it seems like it's the worst possible use of resources imaginable. But this is why I say I really don't understand what Russia does. I never have, and I probably never will, because it just defies logic. So that's pretty much it in 2 minutes.
Okay. If it was anyone else but you, I would say it was brilliant. Since it's you, I say, yeah, it's okay. Thank you very much, CJ. So I hope people who had not followed the situation so far are now clued in. The Russians are in a sort of pocket between the Ukrainians and the Deep Blue River, and there
Hey,
are.
what you wanted to tell CJ, he was reasonably decent.
Did Yehuda get to you guys? What is going on today?
Yehuda saved our bacon today, so we're extremely thankful, and we're doing his bidding.
Okay, well, no, I'm surprised there hasn't been an anti-Ranger comment. I've never experienced this level of hatred on the space before.
Hatred?
Disdain. Disdain.
Reasonably decent. I think this is the highest possible Prussian praise there is in English language.
I would say acceptable, perhaps, but we could disagree on that.
Yeah, you come around here, my lad. We'll have a beer and talk about this.
Okay, so I guess bad humor off. Thank you very much, CJ. You're the best, and I'm not only saying this because I've seen pictures of you, and you could probably kill me and a whole battalion of me with your bare hands. So thank you very much. Finance.
Oh, I was going to answer the earlier question on sanctions for Russia. Peter is still focusing on the oil embargo sanctions, which I agree have notable import. We have had a number of discussions on secondary sanctions and insurance companies. We both agree for differing reasons, but are totally agreed on both that the price cap was misguided, mainly because it is too difficult to put into place, and China and India would never be behind it, as well as other buyers. The main thing I would say on sanctions that would harm the Russians most is focus on the high-end machine tools. Their entire military arsenal is built on computerized manufacturing that they don't make themselves. They don't make the tools that make the tools. The stuff that goes into their factories. And I don't mean the goods, I mean the machines. They don't make any of those, right? So as we're reporting that their trains are about to be a big problem because all their ball bearings are wearing out, and the Swedish who make their ball bearings and help service them aren't helping anymore because the Swedish aren't messing around the way the Germans and the Czechs and everyone else are. That could be the case for their entire military industrial complex, including their nuclear arsenal, if Western firms would stop selling them high-end machine parts. Like, they're only still in nuclear power because we keep selling them the stuff that lets them maintain the whole arsenal. The same can probably be said for Iran. The same can probably be said for China even. So what should we focus on? Just laser-eyed focus on shutting down all these cutouts and all the ways that Western made. So, and by Western, I mean the US, Europe, and then South Korea and Japan are the places that high-end machine tools are made. Stop getting to Russia. None of this Turkish corridor bullshit. No Chinese corridors. No selling them through stop the third parties that are getting them into Russia. If they can't get the tools, their industry shuts down. Their ability to make weapons shuts down. Quite frankly, if they stop getting the tools long-term, they're not going to have a military-industrial complex to speak of, aka they aren't going to be able to do this again.
Thank you, Finance. Since we're on the subject of sanctions, Wendy, I think you had something to add to it.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I mean, Peter was on the space earlier, and yeah, I mean, what Finance just said was absolutely spot on. I mean, I would be paraphrasing Peter really badly and inadequately. So yeah, it's within Biden's remit, and he has the power to do so. Were Peter's words earlier. So yeah, it's I always like having CJ on because he always brings really positive news. So although you're having a bit of a bash at him this evening, it's yeah, it's always good to receive positive news. So thanks, CJ. You have a fan.
Well, I could give you bad news if you want.
No, I think we're all right for that.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I mean, a lot of the good news is predicated on obviously the Ukrainians' bravery and their skill on the battlefield, which don't seem to be getting any worse and better. It's just the critical factor here is the external support. Because if everyone were to cut off aid today, Ukraine could still win, but it would be at the cost of many more people than would have to die. So, regardless of what you believe, why fight? Why fight the tide of history here? You right? I mean, better to be on the side of democracy and the sovereignty of people for once than anything else. So that's why I always think there's good news to find here, because just there's such an inspiration to be found, not just in Ukrainian civilians but their military. And I think there was an interesting discussion today within the circles of the U.S. military Twitter sphere in regard to people talking down to Ukrainian military. People are trying to prescribe what strategies or tactics they should take. I want to make it really clear. The U.S. and other countries have more to learn from Ukraine than we have to teach them. I mean, that should be pretty clear at this point if it's not in this space. But if it isn't, I mean, the reality is these Ukrainian military veterans and active duty members after this war, when Ukraine eventually joins NATO, will make NATO stronger than it's ever been at any other point in time, and for good reason, right? I mean, if it's designed to protect democracies in Europe and the North Atlantic, then why not have one of the largest countries in Europe with a vibrant democracy and join as well? It all just seems to make sense to me.
Absolutely spot on, CJ. Yeah, I mean that's it kind of transcends all levels of Ukrainian society. It seems from to see it from a distance. Yeah. CJ, I've got a question for you. For a Muscovite infantryman with 2 weeks training that has a rifle, who then finds out that his commander is a leading perpetrator in shooting down a civilian airliner in 2014, commander who has $100,000 bounty currently on his head. What is the optimal choice for such a new infantryman to the front?
Are you asking what Igor doing?
Yes. Who's now in command, apparently.
Command of something. I mean, and also I'll issue a correction. It's I believe $150,000. People are throwing in their own money to raise the bounty on this FSB agent that's fought everything from Serbia, where he did war crimes, to Chechnya, where he did war crimes, to Chechnya again, where he did war crimes, to probably other countries that we won't discuss here, where he did war crimes, to eventually Ukraine, where he did the biggest war crimes of all. And so, yeah, if you didn't hear, he's not only fighting, but apparently he's already taken heavy losses of his unit. I don't think anyone really knows in this space yet where exactly he's fighting, but wherever he is, it's not going well, and that is on day one. So it does not bode well for his life expectancy. I don't even know. Does anyone know what rank he was made? I mean, I assume he wasn't just conscripted in. I mean, he's 30 years in the military. He's probably not just a conscript, but that would be important information to know.
I read that he was made a battalion XO, but I don't think we have definitive confirmation. But I did read that he was made a battalion XO.
Yeah, and so for those that don't know, of course, when the BTG or Battalion Tactical Group structure, the second in command or the XO is in charge of all the ammunition orders, and it has a lot more responsibility than in the NATO system. So it's someone that you don't trust in this case to lead a group of people, but someone you want to give all the money and the finances. So yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen. These people do not have a long life expectancy, for better or worse.
Thanks, CJ. We've got a couple of hands up, so I'm going to go to Rusty.
CJ, I'm going to give you my really truthful opinion here. You're lovely to listen to. You're a delight, and we love you. And I'm sorry that I actually gave Ben help with his trashing of you today, but we love you. But I'm curious. I actually came back up just to ask you a question. That's how much I loved you. So I was actually wondering a bit about the whole Novakhovka Dam, and I just thought about the fact that if the Ukrainians cross the Dnipro, they're gonna have the challenge that Russia might blow the dam at any point. But if they do it beforehand, then if the Russians try to leave or extract as many of their men from the left bank that they can, and then blow the dam, wouldn't that mean that they've lost maybe their biggest opportunity to blow it when the Ukrainians are crossing the Dnipro later, unless the Ukrainians are coming from Zaporizhzhia and then not crossing the Dnipro at all? Because the effect of blowing the dam will be biggest when you blow it, so it's kind of like an S up your sleeve that you can only use once, really, in my mind.
Yeah, so well, first I just want to preface, I get a lot of DMs right now. I don't come into space for praise, people. I do it because I'm very interested in learning about Ukraine, and I want to ask questions to people who are experts in these kinds of things. So, I love the support, but please, it's all right. I it's not my day job, but to your point, I think this is a really interesting thing you bring up, because there's a big difference between blowing a dam and blowing a bridge. Blowing a bridge, it's, there's immediate effects and whatnot, but it can be possibly repaired. So when you look at a weaponeering solution, you have to consider, blast radius, collateral damage estimation, but it's pretty finite. Whereas with a dam, I mean, I can't even consider, it's not really in the U.S. military's repertoire to do that kind of action. Normally, that kind of critical civilian infrastructure is protected at all costs. So when you talk about will they or won't they, I mean, the two things to consider are, one, the downstream effects, literally, that being on both sides. So to say exactly how it would impact, the front, I'd be out of my element, so I won't comment on that. What I would say, though, is the bridges and dam are sort of already partially destroyed, either by precision guided munitions or whatnot. And what the Russians did to fix it is they they filled it up with dirt, and they still can drive across it. So, I mean, I don't know to what level it can be repaired that way if Russia wanted to blow it further, but I wouldn't really be able to guess. I don't think they'll destroy it because it will affect them as well. And it really, if they're not going to completely destroy every single part of the concrete, then the reality is, as the river flows down, there will actually still be some sort of foundation or base to go across on. So it really wouldn't help them necessarily too much to do that. It would probably be better to take out the actual bridge instead of the dam, which are slightly separated, and hope for the best in that regard. But it's also a very narrow crossing point. So it's something that Ukraine feasibly can build barges across, just like Russia has. So yeah, sorry for not a better answer, but I think it's going to be very important very soon.
Yeah, because I really believe that at some point Ukraine have the opportunity to cross the Dnipro and make a stand on the other side and get their beachhead up and working. And I would believe that that's the time, if you were doing war crimes and blowing civilian targets like the Russians are doing. Not that they've necessarily, yeah, they've blown dams before as well. So wouldn't that be the ideal time to increase the water flow by blowing up the dam, so that the supply to the beachhead would be delayed at least? And my question also would be, if the Ukrainians cross and get a beachhead up and running, would they be able to simply hold back the Russians by using artillery, wouldn't they?
Oh, yes. Well, if you remember at the end of May, beginning of June, when Russia tried no less than 3 times to cross in Bilovarivka across the Svirtsi Donets. This is something they failed to do there. They found another crossing point, but the key factor, and I swear I'm not biased, was artillery. The U.S. Army even already did a case study on it, right? This is a very important part, because what Ukraine would need to do, of course, is they would not only need these long-range precision fires, but also the German engineering being provided them for the bridges. And you need to work in concert, right? Because you have to obviously cross. That's the simple part. It's the preparation beforehand, where you actually have to suppress, obscure, reduce the obstacles, and eventually assault through. So there's like a lot of options. It depends on what kind of basis they want to get across, right? Because if they're just trying to get some people across quickly, that's a little bit easier. But if they want to set up a framework and a network to basically protect the bridge or whatever bridgehead, it's going to require a lot of air defenses. It's going to require a lot of long-range munitions. It's going to require the Air Force cooperation. Like, it really won't be possible to cross in large numbers until there's a lot more Ukrainian combat power nearby. But that doesn't mean they can't cross beforehand, as we saw on the Oskil River in Kharkiv. Ukraine crossed that river in sizable amounts without a massive engineering force. They did it by much smaller Zodiac boats and literally canoes. So there's a lot of options possible. The Dnipro is obviously much, much larger, so a lot bigger force is needed. But I mean, it really depends. Really depends how far back the Russians are going to retreat. If they're just going to retreat across the river, maybe a little bit further, who knows? But they're not really following any logic at this point. So I'd say it's anyone's guess.
And we can always remember the fact that they crossed the river that I always forget the name of earlier in the Kherson battle, and the Russians didn't manage to kick them back.
Yeah, the Inglets as well. Much smaller, much more winding, but still important nonetheless.
Fantastic. Thank you, CJ. All right. We've got a friend from Iran, I believe, who is, I hope, going to tell us about Ukraine or the relationship between Iran and Ukraine, or anything which is related to Ukraine. De la Varane, the floor is yours.
Hello, good evening or good night to everybody, and thank you very much for giving me the mic. My heart goes to my Ukrainian brothers and sisters that are the victim of the invasion of Russia. And I hope that this war gets over and that they reach peace again, and that is a very difficult position to be in for Ukrainian people. That being said, actually, I just maybe first say something irrelevant and then going to the topic. I just, as a member of the Iranian opposition, I hope that my voice and the voice of the Iranian opposition, which is more than 90%, easily more than 90% of the population of Iran, are not happy with Islamic regime sending weapons to Russia to kill Ukrainians. And we are also ourselves 85 million people hostage to this Islamic regime. So I hope if there is a few journalists who are Ukrainian to be our voice and to say our support to the Ukrainian people, and that they tell the Ukrainian people that this government is just a terrorist organization and doesn't support the Iranian people, as you see that the Iranian people are for 32 days on the street getting killed, and to overthrow this regime in all its forms and shapes. So that being said, I would like to get about the sanctions of Iran. Actually, as we Iranians know, that Ayatollahs are not gonna get back, are not going to give in if you don't put pressure on them. So, as some people mentioned, I guess the sanctions are one of the great steps that could be taken to actually limit the Islamic regime in Iran. And unfortunately, for example, USA, in America, and Canada, they have some official lobby groups which would work against you if you are going to try to put sanction of them. But one of the things that actually they have done in USA and also in Canada is that they put the IRGC, the Iranian actually is Islamic 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 regime, which is a actually army that protects the Iranian regime, but it's not a army on its own. It has all the Iranian economy in its hands. So it's a very great tool. If you could ask also the European countries, also the other countries that support Ukraine in this war, to put those IRGC on the list of terror, so that the people, the companies, etc., in those countries, in the Western countries, are knowing that if they do any kind of economy, any kind of business with Iranian IRGC, that they are actually doing a business with terrorists. So that's one of the things that would actually be a major blow to the Islamic regime in Iran. And also another one is to actually send out, like, to send back the ambassadors of Iran to their country. That's also one major political pressure that could be, which is also in the past done when Iranian regime, Islamic regime, has did a lot of terror on its opposition in Europe, and then one court in Germany has actually condemned Iranian regime, the first ranked leaders of Iranian regime, of being and organizing terror in Europe. They actually banned all the Islamic regime ambassadors to Europe, and it worked, and it stopped for a big part of the terror in Europe. And I hope that that also is one of the things that you maybe could push, actually pressure, so that you maybe could get to that. And actually also Iranians have also several kind of petition which actually is asking for banning the Iranian ambassadors from the Western countries. And my last one that I could say is that actually the Islamic regime is a very dictator regime, and it's so bad that actually lots of children of the first ranked leaders in Iran aren't living in Iran itself. They are living in Europe. They are living in Canada, in America, and they are actually spending the money from the blood of the Iranians, and unfortunately now from the bloods of Ukrainians. So it would also be a major blow to the Islamic regime if you could kind of try to ban their children in those countries. And it's not about, okay, maybe a child is not following his father. Actually, lots of them are following their fathers, and lots of them are spending the money that they get from that government. So
thank you, Delaveroon. I'm just gonna pause you there, because you've just touched upon a number of different points. First of all, thank you for bringing your voice to the space.
Sorry, I just wanted to say goodbye. And
no, you don't say goodbye. It's all right. You've just raised a number of points. Thank you for bringing your voice to the space this evening. I think the parallels between this regime and that of the country which invaded Ukraine is is clear to all. And putting the heaviest sanctions possible on these terrorists that you quite accurately described is something most would support. So thank you for your comment.
Wendy, can I respond or add on? It's been
Please, Finance, yeah.
Yeah, it's made clear to me that what apparently Mr. Duran has been talking about recently is more heavy secondary sanctions on Iran, which 100% I'm down for. I would note that the same problem Russia has, Iran has not the same, but some similar problems, and trying to ban import of machine tools to them would be a good idea. Though actually, in some ways, Iran, depending on who you ask, what you look at, Iran in some ways has a better economy for making things, but it is not that good because they're not a true free economy, because they're not a true free people. And I would like to give credit to the Iranian people who are risking their lives and rebelling, and I hope that they can finally find some success. I'm not I support them. I do not expect it because it's been so long and that regime is so awful and so oppressive, but they deserve better. They're fighting for better. And unlike the people of Russia who are not rebelling en masse, they're just walking into their recruitment offices to be mowed down by the Ukrainians. The Iranians are attempting to do something about their horrific regime. And for that, I would like to applaud the people of Iran who are trying to take matters in their own hands to have a better life.
Well said, Finance. Thank you. Daryl, welcome. It's great to see you.
Hey, good evening. I hope everybody's had a great day. I know things are hard in Ukraine today because of the power situation, but I just hope that that dam and that situation up there, we get something positive out of it for the Ukrainians. So I bless the people that are there, that the Russians are trying to put in harm's way, but let's hope that it doesn't get to that point and those boys get what they need to get across and dispatch this whole situation. I'm trying to pronounce Delavarain. I just want to say, I wish the people the best. You guys are. It was the college age folks and the young people that changed the regime in '79, and I hope you guys are able to reverse that and create a democracy of your own, because we know that democracies vary around the world, but I hope you guys are able to get the democracy you deserve. You're very old people as far as societies are concerned, and I hope the best for you. And this, if you guys can turn this around and become a better partner after this is over, that would serve the world well. It's been a rough go in the Middle East because of the tensions that have been brought about by this last regime. And if that can change, then it could change an entire continent, or subcontinent, I should say. Okay, folks, here we got a bunch of hands. I got CJ trying to get up. I got a bunch of folks on the panel, and I can't bring anybody up. That's why he's sitting down below. So if you've said your piece, I would take yourself down so we can bring him back up and he can finish his notes, what he wanted to say to us. All right, y'all, here we go. Colby, go ahead.
Thanks, Daryl. I just wanted to thank our guest for his words and say that he's very much correct about the extent to which the Iranian regime, much like the Russian regime, has penetrated Western society and Western government. Here in Canada, the Iranian regime actually has a sitting member of parliament who's very much one of their supporters, which is quite shameful for our country that that's the case. But it's something that people need to be aware about, the extent to which the IRGC is penetrating our governments and our societies over here.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kobe. It's a shame because they supporters of these regimes for one reason or another are everywhere. Some they like to think that they have the voice of the people within their districts, and it works against what we are looking at happening in those countries sometimes, and their votes can show it when they support it and by a abstination or a no. So yes, what you're saying is absolutely correct. It's a shame. So with that, Prince, you came up. You got what you got for me, or for us, I should say. Okay, Prince didn't like my voice. She dropped back down that quick. So Ben, get it. I know it's bedtime. You still hanging out. The baby's gonna wake up early in the morning. So
Nah, I've got something to say.
Go ahead.
Okay, give me a second. I need to open something. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
All right. I looked at the stock price of the Novorossiysk commercial seaport. So I know you know, but for those of you who have not looked at a map of the Black Sea recently, Novorossiysk is the main port on the Russian coast, so of the Black Sea. So if you look at Crimea, it's right in front. It's on the other side of the strait. And apparently, the port is privately owned and publicly traded on the Moscow Stock Exchange. And so I've looked at the evolution of the price since February 24th, and it's very enlightening. So it completely collapses on February 24th. Clearly, people were not happy at all about the invasion. They thought, no, we don't like this. It's not good for business. It's not good for trade. It's not good for commerce. Let's sell the port stock. It lost something like a third of its value in 3 days. It was an absolute bloodbath. And then it recovered. But Daryl, you know at which date it recovered? Daryl?
Yes.
You
trying
give it?
I'll see.
Take a shot.
Take my shot.
April 14th.
April.
Do you remember? Yeah. Do you remember what happened on April 14th? Yeah,
Go ahead.
exactly. The Moscow went down.
Yeah.
So as the Moscow went down, the guys went like, yeah, that's good for business because we're going to have to abandon the Black Sea. So all the Russian trade is going to go through Novorossiysk. And then that's great for us. And then the stock went down again when quite dramatically when Moscow announced the creation of the annexation of all the Ukrainian provinces. And the reason there was because it was offering a new and permanent lifeline towards Crimea. And so people didn't need the port anymore because they could just drive there. And guess what happened about 3 days ago?
Oh, something went boom.
Something went boom, and the stock price went through the roof again because they were super happy. They went like, yeah, people are going to need a port again. Yeehaw! So I thought it was quite amusing to follow the evolution of this stock, because it really is telling the fact that no one cares about the Kremlin's ambition. People just want to work, and they see through his attempts. And yeah, so there was the thing that amused me today. And on this side, thank you very much, Daryl. Thank you very much, Wendy, Finance, Prince, of course, CJ, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful time together, and I see you on the other side.
All right, I appreciate that, Ben. You know, that humor, when it's almost dry, but at the same time, it's funny because it's the delivery. And so, Ben, I got to compliment you. I love you, brother. You have a blessed night. Well, Prince, you dropped on me the last time.
Yeah, I hit the wrong
You got
button.
excited.
I
didn't
did.
crash. I didn't crash the space. You got excited?
No, I got excited because I found out something this morning, but I was asked not to say anything about it until later today. And so I'm going to say something about it now because the advertising card has come out. Alexandra Drick, I'm probably butchering her name, was previously an advisor to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense in 2019 and 2020. She is currently an international advocate in the Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine. I ran across her in September, I believe early September, when she was giving testimony to the United Nations about people's experience in filtration camps and POWs. And I just found out this morning